fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Looking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know will you survive. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shape me
Welcome back, everybody, here to day 2 to the road to the EWC, the South American Closed Qualifiers. My name is Cryptic, here with Z Quixotics. We are in for a long day once again, as we have 3 best of 3s lined up with some very good teams, as we'll be trimming the herd, I guess, down to like the final 4, I think, by the end of today. Yeah, I think we're eliminating a good number of teams. Zach, how you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good. Like you said, we got a lot of good teams, but we can only have one best team from South America at the end of all of this. Not decided today, be decided tomorrow. But of course, you got to make your way through today to get there. And like you said, I'm excited. We got a lot of good games.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket, see how things have shaped, because I know when we finished last night, there was still one more series going. So it looks like OG Latam, they ended up being the winner in that other quarter bracket finals. They're going to be moving on to play Heroic in the semifinals. So top 3 now for these guys, looking very strong. As for the lower bracket, though, I think this is where things are going to get a little dicey, because we have Edge versus Sin Compromiso. That's going to be our first series. 2 very good teams in the first round of the lower bracket. Not what I would have expected. I honestly feel like Sin Compromiso and Edge, people would have expected to be in probably the lower bracket final. But one of them's going home. The other will be moving on to play against the Starbacks later today.
And Sin Compromiso got knocked down by OG Latam, which I think is pretty understandable. Like, that's another one of the top 4 teams, I'd say a lot of people. Oh yeah, perfect. One of the other teams that a lot of people would say, and it was close, right? 2-1, so a close series there. Edge losing to Veritas Friends was a bit of a surprise. You and I were actually casting that one, and I gotta say, I feel like the draft hurt Edge. That didn't feel like the usual Edge we see. They tried to run this Doom carry twice, and it just felt pretty lackluster. So sometimes you get creative and it doesn't quite pay off, but you end up in the lower bracket pretty quickly. Hopefully they learn from it, because it's now a long road back to making it to that grand final.
Yeah, I mean, that's just not a team like Veritas. Like, in general, Veritas Brothers seems pretty good, but giving teams Templar Assassin seems like just a certifiable death sentence right now. I don't think it has lost a game in these qualifiers. Now, it did lose 1 game. I'm sorry. It looks like OG Latam managed to beat it once. Yeah, that was overall a very dominant hero in the series that we saw yesterday. I believe we have a schedule for today, so what you guys can all look forward to. Like we said, we're starting things off with Edge versus Sin Compromiso. Then we'll be moving on to Veritas Brothers versus Team Den, and we will finish off the evening with Heroic versus OG. A very exciting finale to the day.
I was kind of curious off of what you said, the TA not losing, which we haven't seen in SA very much. But I was wondering on the larger scale, because we got qualifiers going all over the world. What do you think Templar Assassin's win rate is right now, Ricky? There's 31 picks.
31.
Right,
wow, that's more than I would have expected.
There's 203 bans.
Okay, that's good. I'm gonna say 76% win rate.
You are surprisingly close, but slightly overestimating her. She's at 71%.
Okay,
Ricky, calm down there.
I feel like
she's
it
not
had to
that
be
broken,
70%.
Ricky.
200 bans and probably straight first pick overall, and it's at 71% win rate. Yeah, I mean, after watching the hero yesterday, it makes sense as to why this hero is banned. Like, she's absolutely OP in every way. Like, there's too many things about this hero that are good.
I will say, as with any qualifier, there is a range of teams, some favorite teams and some sometimes stacks made for the qualifier. So I'm not going to read completely into these win rates as like, oh, this is absolutely must be banned, because sometimes the stronger teams just won't give it, right? But versus a weaker team, you're like, oh yeah, go ahead. Or the weaker team is like, oh, we can totally handle it. We've beat other teams with it. The stronger team's like, no, you haven't seen our Templar Assassin. So sometimes the win rates aren't truly indicative until you get to, like, for example, the actual EWC, and then we can see where that hero truly stands in the top teams. But I mean, 70% is quite a lot. There are a couple other heroes though that have pretty pretty high win rates in that range, which is crazy to say. But like Bat Rider is at 68%, Beastmaster 66. I'm like skipping over heroes that are like 50 to 55 because they're like, oh, that's, you know, not even impressive enough. Like Monkey King's at 60, Death Prophet's at 65, Oracle's at 60, right? So there are a good amount of heroes with a solid amount of picks that are quite impressive. So TA's not, surprisingly, TA's not that much further beyond them, but truly the strong heroes that we've been seeing a lot in these qualifiers.
I can understand the Beastmaster win rate being that high. I do feel like he is still a very, very difficult hero to fight against. Not just because Roar is so good, but because the map is so much bigger and there's so much more farm, and stacking is just way too good in the current year. Like Beastmaster is impossible to slow down. You don't, even if you kill Beastmaster like 6 times in the first 5 minutes of the game, he is going to have an Aghanim Scepter at latest like 16 minutes. If he's mid lane, he'll have a Helm of the Overlord by like 17 minutes at the latest. Like the hero just can't, you can't stop him from farming no matter how many times you kill him.
10
Like
seconds remaining.
it's actually unfair. Like I don't know how else to put it. It's actually unfair. So yeah, I'm not surprised to see him with that high of a win rate.
Can't
10
stop
seconds
beasting over
remaining.
there. Now, as we get into this draft, one more hero for the stats discussion
5
before we start
seconds
talking about the actual
remaining.
picks. There is one other hero that we've seen a decent amount, more than Templar Assassin,
Team
also a
battle.
purple hero. Maybe there's a trend going there. Void Spirit at 26 games has a 73% win rate. And he has far less
Radiant
bans,
team
only at
battle.
21. So the fact that TA has that high of a win rate, and you mentioned she's usually in the first pick, right? Void Spirit comes
10
out at the very
seconds
end
remaining.
when it's a good Void Spirit
Radiant
game,
team back.
and you've probably banned out
Dire
some of the
team
other
back.
mids. But, you know, maybe being slept on a little there. Maybe he should be going up in priority if he's got that high of a win rate
10
with, I know
seconds
26 is
remaining.
not the greatest sample size in the world, but, I mean, that's not bad either.
5 seconds remaining.
I feel like it has to be a very specific Void Spirit game, right? Like you're playing for the Aghanim Scepter on that hero and probably a Nullifier. Like that's like the games he really shines in, is when he can build like his early like fighting items and then have like the late game pick off of something like a Nullifier. I think outside of that, the hero has just looked kind of meh because it doesn't do enough damage to warrant like late picking in the draft when you could just pick another hero that just is
Dire
also good
team
in the
pick.
matchup that does more damage. So
Radiant
I feel like it has to
team
be a
pick.
very specific game for that hero for it to be successful. So I'm a little bit surprised it has that high of a win rate, but I guess they're just finding the right games for it. Or there's some build I haven't seen.
I think it's mid players creating a fake narrative.
10 seconds
I think it's
remaining.
mid players who, all mid players like Void Spirit. Like all the
5
Spirit Brothers are
seconds
usually
remaining.
quite favored by most mid players. And then are all like, oh, he's unplayable, he's absolute
Dire
garbage.
team
He's
back.
got a high win rate, guys. It's like, oh, he doesn't do enough damage. I just have 3 different AoE abilities to farm. I don't know, guys. I'm not being convinced here. This hero is, I think he's better than a lot of mid players want us to believe, so that he keeps getting buffed. And then he's going to end up
10
absolutely
seconds
broken.
remaining.
We all remember the patch when
5 seconds remaining.
everything was converted to Universal Heroes and Void Spirit was the unequivocal best hero in Dota 2 by like, I think probably double over the next best. Like when we talked about like last patch where there was like an S plus ranks of heroes and then you had like the A ranks of heroes and there was like a pretty large gap. Void Spirit built a whole new alphabet, dude. That hero was in a whole different category. Like he would come to lane, base damage
Dire
of like
team back.
75, and you're just like, oh, okay, this is
that's what-
interesting.
That's what the mid players are comparing to. That version of Void Spirit was just decent to them. And that's
Yeah.
why now he's like, oh, he's totally garbage. I press R on a support and they don't even die. It's like, it's ridiculous. He's
10
not a good
seconds
hero.
remaining.
It's
Yeah.
fake. It's not real.
Radiant team back.
They're just
Well, we'll see if he comes
missing
out,
the power
this
trip,
game.
dude.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We'll see if he comes out this hero. I do see that Storm Spirit ban. We got a couple other mid heroes banned out, so maybe we'll make our way down the pool. But for now, Tusk and Shadow Shaman, 2 really strong supports that we've seen a lot.
10 seconds remaining.
Shadow Shaman Actually, I'm kind of curious on his win rate because he's
5
looked really
seconds
good in
remaining.
every game we've caught sight of him. But he's another one that's picked a bunch pretty early. So I would be... Yeah, he's actually got like a 47% win rate, a little lower than expected. But I think it's because you let him through a lot. So many times he's countered, and he still has, you know, a pretty decent win rate.
I like the
Terrorblade.
Terrorblade here.
I'll tell you what, if that's for Pike, I'm loving it a lot more than the carry Doom we saw
10
yesterday
seconds
twice.
remaining.
So that's a big step up for Edge's drafting in my books.
5 seconds remaining.
It's actually really funny when you think about that. All right. Well, in terms of the rest of this draft, where they can go, they've already taken out the Gyrocopter, one of the better heroes at dealing with the Terrorblade as well. So in terms of the carry matchups, I think they're okay if they want to run this for a carry. There are other options, of course, but the Gyro has traditionally been seen as one of the decent carries. They're going to go for the Pangolier. Not bad. I do want to point out that Drow Ranger is another carry that has started to get a little bit more attention and is often played into Terrorblade as well.
10 seconds remaining.
I've seen other teams play her, though I don't think you and
5
I have actually gotten
seconds
to catch a game of her. But looks decent right now versus the Terrorblade. Versus the Shadow Shaman, you can kind of stay far back, and you've got Gust, so it's not easy for him to get close to you. Might come out later. They do have 18th pick on Sin Compromiso, so perhaps if Edge shows the
Radiant team
offlaner
pick.
coming up in their next two picks. You'd have a Jakiro as well you could lane with. That's a pretty strong lane.
I like it.
Jakiro, also pretty decent versus Terrorblade. You got all the AoE spells, Ice Path, Macropyre, Dual
10
Breath.
seconds remaining.
Slowing down the illusions attack speeds in a lot of cases so that
5 seconds
you really mitigate
remaining.
the damage. And the early game, you actually have enough magic damage to kill a Terrorblade who's got like 1,000 health. Now, one day, Rubik will be meta again, and then a Rubik pick right here would be pretty solid.
I mean, yeah, not wrong. I just can't, I don't know. We've talked about Rubik quite a bit. Like, some teams do actually pick it occasionally, but the lane stage feels just so weak on the hero that he just doesn't really compete with the other supports right now. So, like, maybe the
Radiant team
avenue to
pick.
picking him is you pick him, but you have something like a Centaur or a Tide in the offlane that just don't need his help, I guess. But then he also doesn't really farm, so it's weird.
I feel like he can, though, you know, in terms of... Like, there's some position fours that are
10
really weak in the
seconds
laning
remaining.
stage, and just creep drag. You know, something like Tusk and Bounty
Yeah.
Hunter
5
might do
seconds
that. Shadow
remaining.
Shaman, we've seen him creep drag. I mean, Rubik can do it, too, you know, so that's why I'm kind of surprised for... I know the lane is not as good, but the power spike at level 6, when you can steal Ice Path, when you can steal Pango's roll, right,
Dire
seems
team
really
pick.
strong, but... You know, a lot of people still
Whoa.
not liking the laning stage enough. We're getting a Weaver here, so keeping some options open because this could be a position for Weaver, but you could still do carry Weaver, move Terrorblade to the off lane. You can get
10
real crazy do like
seconds
off
remaining.
lane Weaver, but I think that's actually
5
something
seconds
Sacred does
remaining.
more. So
Yeah,
maybe a little bit
Sacred's
of a
definitely the offlane
deny
Weaver
pick.
player.
Dire
I think this
team
is
back.
Carry Weaver. Okay. Morphling actually makes it through, so this will be Parker's hero of choice. Great into both of these matchups, right? Weaver and Terrorblade. Very difficult to deal with the Morphling once he has Sakuchi. Or if he wants to just fight heads up against the Terrorblade, he
10
can do that as
seconds
well.
remaining.
You'd get real crazy. Off lane
5
Terrorblade,
seconds remaining.
4 Weaver, carry Drow.
Oh my god. This would definitely be on par for the Edge draft that we saw the day before.
Okay,
Radiant's
Carry Doom
turn
actually
back.
way better this game. Yeah, he's gonna get banned out here. I don't think it would have had to be Carry Doom. You could just do offlane Doom versus the Morphling, and it would have been very strong versus both the Morphling and the Pango. Possibly
Radiant
whatever
team back.
10th pick Sin Compromiso was going for as well.
You think they'll take a page out of a Starbucks book here and run it as a 4-position Terrorblade? Rushing Armlet Blink?
To get a different offlaner? I mean,
10 seconds remaining.
I guess first question, would you rather have Terrorblade carry or Weaver carry?
5
I feel like
seconds
Terrorblade
remaining.
is a more natural Scotty builder. So I think I like the carry Terrorblade a little bit more. But if you absolutely had to... I don't know, man. I'm just not sold on Terrorblade support nowadays. It just not seem good. Especially into a Jakiro.
Dire team
Jakiro's gonna
back.
beat you in the lane.
I 100% agree. I don't think it would actually be good this game. I was just kind of like making a poke at it. They get rid of the Enigma and the Slardar, 2 pretty strong offlane heroes that they do not want to deal with. They would not have good
10
cancel for the Black
seconds
Hole
remaining.
at all. So, makes sense to me.
5 seconds remaining.
Their actual chain stun's also a little tricky on Sin Compromiso. Pango with the blink, you know, that could be the way you start on some of these tricky heroes like Ember and Weaver. But then you've got to be close enough with the Ice Path follow-up to actually lock down Ember and Weaver, 2 mobile heroes. So their last pick might need a little bit more control. I think that's part of why the Slardar gets
team
banned, the
pick.
Enigma gets banned. You could do Pango off lane
team
with the
pick.
Tusk. The tag team is pretty strong. Okay, never mind. Actually, they go for the Legion off lane, which that's actually kind of scary for the Terrorblade. Overwhelming odds can be a lot of damage. You have the Dispel for the Shadow Shaman Shackles, and Duel could be your fairly instant
10
initiation
seconds remaining.
versus these Ember Spirits, these Weavers, and with the Blade Mail, they're actually going to do a lot
5
of damage to
seconds
themselves.
remaining.
That's a definite Sacred pick. Like, there's not many people that run Legion Commander at all anymore, but Sacred is a player that really likes this Legion. I'm not 100% sold on it. We'll see. Because I feel like it typically can be abused in the lane, but you are right where it kind of owns the TB. I think you maybe just want to put TB off lane. And I don't know what you do carry-wise, because, yeah, I mean... The overwhelming odds is pretty difficult for both Terrorblade and Weaver to deal with. But my biggest criticism, yeah, right. My biggest criticism of a hero like Legion is that like
Choose
a
your
lot of
hero.
times it just falls off. We're gonna see the Beastmaster come out. Okay, so it'll be support Weaver. You are correct. Vitalia will take the Beastmaster. Pike will take the Terrorblade to the safe lane, and it should just be Ember mid for PP.
I like the Beastmaster.
Yeah.
The ultimate can be dispelled by the Legion, so that's something he'll have to be careful of. There's also the Snowball save. But, I mean, you're not always going to be grouped up as 5, and that's just going to give you the same original power of the ultimate, just a quick pick off on any hero. But I also think we're likely to see Helm of the Overlord this game, because it's a little faster in terms of the timing. Aghanims usually comes online around like 15 minutes nowadays. And that's a good amount of time for Morphling to farm up, already get a Manta potentially if he's having a decent time in the lane. The Helm of the Dominator allows you to take towers a lot earlier and start to restrict the map of this Morphling, limit what he can farm, and start to take control of the game before he's really online. And even Legion, right, needs a couple like Blade Mail Blink before she's truly scary.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree. We'll see what ends up happening. As terms of the facets go, nothing really that out of the ordinary from what we can tell right now. Hivemind Weaver seems to be the only support facet that's worth going. It will be the Chain Gang for the Ember Spirit, which has been getting a lot more play, going the Max Flame Guard as a kind of a option with that one, as opposed to the Max of the Sleight of Fist. And Wild Hunt for Beastmaster does indicate that he's probably going to go the Helm of the Overlord.
That's the real bait. go go wild hunt, but then still go the Ags. They'll never see it coming. I would actually like... Well, I think Shadow Shaman will do enough with the regular ult. If you are thinking of playing fast, the Chicken Fingers will help provide more lockdown for some of these mobile heroes. But I kind of would like the idea of the Mega Serpent Ward in terms of an even faster tempo push. You know, like, who needs to catch them? I'm just taking all their buildings, taking a super fast Roche, and they can't stop us.
Rare. My favorite, medium rare.
All right. Well, here we go. It is game 1 of our first series here today, Edge versus Sin Compromiso. As both teams very talented, kind of surprising to see them both end up in the lower bracket, but that is how things go. And one of them will be kissing their EWC dreams goodbye here today.
Teams going for an aggressive smoke, but missing each other, picking different sides.
30 seconds to
So I
battle.
wonder if Terrorblade, he better be careful with the way he walks back, or he will die.
He is going the deep route. He should be okay. Both teams of the ward there, and the mid lane. I think I just heard them drop another ward bottom side of the jungle. But neither team really wanting to fight for these water or for these bounty runes, so we'll just go 2-2.
Like, both teams want to do some early body blocking or the creep wave. This has become a lot more common now that both lanes can do this. Now that the lanes are a little bit more symmetric. We're seeing this happen. You get the off laner into a good spot, and then you just go stack for the position. Well, for anyone, really. The position 4 goes and stacks the triangle. And on one hand, you could have the Beastmaster or Ember clear it. On the other side, it could be the Pango or the Legion doing the stacks. It's become a bit more common.
At one point, does neither team do this because we all just agree that the other team is, like, if both of us do it, nothing happens, so what's the point, you know? You
There's
know,
no
when does
honor in this kind of stuff. You'll finally agree, like, oh, let's not do it. And then one team will like, we're still going to do it.
got him.
That's why everyone will do it. I actually don't expect too much in terms of kill potential. They've actually swapped the Weaver down here. Which is...
I feel like Weaver is going to struggle when that Sakuchi is not available. But I guess he would struggle a lot against the Jakiro, right? Very squishy hero. Jakiro can just pepper him from range, just constantly throwing spells into him. So I kind of like the idea more. He just needs to be careful with the Sakuchi once the level 2s start coming out in that bottom lane.
I also wonder if part of it is the Legion. Like, you'd get no shackle value against the Legion, and even the Tusk, right? Like, okay, he just snowballs, you know? Maybe that's some of the idea.
Stinger might just be dead here, coming a little bit too far forward, and yeah, absolutely is. He tried to just throw a casual dual breath and instead dies for it. Michael not letting that one slide.
Wouldn't be able to shackle in that bottom lane. So that lane swap paying off.
You right, you right.
Bottom side. There's probably less... I mean, if Shaman had been here and could shackle, there's more kill potential with the Terrorblade, but considering the lack of shackle, Weaver and Terrorblade are just poking away non-stop, especially when meta gets used. These are kind of bulky heroes, and they can pull out a lot of regen to get through this.
Okay,
no
Weaver now in
Sakuchi.
trouble. Yeah, pop the Sakuchi to clear a hard creep in the camp. I mean, he takes the creep away from the Legion, but yeah, I think she's okay with that. Gets the kill, a lot more gold for that value.
This lane, very even so far. I doubt either side will be killing each other prior to level 6. Even with level 6, it's actually pretty difficult for them to get to each other without some support help.
overall, I feel like this matchup should get easier for the Ember Spirit once he has like a 3rd-point Flame Guard. But I think you're right. Like neither of them is gonna like find a kill. It's really gonna be the rotations for the 6-minute power rune. I think we might see some of that stuff matter because they should both have level 6. Like we're not seeing a ton of denies one way or the other. So I think it should be a fairly stable like static lane.
I think so. Actually, the action is not too heated right now. It's mostly farming, but the Beastmaster being the one to struggle right now. Getting pretty heavily... it's not even denies, actually. I don't know. Just missing last hits? Or being zoned off? They did get a kill, so, you know, maybe he focused a bit on that, but... dropping down below this Morphling and the offlane counterpart of the Legion.
Are fortified.
Yeah, actually,
as long as they have stacks, he'll recover, but I don't think they've made any quite yet.
yeah, I feel like the lane really wasn't even in that bad of a spot a couple different times, so I agree. That's strange that he's struggling that much CS-wise. You are in very deep here as Pyke will pop that meta, but they just turn around and now just get really aggressive, trying to bring down the Terrorblade instead. A much better target. They won't have the damage to finish it, but they have done a lot of work there. He had to blow the stick as well, so I'll be pretty happy with that. Meta and stick down, that's one more opportunity like that, and they should be able to get the Terrorblade.
Yeah, they're stronger than I thought. I actually thought Terrorblade was going to be in a good position to do damage. It's actually the Tusk and the Legion still chasing hard on this Weaver. Is going to make it away this time, but that's not how I thought that lane would be going. Hero.
Another kill for Vitali here, top lane. Not getting a lot of CS, but he's getting kills. 2 to his name. And surprise, Beastmaster top of the net worth.
Is Stinger standing in today?
I was wondering about that, yeah, because I did notice it was Stinger playing, and I was like, that's not what I
Radiant's bottom
remember.
tower is under
Because it
attack.
used to be Panda, so I'm guessing he's standing in. Because I don't think Stinger is playing on any other team right now. Arcane bottled up there for PP thanks to the Remnant, so fortunate for him that it did not spawn bottom, otherwise Dark Mago may have had a chance of getting it. A very static game. Like, neither team really rotating big for this mid lane power rune. We've kind of just see teams farming up. I don't know if there's many stacks even being made. Bottom lane, they do manage to secure the kill there onto Pyke. The dive was worth it. Genix survives as well.
The overwhelming odds is, I knew it'd be strong, but it's doing even more work here than I expected. Getting all the extra damage when the Terrorblade illusions come up. And it's helping them burst this low health Terrorblade. So even though the CS was going okay, now starting to drop behind due to these deaths. And Ember tried to make his way top with the Arcane Rune because this is the lane that's going a bit poorly for them. And you don't really want that because this is a Beastmaster trying to get that Helm of the Dominator. The sooner you have it, the better of a time you'll have. He has it now. It's a little later than he would like. But maybe you can now complete a rotation up with the Ember. Excuse me. One kill with the Helm of the Dominator on a Beastmaster can lead to some significant tower pressure.
They are going to bring in the Tusk here. Maybe they can just try and turn for a kill onto Vitali or to Michael. Instead, they just tag team, try to bring down the creep right away. The Ice Path will stop the shackles, and here comes the Ember. PP is in, but so is Dark Mago. Rolling Thunder canceled out by the Searing Chains. He'll be able to throw it now. Is that will? Well, it should finish off the Beastmaster. There it is. And with Parker here getting level 6, he's now got his own Flame Guard. He has his own Searing Chains, able to do a lot more in the fight here now as the Morphling as Yadomi comes through. Even Sacred as well, but they don't have detection for the duel. A fight going the way of Sin Compromiso.
And they're able to just bring more heroes quickly since it is their half of the map. Ember even rotated pretty quickly since he had the he preemptively put a Spirit towards that safe lane. So he just goes straight from the mid lane, covers half the distance, gets there quickly, but not as quick as the teleports arriving from the rest of the team. Duel now online. Doesn't have a dual kill yet, but thanks to finding all these kills on the rotations from Sacred, be something you can threaten.
Well, they're going to definitely try now, but of course you have the Tusk there to stop it. He will get the Shackles now. They've got a whip as well, and with that Pike, likely to finish off Sacred. Not enough healing to come through, and PP with the haste rune is going to chase for Genic now behind the tower. Good body blocks, trying to get the Shadow Shaman in range, and there it is. The Shackles finally connect. Michael, of all people, getting the double kill. And that's level 6 on the Shaman now.
Oh, that's true, yeah. The creep wave's right here, and you still have meta. You probably just drop this. Yeah, there it goes. You're going to have to TP in the heroes. Stinger's already here. Look how quickly his tower is dropping, though.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage in the tower. They'll clean up the ward. Shakiro, very good at this thanks to Twin Terror, but he did like 2/3, 3/4 of the health of the tower's health.
Good patience from Shadow Shaman there. We talked about not overwhelming odds. Press the attack and Snowball being able to stop shackles, but if Snowball gets used and you shackle the Legion, now you get the full duration shackle. Terrorblade finally able to just lay in with the meta damage and the Ripper's Lash he had picked up, allowing them to get that kill. I think without that, Legion walks out of there.
It was close, yeah. I think the Ripper's Lash was actually just enough extra damage.
Making away top. Turned the corner, saw the Morphling a little too soon, or a little too late. Smoke had already broken.
Well, they're smoking as well themselves on Sin Compromiso, but yeah, they're not going to find the target that they want. Like, you can't really go on the Ember. You don't have good lockdown until you have like a Blink Dagger on the Legion. Dark Mago on the Pangolier is a pretty good fighting hero right now, but he's just going to start farming it back up, putting this Diffusal to work to at least annoy the Ember. So no real connection off of this smoke.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Very unfortunate chain. 4 creeps and a Pango, and all 4 chains hit the creeps.
Quite
Dire's
lucky.
middle tower is under attack.
I gotta say, we were worried about the Beastmaster start of the lane, but that fight earlier, he managed to pick up some kills. He's been farming stacks. Back to the top of the net worth. I mean, this is why this hero is so strong. Like you said, it doesn't matter, apparently, if you kill him in the lane, if he just misses CS, right? He's gonna come back. He's gonna hit some strong timings. And the Helm of the Overlord,
It's almost
minute.
done. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
almost
another
done.
minute away, and it's not gonna be easy to deal with right now. Pango, like, Diffusal is like kind of good to get a chunk of it, but you got to finish the rest after that. Now, Morphling's not that farmed yet to threaten it, so you can get some serious damage in.
Mid lane, both teams posturing here for that 12-minute rune with the Beastmaster top. I feel like they're not wanting to contest that. Instead, they actually get lucky. Shield rune spawns bottom. Bottled up by the Pangolier. And Beastmaster, he's just picking the tower. He's like, all right, I have a job to do. I'm gonna go kill a tower.
Radiant are scanning.
With the Shaman coming up there, they should be able to get it.
There's some rotations coming in. Pango TPing in with that shield rune. You gotta be careful. You don't want to fight
That's
here.
a really nice Ice Path catching 2, but with the Rolling Thunder coming on, they will grab themselves the Helm of the Dominator creep, but they really want Fatale. Ooh, that is really unfortunate on that bounce. Dark Mago unable to make it down the bridge,
Dire's top tower
and they
has
still
fallen.
lose the tower to the wards.
That's a tough one to get down that bridge angle as the Pango rolling. So if you do slip in there, I think you can
Dire's
finish that
middle
kill.
tower is under attack.
But like you said, they chase, get nothing for it, lose their tower. They're gonna switch, run through the Twin Gate real quick, see if they can at least take the
Dire's middle
enemy's tower
is
to
under
match.
attack.
I don't see anyone coming
Radiant's
over here,
bottom
so
tower is under
it does
attack.
look like they'll get their own safe lane tower.
Radiant structures.
Looks like Edge just wants to wait for this Helm of the Overlord to come up. That is going to be a very strong timing for the Beastmaster.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Mid lane,
Deep
Michael.
play.
Yeah, he's on the wrong side of the tree line here. This will be the first duel for Sacred, but they do manage to get the tower. Not a hero that's fun to duel, thanks to foul play, but as long as the duel doesn't expire in time, it'll be all right.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I thought they knew Pango had a shield rune. Because Weaver had used bugs to scout him grabbing it, but still went a bit far there. Legion this game opted for the Blink Dagger first. If you get Blade Mail, that helps you farm faster. Blink Dagger lets you get the duel sooner. And this game, she does have the Macropyre to work with. Tusk adds a lot of damage as well, the Pango. But you have to find those duels. Otherwise, it would have been smoother to get the Blade Mail first. They're smoked up right now, seeing if they can find anything. Maybe you run to Terrorblade. If he goes a little further to the right, he might walk into an Observer they have placed. For now, they're checking the wrong side. Looks like this smoke may not quite connect. Oh, well, I say that.
Hold up.
Terrorblade's actually
He's
coming down
back.
here.
Dire's top tower is under
Uh-oh.
attack.
Oh, the duel does come out, but the damage, is it going to be fast enough? It's not. He still dies, but no duel victory there for the Legion. A nice Ice Path and a Macropyre trying to make some space for them, but the kill will go to PP on the Ember Spirit. So they trade, but you do get the big kill you're looking for. Meanwhile, Vitali took your tier 2 top. Because Beastmaster.
Because Beastmaster. I mean, if anyone's gonna do that, it's gotta be Beastmaster, right? Losing the tier 2 that early actually does feel kind of like you kill the carry and you get a duel.
But not a duel
Actually,
victory.
he didn't even wait. He
Yeah.
didn't. Oh yeah,
He didn't
live just
he-
long enough.
Yeah, he lived, like the Macropyre needed to come out like literally a second earlier.
Well, then that feels not worth it. I thought if you got the duel at least, maybe. Oh, they will find the Weaver. Do they have duel?
They do.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they
that
do.
one's a dual victory. I'll be honest, it looked like the channel finished to go through the Twin Gate when he got stunned, so that is very
Got
close
scammed.
timing there. Dude, I don't know if we can get a replay on that, but I feel like that cast bar vanished as he was going through the Twin Gate. Oh,
Seeing them all
Beastmaster
bottom,
took your
they
tier
actually
2
go
and
for
your
the-
Roche.
The Roche, yeah. A space made by the Weaver.
All right, worth it.
It's a good call. And Weaver going for the
Radiant's bottom
Yule.
tower
He
is under
originally had a
attack.
Spirit Vessel queued up. It is pretty good versus the Morphling, even though there is the Dispel. If you can force it out, you're opening up Shackles. So I liked the idea, but then he didn't have as good of a start as he wanted to. So he's actually pivoted over to the Yules, which will be great to save for like dual targets. Save, I don't know, someone's being roll chain stunned, like, and you see the Ice Path coming in. You can use it in all sorts of ways.
Sacred still gets roared up. The chase going to continue as PP going in aggressive. A really nice Remnant forward. Will be able to get on top of Stinger now. Searing Chains in one. Will be able to hold him long enough for him to finish the job. 2 quick kills there for the side of Edge as they can try and shove this bottom tower and finish off this tier 1. It got really low early, but they have been unable to pressure it since.
Weaver's got time lapse, should be fine here. Yeah, there you go. He's out. You at least force it. But here comes that Beastmaster. Has a Granite Golem as well. That is a tanky creep that he's about to send at that tower to finish the job.
They're going to jump right into a Hex instead. The Shackles as well. And your Tusk dead. Beat down by the Granite Golem. Walks up, just slaps him right in the face.
Shadow Shaman's Blink Dagger being delivered right now, too. Actually, did go through as an Observer, so maybe they know this is here. But otherwise, this is the tool you need to surprise the Morphling and actually get him killed. To blink Hex before he can start shifting stats.
Yeah. I think now that Serpent Wards are down, like, they're just not confident in pushing the tower. Like, they got that big rotations out of bottom. Their Terrorblades just quietly farming on the top side of the map. Which, by the way, Terrorblade's net worth is really rough right now. He has not had a great game. He needs a lot of space, it seems.
Radiant are scanning.
He got killed twice. The lane, we were saying, surprisingly, a lot better for the Legion and the Tusk than we thought. And then they even find him on a dual kill later on. This is when Beastmaster is strong, though, so he is finally getting that space, taking over that top half of the map. Beastmaster distracting things in the bottom. Still looks like they want to finish that tier 1 tower.
Radiant are scanning.
I'd say if you can get that tier 1 tower, you can then go just sit top, wait for the Tormentor. Roll gets used, but doesn't actually connect. I think that was trying to find a blink kill with the roll.
Yeah, that was definitely
actually
trying to
give
be like a blink reveal from the Pango to try and stun the Ember and then into duel, but Ember had already
Dire's bottom
remnanted away.
tower is under attack.
That should give a pretty free Tormentor over to Edge. I don't think you can fight without roll. Unless you get like a pick-off
Radiant's
beforehand,
middle
but
tower is under
they're
attack.
already grouped up together on Edge. This is really good. This is so much better than yesterday. I don't know what happened to them yesterday, but that was not the Edge we typically see. This time, looking a lot better. And it's still a close game, but they know exactly how to play around this Beastmaster. They got the Helm of the Overlord. They've been pushing objectives. Got that early
Radiant
Aegis.
structures
Here's the
are
Tormentor
fortified.
for the Weaver. See, this one's...
Helps him far,
I actually think this is better than Shadow Shaman's.
Yeah, way better.
Yeah, it speeds up your farm a lot. And there's actually a lot of good Weaver items this game. So he has the Yules, a late game Wind Waker could be really nice to have. He's actually queued up the Aghanims, not one we see as much nowadays, but is actually really strong versus duel.
Yep.
Radiant's middle
You can also
tower
just become
has
another
been
core
denied.
if you want.
Yeah, I mean, being able to time-lapse a dual target is pretty sick. Like, it would really hurt Sacred's game if he doesn't have enough damage built up by the time this Aghanim Scepter comes out.
You know what else you can do? When Terrorblade sunders someone, he's like about to die, sunders back to full health, you can time-lapse him back to low health. Put him in his place.
That's true, that's true. Or maybe he
Ember?
Sunder saves an ally and then time-lapses the Sunder.
Yeah, or
And now they're
Ember thinks
both
he's
at full
out,
health.
remnants away, time-lapse him back.
I like how I'm trying to think of these really cool utility uses, and you're like, how can I ruin my team's game with this ability? What other ways are there? Like
it's
Michael,
utility.
you know, he gets barely out of a fight with foul play, and then you just time-lapse him right back into when he was about to die.
Okay, that's one you'd be down for. You're like, hey
I would
man,
do that one.
that ability is not fair. I'm sending you back.
No get out of jail free card for you.
Start shackling, time-lapse.
Just cancel your team's CC. That's a good one. I like that one a lot.
Jokes aside, these are things that can happen by accident in the heat of the moment that you do have to be careful of with the time-lapse. But I think he'll be looking for the much clearer examples of you get dueled, you time-lapse them. That should be pretty grief avoidant use right there.
I'm definitely going to start playing Support Weaver.
Yeah, you
No
got some
particular
ideas after
reason.
our discussions.
Yeah, no particular reason. I mean, this Weaver's gonna have like full duration bugs on that Pango for the brain drain or for the hive mind,
Imagine if the bugs had brain drain.
dude. Jump in. He does have an arcane rune here. They drop the wards right on the mid tower. There's gonna be the shackles. They don't, or the hex. They don't need to use the shackles.
Dire's structures are fortified.
And with this, should be another tier 2 tower going the way of Edge here just momentarily. As the whole team here ready to go.
That was some 4D chess from Edge right there. The Weaver Sakuchi's in and Yules the Pango as if, like, oh, we're about to get you. So Pango rolls to get out there safely. And off of that, they know, okay, no roll for the team fight. Just dive mid lane.
Yeah, true actually.
You do avoid a lot of it, so only the Tusk ends up dying, but it means you lose your mid tower, which maybe get a duel onto Terrorblade. Another really close one. Doesn't actually get the duel damage, but a kill on Terrorblade's always going to be good.
It's kind of crazy he's still standing there, I'll be honest. That is one of those things where it's like you just took the tier 2, you know the enemy team is like missing on the map. That's a really greedy spot to be farming. So Terrorblade gets punished heavily, but no dual victory again. So a little
That's
bit
one
of
where
a
you maybe
silver
leave.
lining, I guess.
You leave the illusions and the Helm of the Overlord creep to farm there. The main hero gets out.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Tier
attack.
2 mid lane,
Radiant's middle tower
quickly
has fallen.
taken down by Parker. On the other side of the fight, they do find the Weaver, but
Duel in
just don't have the
one.
damage.
If they had the duel, I think they can finish that, but it was just barely off
Dire's
cooldown.
bottom tower is under attack.
Roche could start to spawn. It looks like it's actually going to be a pretty fast spawn. So any pickoff in the next few moments could actually lead to a free second Roche. Edge, of course, can easily do it, but Morphling is farmed enough that he can now do Roche pretty quickly too, if given one kill.
We'll see what they can find. Vitaly's in a pretty good spot in mid right now to try and just keep clearing the wave, but Parker's Morphling is getting pretty scary. He's got the butterfly done. This is one of the biggest timings on the hero. Next Roshan likely means a lane of Barrack for whichever team finds it. There's the Blink the Duel. They get onto the Beastmaster. That's a great target. Do you have the damage to finish the job? They do. Finally getting the winner for the Legion. Michael will go down with him. So 2 kills now for the side of Sin Compromiso, and that should be Roshan if they want it. Otherwise, they might just poke the high ground.
Just a bit over-aggressive from Edge here, looking for a Jakiro, but you knew Sin Compromiso was on the bottom half of the map. You kind of have to expect that they might be in that area. So, kind of taking a gamble there and get punished heavily for it, losing 2 and the Roche now. And we've seen this many times, where Morphling hits the Manta Butterfly, gets the Aegis, usually the first Aegis at this point, but because of the Beastmaster, this is actually the second Aegis, which makes this even scarier, because now you have the Banner to work with. And Morphling, now level 18, if you copy the Terrorblade and you just walk up to a tower, it's gone. This should be a lane of barracks when they want to push. They have 4 minutes to take this top lane first, but you will have to fight for your high ground.
Yeah, I do think they should push out top here. There's no reason to leave another tier 1 still standing or even a tier 2, right? So
Radiant's top tower
Not when you just
is
go
under
through
attack.
backdoor on the Morphling right now.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Well, you've got to avoid them until they get to your high ground, so you'll start split pushing the other lanes. I
Dire's
think
bottom
Weaver has to go
tower
in
is under
ultra
attack.
farm mode right now. Try to finish the Ags before they
Dire's
get to your
bottom
high ground.
tower has fallen.
That'll give you a lot more power to work with.
oh,
I think that's part of the issue that
just
Very dead
walking
Shadow
right
Shaman.
into the enemy team as they come through the Twin Gate. That's another kill going to Sacred, now up to 60 damage. I mean, that is a good use of the Invis rune for the Pangolier.
I'm surprised they actually didn't finish the top tower before making this kind of move, but I guess they didn't want Edge to be able to, you're pushing top, Edge is farming 2 other lanes, right? They're trying to punish that. Only getting the Shadow Shaman is actually not too bad for Edge, since everyone else made it away, and they just moved to the top half of the map in the meantime. So this is part of dragging out the game, delaying things through this second Aegis. 3 minutes to go on this one, by the way. Looks like he's got a Scotty queued up on the Morphling, so I think if you find another Morphling kill, as well as just farming a lot right now, you could probably finish the Scotty with about a minute left on the Aegis.
They found the Weaver. That's another kill for Sacred. As they're just trying to delay the high ground push, so they keep trying to cut waves, and they're doing a really good job at not allowing that to happen. So they're gonna get this bottom lane pushed in all the way to the tier 2. It looks like they should be able to get it. But that being said, Vitali is gonna take your mid racks with like Helm of the Overlord if you don't come back for it. So
Radiant's bottom tower
I was about to
is
say,
under
Shadow
attack.
Shaman's got to get on the enemy half of the map. His ultimate,
absolutely,
plus the Overlord is what
Radiant's
really
bottom
threatens
tower has fallen.
Sin Compromiso, which they look like they're going to push bottom right now. So if you were already top, I mean, you could threaten the trade, but now you're just going to have to fight this head on.
Radiant's bottom
top
tower
or
is
mid,
under
right? Like,
attack.
you just had an Overlord creep mid. If Shadow Shaman was there, you just drop the wards with the Overlord and then threaten the tower. Fortification's going to come out here. Banner dropped as a response, and Parker
Dire's top tower is under
will
attack.
be able to finish off his tower here pretty quickly.
You don't have an easy way of dealing with this Banner.
Radiant's bottom tower.
They're just hoping to surprise the Morphling.
There's the blink, the Hex coming through, but a really quick burst in from Dark Mago as he is getting rooted up on Parker here from Vitali on this Prowler creep, but there's the Roar out holding down the Pangolier, gets the roll up, and that gives him a distance to survive as he gets to the low ground, and now Pyke in trouble. He's got a Sunder, sometimes he gets time-lapsed instead. It means you still have that Sunder, but it doesn't matter. They burst him down. Sacred gets the kill on the Legion, and with this, no Terrorblade for 60. You still have Aegis on Parker. I think the game just ended.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the Morphling here. He did copy the Terrorblade. I mean, he can use meta if he wants. It might actually be better just stay in Morphling form. It's 2 lanes at the least, which is huge in this game. If they don't end right now, playing it a little safe since this is a lower bracket, understandable. I think you probably could have forced the end, but you don't know the buyback status.
Middle
Yeah.
tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
A really good push. That play in the mid lane, costing Edge potentially the whole game here. Here's the tier 2. They never actually got this tier 2 top, otherwise they could finish the Megas. So Edge and their creep cutting gets them that much. But even as Aegis expires, this Morphling proving to be very difficult to kill. I don't know, you have to surprise him when he's on his own, because otherwise there's the snowball save and press the attack. It's really difficult to actually kill him, because you need to chain stun, and if the chain stun gets broken at any moment, he's out.
You know what I just realized, and I don't, like, it's obvious now that I think about it, but it didn't occur to me. Shadow Shaman's chicken fingers one-shots illusions. Like, it's considered a hex, which instantly kills illusions.
Oh, I got you.
Like, which is not what, like, it's kind of obvious when you think about it now, but I was like, I saw him walk up and just auto-attack an illusion, just died, and I'm like, huh. I forgot that's a thing. That's cool.
Sin Compromiso's here winning the game, and you're like, another reason Shadow Shaman's broken.
Yeah, of course. Get him out of this game. Dual victory again for Sacred. Set up off the back of the Legion Blank and even the Rolling Thunder looking for more as he's got an amplified damage, doing quite a bit of work there, but protected by the Lincolns. As Parker comes in, he just wants to force anything out of the side of Edge here. Gets dispelled thanks to the Legion as they'll just turn their attention back towards the tier 2 tower.
Exactly that type of save that makes this so difficult, and Parker even gets the BKB. You know, you don't have to rely on the saves of your teammates. Just BKB yourself, hit buildings, and there's nothing they're going to be able to do about that.
Yeah, I don't really know what you do about this. This is like
Nothing.
the classic Morphling timing that we've seen over and over again. He is just going to take the base, And they're going to try and make a play onto the backside. They go for the Hex, waiting for the Shackles. He gets the BKB off. They turn it around, look for the Ember Spirit, who is doing a decent amount of work here, but he's got nothing left in the tank. That was all of his remnants. Duel comes out onto the Beastmaster. He's dead without buyback, and I feel like the GGs are coming out here any moment. Rolling Thunder on through here from Dark Mako, looking to try and chain stun down the Terrorblade, and they get him. Game 1 goes to Sin Compromiso.
Done. Not too surprising. I feel like any team Parker has been on, this is the style you expect to see, which is that you make space, Parker gets farmed, and then he carries you through the late game. Some of this, though, is Edge's one major mistake, you know, is that kill attempt on the second Roche where they go too far in the mid lane without having enough vision, and they get killed, they lose Roche, and then they lose their whole base off of that. So kind of painful, but there were some smaller mistakes that led to that, like over-aggression, staying a little too far. We saw the Terrorblade get picked off a couple times as the teams gets backed out. So I don't know, they were playing well around the Beastmaster, but made enough mistakes that allowed one single bigger mistake to cost them the entire game.
Yeah, this one also just, we didn't really feel the impact of this support Weaver. Like, it was annoying, but like, it never really threatened any of these heroes, I feel, and it had decent levels because of Hive Mind and everything like that, but like the Ags was it was actually like kind of smart in terms of being able to potentially save people, but we saw like on the tier 3 dive, like behind the tower, they get the Terrorblade really low, they time lapse him, and then they just duel him, and he dies anyway because there's no way he can sunder at that point. So it's like you have to sunder then time lapse in the duel, but it's like it's up to Sin Compromiso to make that mistake, right? Not on Edge to like correctly play it.
To be fair, I think if you avoid some of those unnecessary deaths, you push off the timing a little bit. Like, the power spike is coming after the Ags. They lost before the Ags finished. Like, they gave up too much at that point. If you hold where you're at, you get the Ags. I do think it becomes a lot more straightforward. You know, Terrorblade's just hitting things, and you have to jump him, and the time lapse is going to be there. But we didn't get to see that, so just missed the timing a little bit, and unfortunately cost you the game at this level of play.
Yeah. Well, we're going to go to a small break, and we'll be back with game number 2 here of Sin Compromiso versus Edge in the South American Closed Qualifiers. So stay tuned, everybody. We'll see you in just a short bit.
chase ya. If you scream, I'll whisper la-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase it. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all I ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase it. If you scream, I'll whisper. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. It's our time. We're taking over. Time is ours. We're taking over. We are stars. We are
Hey everybody, welcome back here to the road to the EWC. My name's Cryptic here with Quixotics. Cutting it real close on this comeback. I was running back. We're fine. We made it. No problems here at all. We've got game 2 of Edge versus Sin Compromiso happening in just a moment. Zach, how you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good. I'm here peacefully waiting, man. It's hey, you're the one in the rush. Edge played a decent early game, but really fell apart there. Sin Compromiso, I feel like classic late game Parker strat for them.
Yeah.
I mean, repeat that into game 2. It's Edge that has to adjust.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think this was... It's funny because we don't see Legion Commander all that often, but when we saw both Weaver and Terrorblade, you're like, that's a pretty good pick. Like, it crushes both these heroes if either of them wanted to be the carry. Those are like some of the worst matchups in the game. Like one of the worst matchups in the game for them is something like a Legion Commander. And we see it in the lane stage going forward, right? Like the combination of the Tusk and the Legion Commander, it finds a kill onto Weaver early on because the Sakuchi is on cooldown, and they had to dodge the Shadow Shaman being in that lane because of the press the attack, like you pointed out. And then any single time that they're within range of Terrorblade or any of his illusions, overwhelming odds just crushes it. You get the barrier from Stone Hall Plate, and you just like positively trade every single time, and there's nothing that you can do about it with that lane from Edge. Like Weaver and Terrorblade have, like, what are they gonna do?
Yeah, at the same time, I feel like it's still overperformed. Like, I don't expect them to kill the Legion and the Tusk, but I don't expect them to be killed that many times, you know? I mean, it wasn't like endless feeding, but just dying 1 or 2 times is a little bit surprising. Pyke not having a great qualifier so far. You know, I hate to call it out, but some of it was maybe the draft, giving him, you know, carry Doom in the series yesterday. I think the Terrorblade here is ultimately countered by the Morphling and all that, but kind of struggling even before that point. Some uncharacteristic deaths from him as well in terms of map positioning. So, I don't know, need to do a little bit more to enable him to have a better start. At the same time, maybe more pressure onto Parker. You know, every team he's ever been on, the team tries to play around Parker's late game potential, and this time they give a good Morphling game. They pick the Beastmaster, which conceptually you can counter him early, push the tempo, and they tried to do that. But the lane itself, you don't really counter the Morphling, and we saw that. Morphling was very farmed. Even though Beastmaster had a good recovery, they were still neck and neck at top net worth, and that's not really where you want to let Parker be if he's on the enemy team.
I mean, absolutely. Like, one of the strengths of Morphling is that if he's left alone in a lane that is like a draw even lane for some heroes, you know, he can build things like the Vlads and just kind of sit there and farm. But if you put him in an advantageous lane, not only is he going to like typically slow down whatever carry or whatever offlane you have there, but you're never going to catch the Morphling, right? Like, he's one of those heroes that like, his skill curve is so wild. It is crazy how like different Morphling can be from game to game. Like, he either like completely blunders and has like absolutely nothing going his way because it like gets shut down in the lane or something, or you just like can't pick it because it's just not a good Morphling game, or it does exactly what it did last game and he just face rolls his way across the screen and ends the game like deathless with 30,000 net worth, like 10,000, 15,000 gold above the next highest hero. And you're like, yeah, that makes sense. Right, like, it's just, this hero is always a force to be reckoned with.
And that's why so many, not even just pro players, but carry players love Morphling, because he is that, you know, that high skill ceiling expression hero that oh, of course, I'm the pop-off Morphling. You know, I never have the flat Morphling games. It's a beloved hero for the carry players to take control and show how good they are.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, that's exactly what we saw last game, so much so that they're going to ban it out this time, even as they grab the Ancient Apparition, which is considered pretty good versus the Morphling. They're not going to risk it. Take him out. Team Sin Compromiso going to get the Pango, which I'd say did its job. You know, it wasn't an absolute pop-off standout performance from the Pango, but that's okay. That wasn't his job, right? That's what Parker's going to do on the Morphling. You just need to make him space. You need to be able to take team fights, stun things up so that Parker can kill them on the Morphling, and that's what they got out of the Pango, and what they're hoping to get here, I imagine, in game number 2.
I like the idea. I think, in general, the Pangolier like accomplished a ton last game. It's one of Dark Mago's like favorite heroes, and even into Ancient Apparition, I feel like it is a pretty favorable matchup, because even if you do hit him on the Ice Blast, if he gets Rolling Thunder off, he's a lot more survivable. Or you just Rolling Thunder first, and if you find the Ancient Apparition, even better.
10 seconds
I was actually looking back because I can't remember the last time I had played Morphling. Like, carry players love this hero. I hate Morphling. The last time I played that hero was back in like 2016. Because that was when they changed the ultimate to not like creating an illusion, essentially, that you can morph to. Like, that was the last time I played that hero.
Those are funny times. You needed to have the setting on to see hero names above the opponent so that you knew this axe was actually a Morphling. Or like, oh, we're going to jump this Crystal Maiden. It's actually Morphling baiting you in. If you didn't have that setting, that was the Morphling surprise, get E-Blade shotgun down.
I actually had no idea that setting worked that way. That's
There you
really
go, pro
funny.
strats. See, because you're a core player, it didn't matter to you. I'm the support player. If I go to the wrong hero, I'm just dead.
You're
No,
like, oh, I'm gonna go get this CM, and then he just E-blades you, and you're like,
yeah,
wait
that's
a
the
minute.
E-blade version. There's no, you're just like, my 2,000 health
10
is gone.
seconds
Nifty.
remaining.
That's real interesting.
It was also that was like the hard.
5
That was like the
seconds remaining.
old Scotty rush meta too on him too. Like when people were just rushing Scotty and Lincoln's on him back in the day because he was just like a stat hero. As we jump into the phase 2, the clockwork gets picked up here for Sin Compromiso. They ban out the Storm Spirit, and on the side of Edge, they get rid of the Bristleback and the Tusk, which not surprising. You're against, you have Ancient Apparition. You don't want to give them something like a Tusk to easily dodge out some of the Ancient Apparition, Ice Blast and damage. I think Tiny is now going to be an option for Edge because we've just seen Ancient Apparition Tiny be a pretty solid combo, even though Tiny has been nerfed. I think that's really the only time we've seen Tiny look good.
Yeah, it's decent into the Pango lane. I'm getting less and less impressed by Tiny, though. I'd be totally okay skipping it, but I feel like that's what they're going to go for. We can flex it, and then it's not going to be flexed. It's just going to go to the mid
Dire team
lane.
pick.
I will say Clockwork is annoying for the Tiny, so maybe they'll move away from it. For now, it's going to be the Bat Rider, which
cool.
has been a very solid support position for this case with the Ancient Apparition. Have seen some teams play it as a core. Wasn't impressed by the carry Bat Rider we saw yesterday. I
10
forget who
seconds
ran it.
remaining.
That one didn't seem
That
so
was
hot.
Lumiere. That was
yeah,
us.
yeah.
Seconds remaining.
That one they cooked a little too hard. I'm not saying it can't work, but that draft didn't seem like it.
It was
How do you
other
think about-
issues.
Yeah, it wasn't just the carry Bat Rider,
Radiant team
but
pick.
it is a little bit unexplored still. I was wondering if we might see the potential mid Bat Rider here, but
Yeah, I was
with
too.
this Ember Spirit pickup, it looks like they're just going to repeat that mid lane, which, I mean, it did go even for both of them, I would say. The early plays, I think Ember even did a good job there. It was kind of like
10 seconds
other elements
remaining.
to the game that fell apart. So if we see that same Pango verse Ember mid,
5
I'd say that's
seconds
fine for
remaining.
both teams. You do have the option still to flex the Pango, though. Pick a harder counter to that mid lane Ember.
You ever pick Huskar in Ancient Apparition? Is that worth
Radiant
it?
team pick.
Couldn't be me, but I've seen other people do it, and I lose,
All right,
so
I
I
like this a
would.
lot.
Okay, wait. Oracle now.
The
Giving you
Oracle
that
is pretty
counterplay.
sick. I mean, it's really good into the Bat Rider and Ancient Apparition, even Ember Spirit, since a lot of Ember's
10
damage is
seconds
hybrid. So you have the ability to block out a lot of magic damage here with just
5
Fate's Edict.
seconds
But
remaining.
being able to
Dire
dispel
team
Napalm,
pick.
pretty strong. They go for the Terrorblade. I was thinking they might have gone straight into the Abaddon, but they will go for Terrorblade here.
It's another good hero versus the Ancient Apparition because this is the most cooked last pick Huskar game possible. You're
10
thinking you've got the
seconds
AA, that you're safe, and then they Oracle save the Huskar,
5
they Sunder
seconds
save the
remaining.
Huskar. That would be absolutely hype. I'm really, really excited to see a Huskar. It's not going to happen. It's just going to be Pango mid. They're going to pick a new offlaner here at the end. But that would be so cool.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's not gonna happen because Dark Mago also just
Dire
doesn't play
team
Huskar.
back.
It's like one of the few mid heroes he just doesn't really pick that often, because he's got his own pool of like heroes that he loves to play that he can like cheese people on. The Bat Rider is actually one of them. He does have quite a few games in the Bat Rider. The Pango is
10
big for him,
seconds
so is the
remaining.
Ember Spirit. But I think a lot of people know him as like the mid Mars player, and that is something you could go for this game, right? Like you could pick up a Mars if you feel like it brings you a little bit more team fight, depending on what Edge grabbed in the last phase here. And you could flex it between mid and
10
offlane
seconds
because obviously
remaining.
Sacred can play either.
5 seconds
A
remaining.
mid or an offlaner for Sin Compromiso. I kind of like the Doom this game for them if they want to go offlane Doom mid Pango. Edge needs a carry unless we're seeing that Bat Rider. And you're going to have to do well versus Terrorblade. Maybe a Drow.
Yeah, it's not a bad Drow game at the moment, but that would open up for a Mars pretty easily. Wait,
Radiant
does
team
Drow's
back.
multi-shot still go through the arena?
Oh, I'm not sure on that one.
That was a weird one because I know it blocks attacks and stuff, but for a while, like if Arena came out, you would just drop multi-shot and then the arrows would go right through the Arena wall. They actually banned the Drow. I think it's really smart. It was a free Drow game.
10 seconds remaining.
And maybe they're not wanting to pick the Mars, so.
Well, I mean, it could be banned,
5
right?
seconds
You could
remaining.
True.
ban it on Edge and then pick it. So then what do you have at that point? I mean, sure, there's something, but there's not a lot of carries left that are good versus Terrorblade. You know, like Morphling and Drow are top of the list. So
Gyro?
just kind of protecting the Terrorblade. Yeah, it might have to be something like the Gyro. Even if it's not the perfect counter pick. Because I do feel like Terrorblade's pretty high armor. And he has good single target more than Gyro. It is just such a stable pick, and you can push a good tempo.
It gives you hybrid damage. Sven, okay, that's a good one. Sven makes sense. Like you have a lot of armor, but you build into Revenant's Brooch against Terrorblade as a Sven, and then suddenly like you magic crit him for like 600 damage.
I also like that Gyro's damage
10
comes out a lot
seconds
more
remaining.
consistently, which makes it easier for Oracle to like, now
5
is the save,
seconds remaining.
right?
Yeah.
Whereas Sven is like, oh, I'm gonna, sorry, dude, you took
Dire
3,000 damage. Like, I couldn't save you. So I kind of like the idea of taking that out. Oh, they actually banned the Gyro themselves. Offlane Terrorblade, I suppose, was still in the pool, and then Flat Cannon is good versus the Brewmaster. That is pretty heads up.
10 seconds remaining.
Though I feel like I don't know. I think you just run the Terrorblade
5
carry.
seconds
Well,
remaining.
I guess you had the Brewmaster counter pick, so you're thinking they might try to
Radiant
move it.
team pick.
Ursa.
Okay. That is not a bad pick by any means. I think it is okay in a lot of matchups,
10
but
seconds remaining.
you could definitely run the Terrorblade offlane, or you could
5
just pick
seconds
offlane
remaining.
Venomancer. And I know
I'm dying to see a
Sacred.
Venomancer.
Yeah, I know Sacred will play it. Like he's willing to pick weird offlane heroes. He could even do his offlane Weaver, since time lapse is also good against Ancient Apparition, and it's not a bad Vessel game. And you
Venomancer
do have a
Clock's pretty strong
Clockwork.
lane.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Veno Clock is not a bad lane at all.
Ancient Apparition outranges wards, so you can kind of farm those, but I mean, you go more Q and passive against the Ursa anyways to start.
I think you still go 1-1-4 now with the new facet, like for offlane Veno. So maybe that's a little problem because like you definitely just go the new Plague Carrier over Patient Zero.
You may now
Medusa.
select
So
your
they're gonna run the
heroes.
wrong
well. Is it
snake.
offlane Dusa? It's safe lane Dusa. Okay, so offlane Terrorblade. Yeah, they
That's
clicked
not
the
a Huskar
wrong
nor a
snake hero.
Venomancer.
I mean,
Okay,
I think
so they're
that's
gonna
really
move,
good though.
Yeah, you're gonna move the Terrorblade to the off lane because Brewmaster is pretty good versus the Terrorblade carry. In the same way, last game we didn't really see Pike be able to really hit his timings because he was having a rough game. Brewmaster could try to do the same thing to you, so they move it to the off lane. I actually was thinking it would be nice if they had a pipe builder on Sin Compromiso when you see like this first 3 picks, even now the Radiance from the Brewmaster, right? It'd be nice. And actually, Terrorblade can do that. Those have been popular to skip, so we'll see if he actually does it. But the Medusa
better
won't
not.
care nearly as much about the Brewmaster. And Ursa's going Diffusal are pretty rare, or at least a start, right? Later, you might get one, and it's pretty good then. But there is that window that we kind of just saw, which is Manta Butterfly into the Aegis, and you don't usually have a Diffusal at that point on the Ursa. You're actually so strong with the Medusa, you can just push high ground. And there's not much a lot of teams can do.
I agree. I think this is another Manta Butterfly game. There has been the other build we've seen, like the Maelstrom into Ags for the Medusa, which is really good if you want to push into late game and like this ultra scaling, which they could do because they have a Terrorblade. But I do think that with a pipe on the Terrorblade and the fact that you have a Medusa, Terrorblade, and an Oracle, and even for the sake of the Pangolier, heroes that do not really care that much about Ancient Apparition. I think just itemizing for the Manta Butterfly, that timing, if you can't match it on the side of Edge, I'm pretty sure you just lose the game in the same fashion. Because you won't have the damage to kill the Medusa.
Yeah, Ursa needs to have a good game. And at that
He needs a
point,
basher.
yeah, if your items are farmed,
My favorite medium rare.
I think it's like Battle Fury Blink, probably need the BKB, you want a Basher, Diffusal Disperser would be good too. Like, that's a lot of items. So if you're rich, you can do that. But then in that mix, that's where the Butterfly is really good for Medusa, because you're like, wait, I need the MKB, you know, like, what do I swap in there? And that's why it's real tricky. Now, if you're ahead, it's fine, because you'll hit a strong timing before the Butterfly's up, but you have to hit a strong timing. And he's going to avoid being first-blooded, because that certainly would slow down your timing. That's good.
And that is why you smoke from the fountain, so you know when you're about to walk into heroes. I mean, you're right. Forcing the Ursa to build an MKB when he needs so many other items this game. The Basher is like his
30
only
seconds
real
to
tool
battle.
for trying to kill the Medusa as well. So he needs one of those, and it's going to be a while.
Fortunately, his team has Chain Gang and the Lasso, so maybe you push off the Basher and just trust them to control for you. I mean, it's not the greatest lockdown in the world, but it's something. Tricky, though, into the Oracle, right? So
Yeah.
this is where the game's actually pretty tough for Edge. I think the Brewmaster and Ember are going to need to have a good start to be able to make this work. And I feel like with that said, now it's like, oh yeah, they all need to have a good start. Ursa's got to have a good start. You need Ember to have a good start. You need the Brewmaster to have a good start. Which, I mean, maybe that's just how it is with this draft. You know, you are going to lose the late game, it seems like. So the early game has to go well. You have to get the early items, the Radiance on the Brewmaster. Push quickly before this Medusa gets too scary. Before the late game scaling of the Terrorblade, right? Essentially just another carry. Maybe he'll build the pipe. Maybe he won't. Maybe he'll just build as another carry. We've seen that a lot.
If he doesn't build pipe this game, I'm going to be shocked. It is such a good pipe game. I feel like it's absolutely necessary. And if he doesn't do it, then they're I'm going to very much question their ability to win the game. Like, I think it actually has that much impact.
The rare Power Cogs range creep secure. I like it.
That's so sick.
This lane's not the easiest for the Clockwork, so probably just going to help manipulate creep aggro like we've already seen him do with that early body block. Just farm what you can. A second Power Cog range creep secure. Absolutely sick.
Dire's courier has been
He gets
killed.
the courier. Very
Oh,
nice.
bottom lane. Level 2 on the Brewmaster. Trying to run down this Oracle. They get a lot of damage in, but that is where Fortune's End is quite good. You can remove both the Cinder Brew and the Flame Break. Even the slow from Thunderclap to get you out, but pretty much means you have to save that ability. You can't use it aggressively at all. Otherwise, it'll just turn on you and you won't have a way to deal with it.
Well, for now, lanes are going pretty good for the side of Edge. Parker gonna get dispelled right away, just like you said.
Yeah,
I
it
mean, they
won't
are
be easy
forcing
to
resources,
pressure her
though.
out. Yeah, that's true. Oracle has to make sure to have enough mana for Fortune's End, which right now is fine. Got the Magic Stick, has some mangoes, plenty of mana to work with for now. And you're not looking to play aggressive down here anyways, right? This is a farming Medusa lane. Oracle is like, okay, I will dispel you, and then I'll go stack. Like, that's kind of the game plan for Oracle for the early game. And then at 6 minutes, I will go prognosticate that mid rune, and I'll be there.
Genek was chasing desperately after Yadomi there to try and cancel his clarity, and it leaves Pyke to just run down the Terrorblade, get himself first blood. They kill the Clockwork as well. Stinger dies bottom. 3 kills within a matter of seconds.
In the
That is
bottom
a
lane.
big win there for the side of Edge.
In the bottom lane, Oracle just walked up a little too far, did the dispel early, but still couldn't get away. We were saying Edge needs a good start. 3 kills in quick succession is definitely a foot in the right direction.
Mid lane is just, again, being very boring. You know, it's just the same exact matchup, same CS like we saw last game. It's almost dead even. Pango has like a little bit more denies than he did previously, but nothing really going to change there between these two.
That was something interesting that might come into play is that because this is a pretty even matchup, it can come down to the support rotations and who gets what power rune. This time you have an Oracle to tell you where to go, where to set up, what power rune you're going to get, so is it even worth, you know, committing a heavily forward or not. And that might let Pango, you know, end up with an advantageous rune fight that maybe does tip it into his favor.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Man, do you think Reflection should apply Fury Swipes?
Give him the facet for that, actually. That'd be kind of cool if Reflection applied on hit effects. Is that too powerful? As a facet.
That's what I'm wondering.
Maybe that's a support facet. Let's do it. What's the worst that could happen?
Terrorblade continues to get picked in every game of Dota. And Sunsfan gets so upset that he quits. And that would be the ultimate disaster for the community.
Alright, we don't have to do it. That's fine. It's fine. Take it back.
This reward transcends expectation.
Early phase boot pickup here on the Ursa. Sacred, tired of having to run away from him instead, goes a little bit aggressive with the meta. Does have the Orb of Frost as well, so just trying to get a little bit of damage stacked up onto these guys. We're going to see a little bit of a rotation towards the mid lane from the Clockwork. Looks like they want to try and maybe dive PP before he gets his level 6. Dark Mago has his, so that is the big timing, but it looks like, my guess, the rune is going to be spawning top. Here we go. Fortification, Rolling Thunder. He's able to dodge it out for now, but sees the Clockwork coming through. Has to dodge out the next roll, but can't. Swashbuckles on through. Gets the kill. And Genic trying to run away here. Distracting them for the moment. So we'll see the bounce, or the power rune. It actually spawns bottom. And Dark Mago went and checked like he had no idea.
Forgetting to prognosticate this game. That's okay, still got it. Really good sequence of events there. Dark Mago realizing, hey, I've got a lot of denies to this laning stage compared to last time, so I'm going to hit 6 first, come over, help punish the Ember, who's going to be a big part of the early playmaking, get him killed before he has his 6. The dive was a little messy, but still pays off. They get the kill, they get the support rotation, still get the power rune. Just everything going. Ooh, a little bit of a misclick from Dark Mago. Looks like places observer in the river. Oops.
Definitely
I was gonna say
just
it's really
meant to
nice
play
that
a sentry,
Yeah.
but unlucky.
I was gonna say it's quite nice he killed their observer, and then he's like, you know what? This has been a really fun skill-based matchup. I'm gonna deny my own observer as well. I don't want any advantages here. I want to have to earn it.
Yeah, that was definitely supposed to be like only a sentry drop, and then was like, oops. Had the wrong toggle set there.
Sometimes it delivers to you. Sometimes you get griefed by Dota, and I actually want them to change this. You'll have like 1 sentry in your inventory, and then it'll deliver an observer or like sentry observers, and it'll put the observer on top. I see this happen enough, and I think it could have happened there. I wasn't paying enough attention. Pike.
Nice
Just walk.
juke for the moment, but yeah, he's going to get chain stunned up. Finished off by Genic. Very good rotations from the Pangolier early on. He's going to go right back into mid, start applying pressure here. He's actually not super full on mana, so there's not a whole lot he can do to stop
Dire's
PP.
top tower is under attack.
But he is having a great game on the Pango. Already 1,200 gold ahead, as he this time should know where the power rune is. Boom, look at that. Amplify damage. He was ready. He knew.
Really strong start from the
Ancient
denies
Apparition.
to the Ember kill.
He's going to yoink that courier. He's like, hello there.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Dark Mago. What is he doing there right now?
It's like actually true. Like, why is there an Ancient Apparition there? Because now Clockwork's trying to find him, seeing if he's like coming back through the jungle, but he is going towards the mid lane actually, and Dark Mago might scout him out here, and it looks like he will. So
Kill
this
my
might just
courier,
be
why
it.
don't you?
Yeah, he's like, you killed my courier? You'll pay with your life.
It looks like Ancient Apparition was there blocking some ancient camps, so I mean, you do know there's an enemy Medusa, right? They're gonna want to stack a lot for her. So getting that block in, they might predict that, knowing that Ancient Gold has a lot of damage. Amplify damage, do some work there.
Yeah, he's like, nah, dude, you can't sit here and farm. I'm gonna kill you if you do. So they will just go back to farming safely on the Ember Spirit, but Dark Mago is running away in this mid lane right now.
Ooh, they scout Medusa doing these stacks. Bat Rider's here to mess with them. Pango,
Radiant's bottom tower.
Pango's
way over. He
close
does have
enough.
roll.
Stinger, I think, is fine here. He's trying to catch up to Michael so that he can get the root and dispel himself. It's not going to happen, but the Pango does get the kill. Vitali will try and run away here. Does have the primal split, but will they get the chain stuns off is the question. With the Clockwork, they might be able to. They get the pushback from the cogs. The split, it gets interrupted. It's not enough. Oh, man, that hurts. He got so unlucky. None of those battery assaults hitting the Ember Spirit.
He maybe needed to use it a little bit sooner. Ooh, Oracle? Dude, that's where Clairvoyant Curse might have actually killed him.
Maybe. Pike walking bottom is like, wait a minute. We not fighting anymore, or?
Nah, dude, we're done. Go back. Okay. Yeah, I think that was a little bit deep. They do want to mess with the Medusa. I think maybe just Bat Rider does that. You know, you just absorb some XP, throw a Flame Break to try to steal some stuff. But I don't think you actually want to move too aggressively. They had Primal Split, so they thought they could, but Pango's having too good of a game. You got to be very careful of deep plays versus the Pango. I mean, look at that. He's 1,000 gold over the Ursa. That's actually... This is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, it's an insane amount of farm for
Dire's
Pango this
middle
game.
tower is under attack.
And Parker and Terrorblade, right? They're not having bad games by any means,
Dire
right?
are
The Medusa Terrorblade kind of just in the mix with the rest of the cores here. If they start to pick up a bunch of stacks, I think they're going to be in a really good spot. Is Terrorblade actually going to go the pipe? I haven't looked at his item build.
He's going Orchid. That's actually
Okay.
kind of cool
Dire's
too,
top
but
tower is under attack.
yeah,
A
the
lot
pipe.
greedier.
We'll see.
Radiant
Yeah,
are
it's
scanning.
either gonna really work or not. You know, where it's like, oh, you get the Orchid kill on Brewmaster, on Ember, Cannon Rage, right? You get a bunch of kills, super worth. Or your team keeps getting killed by Ice Blast, and you're like, God, I wish we had a pipe. Pango, pretty
Dire's
aggressive
top
play on his
tower
own, but
is falling.
easily just rolls on out of there.
Yeah, forces the Ice Blast, and that's kind of one of the benefits of the Pango is once he has Rolling Thunder up, it's not an easy thing to contest. Space Mage to take the top tier 2 tower. Oracle's just going to deny the Invis Rune as he knew it was coming. PP going to try and do what damage he can, but Stinger just healing himself up.
You do have Fate's Edict. That might give you the room you need to skip the pipe. It is only onto one hero, though.
Yeah.
Which is where the pipe pretty useful. But I do see the value of the Orchid. Like right now it's Pango and Clockwork and it's working, but as these heroes get more health, it's not as easy to make this power cog and roll chain stun work to get the kill. You'll need something like the Orchid for the longer duration. So I can understand why he does want to go for it. And having a decent time, so I mean it's like if the Orchid's too late, doesn't usually pay off and it's better to have gone for a pipe, but he is having a solid start, so this Orchid is actually pretty close to being done, just needs another 200 gold, and we are very far from any dispels. Ember Spirit is finishing a Blade Mail right now, Brewmaster still working on the Radiance, Ursa Battle Fury about to finish, so you've got like minimum 5 minutes where they can't remove Orchid.
It's a pretty big window. They do have Clockwork's hookshot coming up off cooldown here. Actually, he just throws it. I think he just finds Bat Rider here for free. A little bit of help from the Medusa. Secures the kill.
I'll kill you again.
Wisdom Shrine's coming up here in just a few seconds. Thank you, Michael, for reminding us.
It's not how I thought this game was gonna go when they when Edge got those 3 kills, like all back to back.
Yeah. Oh, Ice Blast off the mark. This means he can just respond with Rolling Thunder, but that's the Orchid instead. He remnants right into the hands of Sacred. And PP up onto the high ground, trying to dodge this one out. Rolling Thunder will connect, and Stinger will secure it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, the Orchid has now paid off, and Genic with a Haste Rune is going to start chasing after the Bat Rider. You are fast on the Bat Rider, but you are not hasted fast. Up onto the high ground he goes. Clockwork
Dire's middle tower
has
is
Hookshot
under
coming up
attack.
now, so he will back
Dire's
away as he sees
structures
Vitali
are
rotating in. Ward drop there, scouting out pretty much everything. As Sacred does get the mid tower here with the illusions. Genic comes in, gets the cogs off to prevent any sort of chase, and they will back away. And you force 4 heroes mid. Meanwhile, it only took you 2 to get the tower.
I think they were hoping to get a kill to. Also,
Uh-oh.
Ursa will now clear the stack, scouted from the flare. I was thinking if you could try to make a play to steal this, because Pango's actually really good at it. It'd even be worth committing a roll if you had to, but you could also move the Medusa over. And I think that's part of why Edge also feels that pressure. They want to make sure they get it now onto the Ursa, which this speeds up his Blink Dagger a lot. Now, once you have that, threaten some kills.
Yeah, they're starting to pull ahead in the net worth here just because of the farm speed that this Medusa and Terrorblade have, but also just because of how good of a start the Pango has had. He's 2,000 gold up on his, mid lane compared to the Ember Spirit has his Blink Dagger. Gonna go back for what will likely be Aghanim Scepter. That's pretty much the build every time. Those 3 items, now the order sometimes changes on whether you go Blink or Ags first, but will grab himself an Arcane Rune immediately. And they're going to head towards top.
This game, I think Blink is fine. Ags is great damage, and it's going to be good versus the Brewmaster, and you'll get it eventually. But you have a Terrorblade offlane and a Medusa carry, right? Like,
yeah,
they're mainly contributing damage, so you just need to be the better lockdown, especially versus heroes like Ember and Brewmaster. Even the Enrage on Ursa can get them out of a lot of situations if you don't have a way to surprise them with a quick Blink roll. And he'll go for the Ags afterwards anyway. Like I said, you typically get both. Splash,
really nice
so
find there
much
from
damage.
Genic. Dude, and that was so funny because he was trying to pretend like he didn't have a ward. Like, he didn't want to just blindly hookshot, so he's like, oh, I promise I don't have a ward or anything, and then, like, just flares, like, 2 feet in front of him and hookshots. Like, he clearly just saw him the whole time. It's very funny, like, watching how he played that.
But I will say this Observer is in a bit of a weird spot. It's really not the greatest vision, but that means it's very unlikely to be found. And I think they even ping, right? He pinged the usual spot, which is a little bit more on the high ground of the triangle. And
well, they see the ward on the left side of the lane, I think. Well, there's your lasso. Good by Genic. Yeah, there's a ward in range of a sentry in mid, so they're going to get that one.
They might deny it, actually. I think they saw that the creeps hit it a little bit.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Never mind, they just removed the sentry. They want that vision up a little longer. It is a pretty recently placed Observer, so you'd lose a good chunk of vision with that down.
So they get the Clockwork into tier 1 bottom. That's going to be their first tower here for the side of Edge. Not a bad find, but now I'm starting to wonder where Terrorblade goes with his item build. Like, at this point, do you just start building like an extra carry? Do you go Dragon Lance? Do you go back for the pipe? Like, you're still a very fragile hero with, like, considering what you're playing up against.
I think I would like to see the pipe. even after the Orchid. I feel like there's a good chance we just see him go carry, though.
Guys, I need stats, and, you know, Dragonlance provides stats, so does Manta.
I could do more damage. I've got the Orchid. It does make sense, you know, like memes aside, Orchid often leads to a pretty quick Bloodthorn on Terrorblades, and I mean, it literally is a lot of damage when you can attack with a bunch of illusions and attack speed on the Bloodthorn. So, yeah, the guy
Ice Blast,
Dragonlance
so
in.
They're gonna go for the blank. The lasso is out. Oracle gonna try and get in range to save him. He does it. Gets knocked away by the Bat Rider. Beautifully done. And now Stinger, he's gonna die himself. I thought
That was a really good flame break.
Yeah, maybe they thought that they wouldn't be able to like fight with at the tower without the Ice Blast, but yeah, Michael with a perfect flame break.
He's going for the Pavis first to, you know, just buff up probably the Medusa, right, when she starts joining these fights, but because of that, has no mobility items.
That's gonna stop your Roshan.
So.
Yeah. Parker is here, and I think he has Butterfly. Or at least he's very close. Is it done?
It's done. He's got Manta Butterfly. Yeah. It's about that time. Their Roche is not as good. It will have to take a longer commitment, which can be a little scary into the Ice Blast, so they might want to kill first. But as soon as you get the window to get the Aegis, this is a very scary Medusa. You got the Oracle behind her as well. It looks like they might just force it. They're waiting for it to make his walk over.
30-second travel time.
I don't like that. I know I say it a lot in our cast. I really want him to move faster.
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to it. So, Roshan being targeted. They know. They scanned this out on Edge, and they are, I think, too afraid to actually contest this 5-on-5. So this will be just an Ice Blast coming in, causing a little bit of pain here for Dark Mago, but Aegis will go into Parker. And Ursa will trade for the Tormentor.
Structures are fortified.
Tormentor, fortunately for the Ancient Apparition rather than the Bat Rider, so not a bad one to get, but not that great versus a Medusa, I feel like, since this isn't the greatest Ice Blast game.
Yeah, you're not gonna have to deal with the Medusa pushing your barracks, like, or your towers. It previously was just Sacred on the Terrorblade, but Medusa a lot more difficult to kill. I know she doesn't look like that tanky because of her stats are, you know, kind of low, but deceptively tanky hero.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Especially because you have the Oracle too.
Radiant's top tower is under
The one
attack.
downside is Oracle is more of a health healer rather than a mana healer. So you're not giving her the true second life, but False Promise is 7 seconds of, you know, not being able to die. And that's plenty for a Medusa to get a couple more kills before she potentially dies after that. Which makes the way for the rest of the team to live. Like, for example, the carry Terrorblade. Carry offlane Terrorblade. If Medusa dies because they have to focus her, he's just going to do the damage instead. That's what he told his team why he has to build Dragonlance instead of Pipe.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, Hurricane Pike will be helpful this game. But yeah, I agree. Genic will find Bat Rider. Hook shot comes out, traps him inside the cogs, knocks him back, goes for the lasso, and gets the kill. Genic once again taking down the pesky Bat Rider.
Dire's bottom tower
They're going to make
is
their way
under
top
attack.
off of that. Take another tier 2 tower. Really don't think you can defend. You just have to wait out this Aegis. But you should be pushing high ground with this Aegis, and you'll have to fight
Dire's
then.
top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I was actually wondering when... I actually thought that they might look for the mid tier 2, but they end up going for top instead. Dark can go with an amplified damage rune now. He will just go ahead and let this Rolling Thunder get thrown, and that will allow him to secure the kill here onto Yodomi.
Or will it?
That's a huge misplay.
I think he might have been worried about Lasso. Maybe he didn't realize it got used bottom on the Clockwork. And he's like, oh, if I kill this
bottom tower
Ancient
is under
Apparition, I might get
attack.
lassoed right after and dragged into
Dire's
the
middle
base.
tower is under attack.
But if he
Dire's
knew
middle
it was
tower
down,
has fallen.
I think you can get that kill and just get out safely.
Dire's top
Yeah,
tower
I mean, you
is
committed
under
your
attack.
amplified damage for that. Bottom lane, they're looking for the Brewmaster. Genic is here on the Clockwork. Now, he might be able to get the split off in time if he gets the status resistance. There's the Orchid. Hook shot's going to come through. Quickly dispelled, of course, thanks to the status resistance. There's going to be the Yules, the pushback, the mini stuns, and there it is. Primal Split does come through. He should get out of this. I don't think they can chase down all of the pandas. He can at least buy himself enough space, but they do get the Brew Split for
Radiant's
this
middle
chase.
tower has been denied.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, right? Like, sure, meta gets used, and that's, of course, big for the Terrorblade, but really it's the Medusa who's the true damage dealer, so you need split more than they need meta on these types of high ground pushes, and I feel off of that. You've got a minute and 15 left on this
Radiant's top
Aegis.
tower
Medusa is
under
trying to
attack.
finish her Scotty right now. It's being bought and delivered. It's go time. You've got 1 minute with a Scotty now on Medusa to push his high ground. No Brew Split. It's really just Lasso. Lasso is the only thing you're a little bit worried about. And that's the Lasso into an Oracle, you know? It's not even that good of a Lasso.
This is going to be scary. Do they actually have the... What?
Weird.
The hookshot hit him mid-sleight of fist, so it didn't
Dire's middle
stun
tower
him.
is under attack.
Yeah.
Dire's
That's a
All right,
strange
well-
one, but you do kill Ancient Apparition at the same time, and that's kind
They're
of good enough.
Their creep wave is being cut right now from the Bat Rider, so backdoor protection will kick in. Parker might be able to finish the tier 3 tower, but he will not be able to get the lane of Rax, and
Dire's
Michael
middle tower is under attack.
is going to die here for this one. No, the backdoor protection kicks in. Parker can't get it.
Last second.
All right. They hold. The Aegis doesn't allow them to crack the high ground. 15 seconds left.
Same time, I don't think you have to stop. Because you killed the Bat Rider, the Aegis is going to expire, but it's also going to
Yeah.
heal all the mana she's missing.
Yeah, exactly.
We say they didn't crack it, but... Okay, I was going to say it's low enough that just one more push will go. The Illusions finish the job. So I'm actually mildly surprised they're not just going to go finish the mid-barracks. I think you could just force it, but they'll back off, play it safe, look for a pick-off first, maybe head back
Is there
in
any
after
major
that.
items they're close to?
On Sin Compromiso?
Yeah, like, is there anything they'd be waiting for? Stinger has his blink. Darkmago finished the Ags. Maybe he's going Basher or something next, but it doesn't look like they're close to finishing any new items.
Yeah, I think they just want to play it safe and get a pick off before going up. Because you're in a good spot, you feel... You're probably going to win late game, right? I mean, you have 2 carries in the Terrorblade Medusa, right? Your late game's really strong. Brewmasters, Brewlings aren't going to be an issue for you. So the only way you throw is going high ground too soon and giving a team fight back to edge. So I think that's why they're being careful, trying to find a smoke pickoff first. Even though they could force it, that's also arguably one of the few ways they lose the game.
Dire's middle
They get vision of
barracks
Michael
are under attack.
here. Ooh, it was very close. Medusa is still just chipping away at the mid-range racks. Obviously, this one does not regen, so Illusions just getting some free damage in.
Right, that's the safe way to do it. You have the Manta, you've got the Terrorblade Illusions. Like, why not just keep sending them? You can at least get the range barracks for free. Smoke down the bottom half for edge, but nobody is here, so they are not going to find anything for this.
Dire are scanning.
Sin Compromiso is a little
Thought
bit
they might be on
scared
the twin
there.
gate.
Yeah, trying to figure this out. Where are they?
Alright, so they know about relative location, right? They're starting to show mid. They see them take the outpost. So they have a good idea of what's going on.
from here. 30 seconds till Roche spawned, so they looked for the pickoffs, couldn't really find anything. That's fine. They'll force it at Roshan, and if you don't fight them at Roshan, how are you going to fight them the high ground with the Aegis again?
Oh gosh, not again. There's the lasso. Gonna be able to save Genic for now. Stinger caught on the backside, and now you're in pretty deep. This is just the supports. Yules to buy him a little bit of space from the Ursa, but PP actually finds the kill instead.
Is under attack.
Not a bad
An
sign of the
aggressive play
supports.
with no backup.
Yeah, this is where... Let's see if it's a fast Roche spawn. If it's a fast Roche spawn, this is huge for Edge. It is relatively fast, but not fast enough that the supports won't be back.
Yeah.
Which they could have really
25,
used that on the
30
side of
seconds.
Edge. Now, if you're in the pit as it spawns, you can probably kill it before it moves. But if you don't scout that, I think this is going to be a topside Roche. I think that's what Edge is preparing for. They're all up here trying to clear out. I thought they'd be trying to clear out any observers. I guess AA had to TP out. He was trying to play some stuff. Maybe he'll make his way back. Got pings all over. Both teams trying to read this. This is a pivotal moment. Winning the fight here is the Roche. Oh, sorry, I had it
looking for an
backwards in my head
opening.
of where Roche was going to spawn.
Ice Blast is down right now. They went for a play to try and grab it, and they do not find their target. So no Ice Blast for the moment. So I think Team Edge need to just play very defensive, wait for this smoke to expire, and then look for another opening in a bit.
Team saw Roche walking down. Brewmaster has boots of travel, so he's trying to push in top, at least take objectives while both teams are, you know, kind of like posturing for Roche and hopes to TP in. But this is where things can be a little iffy, where if his TP, like, it's going to take a little bit to show up, and that could just be one of your heroes dying in that time. So this is where you got to be very careful with the positioning. Invis Rune on Ember actually could be huge here to help them scout out this type of play and make sure they react in time.
Through anger lies my favorite.
Yeah, the
medium
Lincoln's
rare.
on Pango. If that blocks the lasso, that's actually so big. Lasso is the best lockdown they have to try to kill... I'd say either the Pango or Oracle, and it kind of needs to be the Oracle, because now that Oracle has Blink, he's going to be sitting real far in the back, just waiting to see who gets lassoed, who gets jumped by the Ursa, and then just save that hero.
Yeah, the Ursa is close to that Basher. We talked about his item timing. Eventually, he needs MKB and Basher to deal with the Medusa. He's almost there. Like, he's actually pretty close, but you still have the Terrorblade to worry about, like you were mentioning. And Pike, it's still not the easiest thing to like isolate the Medusa. It does require like the lasso, like you said, to maybe find the Oracle. Otherwise, none of that damage is going to go through.
Here we go. Who will find who?
Dire are
Have to
scanning.
deal with mid lane on Edge because that range barracks got whittled down. If they let a creep wave in, they could just lose it. And while they're doing with this, Sin Compromiso runs into the pit. It's gonna be scouted
Ice
by
Blast.
the Ice Blast.
Yeah, Searing Chains as well, being annoying. They're going to smoke. Actually, Brewmaster's not that far. PP's going to go in. They want to try and find Sacred. He actually needs to get up to the high ground. Rolling Thunder going to come through as well. There's going to be the Stone Gaze. They're trying to just finish off the Brewlings. They're close to dying, but so is the Roche. The Rolling Thunder will secure it. It actually bonks the Ursa. They snatch the Aegis here on the Medusa, and that's what you want. Pike now on the run here with that BKB, but he's committed a lot to get in there. The Orchid's gonna connect. They chase up onto the high ground. Two are dead. Sin Compromiso walk out with everything they could have asked for.
really close attempt there on Edge. They're so desperate to steal the Aegis because if you give it no contest, there's no way you can kill Medusa twice. So they have to try, and I see them, you know, jumping in the pit. I see Ember trying to like remnant through as it dies and grab it, but unfortunately Medusa does end up with the Aegis, and this is now the result. She's gonna come hit your buildings. Oracle is gonna sit behind her with the Blink Dagger, and how are you going to get to her?
I honestly don't know, because you need your Ursa, and Ursa's dead for 30. His BKB is going to be on cooldown for another like 20 after that. And Terrorblade can very easily just clear up the racks in mid while the Medusa focuses down the bottom. So you're going to be down 2 full lanes. They could just look to pressure tier 4s, honestly. Like, Terrorblade just rushed a Nullifier, so your Ursa's damage is just gone now.
I think either way is fine. You have so much time on the Aegis, you could do Megas and then go tier 4s. I don't think Edge has a lineup that can handle Megas easily. So it's arguably the safer route. Though if you kill Ember...
Oh boy. That's a big kill.
I mean, this means Megas are free, right? There's no way they can fight without Ember. It's gonna have to be the buyback. They actually killed a Daedalus on the Courier. I don't know if that's enough.
That's a great hook shot onto two. Vitaly's going to be able to get the Manta off, and the split most likely continuously getting rooted. Hold up the Stone Gaze for the Chainsaw. Vitaly, he needs help. He finally gets the ability off, but you're going to lose the Ursa. 2 buybacks out of the side of Edge, as well as Dark Mago is just forcing them back into the fountain. To take down 3 on Sin Compromiso, Dark Mago would be a huge kill, and it looks like they will get him. So the buybacks paying dividends here. But I don't know if you're going to get Barker. Michael realizing that firsthand. 4 buybacks coming out. Sin Compromiso, they are not letting this game go on any longer. They know how unstoppable this Medusa is. They will rejoin him on the top side of the map. And they're going to try and close this one out. The coordination, that was all like at the same time. That's so funny.
Yeah. I didn't think the Daedalus Courier kill would matter, but actually it cut her damage reduction, or damage output enough that they do win kind of the initial fight using the buybacks because it was split up. But now that your team has committed the buybacks on Sin Compromiso and you're still waiting for Bat Rider and Ursa to come back, the tier 4s are down by the time every hero is up. And technically, if you screw up, I mean, you used all your buybacks, right? You could be in a dangerous spot after that.
Dude, if he had the Daedalus, Vitaly dies there before he gets the split. Like,
Yeah,
that's
the game's
actually
over
the difference,
already.
right?
The game's
Yeah.
already over, but here's where it maybe didn't matter because Medusa without the Daedalus is still 5,000 gold ahead of the Ursa. As we see here, does not seem to
Rolling
care that much.
Thunder. Being pump fake, the Ice Blast, it doesn't connect on anyone, and there's Rolling Thunder. They catch Vitaly here on the Brewmaster. He's trying to get away with the BKB, but the damage, it's so much just from Dark Mago. As the E-Blade, it's kept this Ancient Apparition alive many times, but not enough. And just like that, Sin Compromiso will take the series 2-0, eliminating one of the favorites, Edge, from the EWC qualifiers.
That was really well done from Sin Compromiso. Edge even started off with some quick kills in that laning stage, but shout out to
Dark Mago.
Pangolier, Dark Mago. I feel like just popped off that game, did so much for his team. Got all the denies in the lane, calls to kill the Ember, rotates to get early kills, so many good rolls, makes so much space for Parker and Sacred to get ultra farmed and be unkillable in this, not even the late game. This is like the mid game, right? And this Medusa's out of control.
Dude, I mean, he finished the game 13-1-6 on the Pango. Such an incredible performance. He is by far the highest damage dealt this game. Like, the next closest is the Medusa, but it's over 10,000 behind. Like, he absolutely owned it 2 games in a row on this hero, and it's, again, it's one of his comforts. If he has the ability to play it and it's into a decent matchup, he's going to take it every single time. And got to play it against the Ember Spirit, which he kind of won game 1. It was very slight advantage. But game 2, it seemed like something changed and he dominated that lane.
I mean, this is where every little acid and deny matters at the pro level. He recognized he was getting extra denies, and he calls for the Clockwork to come over, and they get that kill on the Ember at level 5, which, I mean, there was a lot of plays that was good for them, but Ember is the early playmaker. You know the Brewmaster needs to farm up the Radiance, the Batrider needs Lasso, so it's got to be Ember going in, has the chain gang for it, but now he's just, let's say, a minute delayed because he died, right? So those plays just come out a little slower. It's giving more space over to Sin Compromiso, and Dark Mago made use of that space, right? He got more kills in that time before the Ember can really do anything about that. So really good plays from him, but of course everyone else doing their job as well. Parker just farming up good item builds so that there was too much required from the Ursa. Like, Ursa wasn't even that poor, but we listed, like, here's every single item he needs, and he just couldn't get there in time before the end of the game.
Yeah. I mean, it was a very good game from them. Now, with this, Sin Compromiso is going to move on to play against Starbox, a team that looked pretty good yesterday against Heroic. So definitely going to be an exciting game. You and I will be covering Veritas Friends and Team Den, which these games are happening in just about 2 hours. So we've got quite a break. So definitely for those of you, there are other qualifiers happening right now. You can make sure to go check those out. I want to say that there's like a Eastern Europe qualifier, I think, happening over on some of the other streams. So, you know, make sure to go support them. But for now, we're going to go to a break. We'll be back in just about 2 hours with our next series. So enjoy your guys' time off for now. We'll see you then.
2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. side. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now.
Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Looking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know will you survive.
3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now.
Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive.
2, 1, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, 2, 1, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. die. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now.
Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive.
3, 2, 1, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me.
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me
kiss you, make you scream, I'll whisper, la-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know will you survive.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back here to the road to the EWC. My name is Cryptic, here with Z Quixotics. A little bit of a long break as we're getting ready for our second series here today. It is going to be Veritas Brothers taking on Team Den in the lower bracket. It's an elimination series. And Zach, I know we've had a lot of time getting familiar with some of these teams. So what can we expect out of this one?
Well, the biggest change is that Veritas Friends picked up Costabile as the carry, and we saw him yesterday for the first time having an amazing performance throughout that series. I think TA and then was it 2 gyro games, or maybe it was 2 TA
gyro
games.
into 2A games. I don't remember what he.
Oh,
he
and a
picked Carolina. Yeah,
Carolina
into
and 2
TA games.
and he did really well in all
three.
of them. So
Yeah.
that seems to be a big plus for Veritas Friends so far. Hopefully that continues on into today, because unfortunately they did end up losing to OG Latam yesterday. So now down in the lower bracket versus Team Den, which at times they do look good, but it feels like once they fall behind, the playmaking doesn't quite connect, and that has been their weakness from all the games I've seen of them recently with all these qualifiers going on. It's kind of a tricky thing to fix. At the same time, it's like as soon as someone adopts and knows how to correctly do the shot calling, it's fixed, right? Like it's such a weird part about playing as a pro team. But as soon as someone realizes, like, oh, I need to call this way, or like, oh, we didn't realize this is like our mistake, as soon as it's fixed, could be good, and Team Den could look good from there. And that's kind of what every series lately I hope to see. But it has been something they've been struggling with. And so going into this, I'm favoring Veritas Friends, I would say.
I mean, I tend to agree with you. I think Veritas Friends is a pretty strong team. The fact that they almost pulled the victory out over OG Latam in game 2 yesterday. Like, they almost got the 2-0. It was very close. Game 3, not so much. Kind of got stomped in the lanes, and then it really snowballed out of control for them. But I do feel like there is a lot of potential for this team, and I wouldn't be shocked if we see them have a deep run here. But there's some stiff competition, man. Like, the lower bracket is consistent of like 2 of the teams that are, I think people would have considered to be in the top 4. One of them, Edge, already eliminated. And now they have to play against potentially the winners of a Starbucks and Sin Compromiso, assuming that they win this series, right? So there is some really big powerhouses down here that are still in their way if they want to try and make it to that grand final.
That's what it takes to qualify to EWC. If you haven't gotten in by points and you're here in these qualifiers, you know the competition is tough. This is such a prestigious tournament that you want to make it to, so every team going to be doing their best. And unfortunately, there can only be one for the region, so we are going to have to say goodbye to a lot of these teams. We've got one eliminated so far, right, from earlier this morning, Edge, and got 6 more to go.
Yeah, like it's a lot of Dota still to be played, right? But I think overall, it's been going quick, and with that, like, these teams don't have a ton of time to kind of prepare, right? You are going to be going from one series to the next. Like, for instance, this morning, right? Like, Sin Compromiso finishes their first series. They're going right into another series right now. So there is absolutely not much downtime for them. They a total of 2 hours at max, and assuming they had to like go get food and stuff, right? Like, it makes it difficult, you know. But they're gamers. They've you know, I'm sure just sat at their computers for longer periods of time playing Dota.
It's
so
actually
sure
relaxed for them.
Yeah, I'm sure they can. I'm sure they can manage.
Yeah, I mean, it is tough, but that's the nature of the competition. Sometimes it's not just how good at Dota you are. Sometimes it is how well rested you are, how much can you really put the grind in when it comes down to it. That is the nature of the career, essentially. So all these players gotta prove it now at the lower bracket. Though we will have an upper bracket later, so a little less pressure perhaps there, where you know you have some wiggle room if you do fall down. But that'll be later today. For now, pressure is on.
Yeah, it really is. As we are going to be jumping into the draft here in just a little bit, something interesting is that Veritas friends. I want to keep saying brothers because they are actually called Veritas brothers in Dota, and in their last event they were called Veritas brothers, but called Veritas friends right now. They won the coin toss and have chosen second pick, so it's something that we. You know, we're theory crafting. Maybe some teams might start prioritizing second pick over first pick. Some teams in the last patch preferred it anyway, but yeah, for them, they're gonna go second pick.
Yeah, it's there are still some really strong heroes to want for that first pick, but the second pick, as the game gets a little bit more balanced and figured out, it does give you that counter pick that is, you know, what we know from second pick, and it just seems a little bit more worthwhile as time has gone on. Especially, I would say, now I don't want to read too much into it, but I think if you feel you're the better team, as long as you have arguably the better draft, that final last pick counter pick, you know, you feel good going in. I think Veritas brothers / friends, friendly brothers, they've shown they've been improving, and Team Den has been struggling a little bit. So if Veritas Brothers feels, you know, as long as we have a good draft, we're going to win. We're going to drag this game out, and we will win. I can see why the second pick has value over trying to get some OP broken hero at the start. You don't think it maybe matters as much.
Well, speaking of OP broken heroes at the start, we're going to take a look at the bans. No Templar Assassin making it through, unsurprising. Bat Rider, Terrorblade removed by Team Den so far. They will have one more ban each. I'm curious where they want to go, right? Because the bans are not as linear as they were in the last patch. I think we're seeing a lot of Templar Assassin and Bristleback still in phase 1, but those are like kind of the only guarantee
Radiant
first phase
team
bans,
ban.
despite them still slipping through even every once in a while. But they're a lot like I think the rest of the bans, like
10
the other
seconds
5, you can
remaining.
definitely kind of mix and match here and there depending on what you're feeling for your draft.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and it seems like different teams play different stuff as well. I mean, that's always been the case, but we're relatively new in the
team pick.
patch, so it's not like,
Dire
okay, we
team
all
pick.
play the best stuff. Everyone's exploring with what they think is the best stuff. And for example, Team Den has been playing the Naga Siren that we've seen in other regions, though maybe not as much in SA. Team Den being one of the teams that does play it, gets a ban from Veritas Brothers. We're going to see the Ancient Apparition that I
10
think every
seconds
region at this
remaining.
point is playing.
Yep. Thanks to last
See.
patch,
Seconds
that's, everyone
remaining.
got plenty of experience practicing it.
Radiant team
I
ban.
like the Tusk ban in response
team
to it,
ban.
right? Just one of the heroes that's annoying. They could still go for the Oracle on Veritas
Really
friends if
fast.
they want. They grab the Beastmaster. Quick double ban though. Did you see that? Clockwork Sven pretty much
Yeah.
immediately. Team Den is speed running the draft here.
Trying to
10
think,
seconds
what is that?
remaining. Dire team pick.
Like, what are you worried about that you have to take those two heroes
Radiant
out
team
like so
pick.
quickly? Okay, the Shadow Shaman. So I was actually thinking we might see the Shadow Shaman instead of the Beastmaster, but Beastmaster also has proven to be very strong. Shadow Shaman now, even no matter what facet you go, a lot of early objective pressure, maybe a bit more if you do go for the
10
massive Serpent
seconds
Ward, but
remaining.
either way, Beastmaster plus Shadow Shaman already
5
sets you up for a
seconds
really
remaining.
good pace in this game. As long as you have decent timings on the
Radiant
level
team
6, maybe like that Helm of the Dominator or Ags on the Beastmaster, you can go for fast Roches, Tormentors, Towers, everything. And you will be slowed down by the Gyrocopter coming out here. This is a good lane into the Beastmaster, just because Flat Cannon helps you deal with the boars. Though there is still room to
10
move this
seconds
Beastmaster to
remaining.
the mid lane and then just kind of dodge that Gyrocopter matchup.
Agreed.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I wouldn't actually mind that too much.
Dire
Shadow
team
Shaman's
pick.
often played in the 5 anyway. I think you definitely put Beastmaster mid now. Like, if this is going to be a mid tiny, you keep the option open for Beastmaster mid and maybe pick a couple of flex heroes here. So another support, and then a kind of mid offlane flex. I
seconds
think
remaining.
Kunkka is banned. Never mind. I was like, did he get banned?
5 seconds remaining.
Other options are just something safe like the Pangolier, which we've seen be pretty successful in heroes like Ancient
Dire
Apparition. I think
team
it does
pick.
great into the tiny mid. They'll go for the Jakiro.
And I think another flex pick here. If you're going to reveal something specifically, this is likely the Gyrocopter carry. SA does love the Gyrocopter support more than other
10
regions, so they
seconds
would flex it
remaining.
if they absolutely had to. That's where we're going to be a little careful. Maybe
5
something
seconds
like
remaining.
Lena could kind of work, because you can move her around. Same with the Beastmaster.
You don't like my Pango recommendation?
Oh, no, yeah, that one was fine, too. Reveals a little bit more, I think.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's,
It's like
big of a
Sand
deal.
King not being meta means we're not really like seeing the potential mid offlane flex of a Sand King.
Yeah. If it wasn't for Ancient Apparition, I'd say Morphling would be fine.
Yeah.
I think it's okay if you just reveal a carry too, though.
Radiant team pick.
Nice.
There you go.
It is the Pangolier. Yeah, I think it's good. If they want to put tiny mid, it just wins the lane. And then Beastmaster, I don't think struggles too much against like an AA gyro lane. It's definitely doable. But if it ends up being support
10
tiny,
seconds
you can
remaining.
maybe move the lanes around a little bit.
5 seconds remaining.
But I think tiny AA we typically see as that's your mid laner for that reason, right? Your mid hero.
Even if it's not tiny, something else to set up the Ancient Apparition would be good. There's a little bit of self setup from the Shadow Shaman. You know, he's not going to be moving while shackling, but everyone else, Avalanche Toss is great. You don't want it to be the only thing you've got to work with. So if you're picking a 4 support here, if you're picking a new mid, whatever you want to do, something else that helps jump in, provide some lockdown. You don't want these Pango rolls going on. You also want someone who can maybe stop the shackles, right? Don't want that going on the entire time. Someone available that we haven't seen as much, and I don't think we're going to see it here right now, is Death Prophet. She's been getting banned out quite a lot. You and I haven't gotten to see a game of her actually being played because of that. She's available, but you don't really have the saves on Team Den for the Death Prophet.
Radiant team
so-
banned.
Shadow Fiend.
Yes. I'm so excited. I love this hero. Now, I don't know if it's actually good in this game, I'll be honest, because Beastmaster is widely considered one of the better counters to Shadow Fiend.
10 seconds remaining.
Having just a straight BKB piercing stun
Dire
that just
team
that
back.
just says I'm killing you makes your game pretty hard. And Pango, like once you're in Rolling Thunder, you're not like threatened too much. But Shadow Fiend does have a lot of burst damage. He needs a hero to play around that has stuns, so if it is support Tiny, I think that
10
works fine.
seconds remaining.
But I think you need another hero for the Shadow Fiend to play around while you have this
5
gyro
seconds
farming.
remaining.
Yeah, agreed. I need
Dire team back.
proper stunning offlaner. Enigma wouldn't have been bad. Black Hole, good at controlling up the roll. You'd have to be worried about the Swashbuckle Basher later on. Roar can also reach you, but would have been the control
10
that they
seconds
need,
remaining.
and Gyrocopter's already taken by Team Den.
5 seconds remaining.
Magic Shadow Fiend is amplified by Ice Vortex too, so that's kind of cool. While the Armor Aura, negative Armor Aura, actually amplifies the flat cannon for the Gyro a little bit. So some nifty synergies there. Maybe something like Slardar if you want to lean a little further into negative armor while also being good initiation. Wouldn't hate the Magnus.
That'd be actually really cool. That'd be nice.
Radiant team ban.
Okay, Dawnbreaker. That is a Magnus counter. So I am curious if they are leaning the Magnus for Veritas Bros. But I think it works
10
for
seconds Radiant team. Dire team pick.
Ursa Man. That's a new hero. I haven't seen Primal Beast in a hot minute. Outside of like the games I
Yeah.
was griefing going right click harpoon Primal Beast.
Yeah, that's a choice of a build right
10
there, Ricky.
seconds.
To
I
be
don't think we're
fair,
gonna see
I
it this
did
game.
win them. I did win those games.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
It's not griefing
5
though. It's
seconds
not griefing.
remaining.
You won.
I tried it twice, won twice. Feels good, man.
Goated build.
Yeah, it works. Totally.
I mean, the ultimate is pretty good versus the roll, but the way Lotus Orb got changed to interact actually now protects
Now
the
select your heroes.
Pangolier. We're going to see the Lifestealer response, so it's difficult to be killed by Primal Beast since you can now rage and dodge out quite a lot, but Pulverize is BKB piercing, so you can't just rage TP out.
That's such a good Lifestealer pick. That's actually nuts. He has like pretty solid matchups to every hero. Even the Gyrocopters isn't that bad. Because once the Lifestealer gets to the Gyro actually has a lot of HP, so it gives the Lifestealer quite a bit of sustain.
I'm
trying to
I'm
think.
looking through the facets. I think
10 seconds remaining.
nothing too crazy there. Kind of have to
5 seconds
Honestly, I kind of forget what
remaining.
Primal Beast does because it's been so long. Oh, the pulverized
How dare you.
AoE going up. Okay, there we go. Yeah, actually, that's kind of nice versus the Shadow Shaman, who you know is not moving. You can kind of potentially mini stun him from further away. Just gives you more control in the team fights too.
Go with the other one.
This
Go provoke the beast. Build right click damage.
That's right. Right click the Lifestealer in a
It'll
in
work.
an auto attack war.
It'll totally work. No, I'm just kidding. No, I agree. I think Ferocity probably the way to go here. Shadowmire, Shadow Fiend, mid. Of course, you're playing around your raises. Thunderbolt for Pango. He's got the Chungus ward. Knight
Nice.
is thinking of going the big ward here. Help them secure some early Roshans, but also threaten some towers really quickly.
I mean, if you also think about it, you have Jakiro on your team as well. So these are 3 of the earliest pushing heroes in the game. So if you have a strong start in the lane, you could just be running from objective to objective using Liquid Fire, dropping the Serpent Ward, using the Beastmaster Helm of the Overlord, which I saw him take the Wild Hunt facet. So unlikely to see the Aghanims from him. Just go for that Helm of the Overlord, which will be taking towers. We actually saw that in the earlier series today. They were, I think, had like every tier 1 like sub 15 minutes. Even took Roche like shortly after. I think they even had a tier 2 at that time. So the Helm of the Overlord, if you can't stop it, is very powerful. Gyrocopter, okay at kind of handling it, since you can flat cannon it while still clearing everything else, and use Rocket Barrage to help you as well. This is a very detailed smoke path being drawn out here by who's this? Is this a demon on the Tiny?
It's like, guys, this is where they are. Somewhere in this area.
Be prepared for the wrap around. Merry-go around these towers. Sneak in through the back. To the front. Back around again. Go in. Pretend to back. Go back around.
Pop our third smoke.
It's
Yeah,
actually
I
very
think-
rare to see that. The double smoke at the start. I think I've seen one team try it.
Yeah.
Just some real next level mind games.
Starting item-wise, nothing really out of the ordinary. All kind of looks, what we'd come to expect on a lot of these heroes. I do agree with what you were saying, though, is you have a lot of really early aggression from the Dire lineup. I feel like they're going to be able to threaten Roshan at like 13, 14 minutes. If they use the ward, if they want to commit the ward to it. Otherwise, they're going to be knocking on like your tier 2 at like 15 minutes with this ward. Oh,
Yup.
awkward smoke.
Genius. The deep. Now it's the retreat. Now it's the smoke wraparound back in, just as he predicted. Let's see it. Come on, boys. What was all these circles being drawn for? Get in there.
Of all heroes to still be smoked, the Shadow Shaman is probably the scariest.
Yeah.
30 seconds. to
Shackle
battle.
coming in. Could get the kills.
Are you surprised to see secondary strikes gyro? I guess not, because like Beastmasters kind of just don't play the lane half the time nowadays.
And not too. Oh my god! What a read from this Tiny. That's so rare. Secondary strikes is a little bit more common. They used so Valve actually changed the way this tree line worked a little bit because they didn't want people to use Quelling Blade and put these sentries that are extremely difficult to get. But there's still some you can do, like cut a tree on the upper ledge and then put a sentry there. So they actually preemptively put one to unblock the small camp. Tiny puts his to block the camp and actually checks those spots, killing it. So now this is a successful camp block. Jakiro does have another one, but that means it's their second sentry having to place to deal with this.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you think he sentries to unblock the camp, or does he sentry to D-ward? Because I think they saw the Tiny place the ward, like, in their face in the high ground there. But yeah, you kind of have to pick and choose. Getting your camp back, pretty important.
I think the more important thing is the lane consideration, right? If we're talking about the early aggressive potential that you have with the Jakiro, Shadow Shaman, Beastmaster, you need your Lifestealer to be okay being left alone. So that means having those pull camps available in your favor.
He ended up buying an extra sentry, I think, to get the D-ward and just loses his courier there to Demon. So that's painful. Now, one thing that is beneficial to a hero like Lifestealer when this type of like lane dragging is happening is Lifestealer can deny creeps at a substantially higher HP threshold. So he can actually freeze the lane and wins a lot of these types of scenarios, whereas other heroes, you know, they might get a couple, or like a little bit of XP, or like some stuff's going to leak through, but never for a Lifestealer.
That's true. I wonder if that actually... I mean, it was a good Lifestealer game regardless, but I wonder if that plays into their...
Oh, God,
their career kill, maybe? I wonder if that plays into it, because you kind of knew they were going to creep drag, so you knew you're going to be in these situations. And yeah, maybe Lifestealer is one of the best carries to take advantage of that. You do all this creep dragging, but he still manages to control the wave. Maybe not this wave. I do see it pushing this time.
Yeah, he is not doing a lot of focus on denying right now, which...
You gotta get the last hits first.
yeah, you got to get the last hit still, but...
Shakir helping out with the Twin Terror. Mid lane, it shouldn't be easy to kill Pango, because he does have the mobility spells, but you... In a way, you have to save at least one of them to make sure you can't just be triple raised.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a Shadow Fiend favored lane. Once you have 2 raises on you, you basically have to just sit back and wait it out.
For example, it's time to be careful.
He didn't play that very well, though, on the Pango. He, like, shoved the wave without getting too close to the Shadow Fiend, so he doesn't get the chance to, like, deep push and hit the raise.
Radiant's courier has been
Down
killed.
here, Gyro Ancient Apparition is a lane we've seen a lot. It can have aggressive potential, where you got the Rocket to set up Cold Feet, and then Rocket Barrage is being amplified by Ice Vortex. But even if you don't play aggressive, Gyro is a carry that's pretty okay on his own, thanks to Flat Cannon. And then Ancient Apparition is one of the best stacking heroes. So you can have both options available to you. It looks like this game, it's more just about, let's just farm. But Beastmaster also not really farming, actually. I thought he was higher, but he's actually so low. So low, I didn't even see him.
Dire's top tower is under
I don't think that should happen. I don't know how you have 2 last hits here. This shouldn't be that effective.
Yeah, wait, what happened?
I mean, they've been trying to do some creep dragging. I mean, Gyro's got 11 deny, so that's what happened, but I don't know how you have 11 denies on a gyrocopter.
Huh, okay.
Radiant's
I mean, if they
middle
have
tower
stacks
is
that have
under
been
attack.
made and he's still getting XP, it's not that bad, because, like, Beastmaster just recovers with XP. We talk about this all the time, where it's like, oh, the hero has, like, 2,000 net worth at 5 minutes, but, you know, he's closing in on level 7 by, like, 10 minutes into the game. That's fine. And as long as he has that, he'll suddenly be 15,000 net worth by 20 minutes.
That is true, but I will say the part that changes is how much farm the carry has.
Yeah.
You know, like whether you're reaching 5,000 and they're at 3,000, or it's a case like this where it's like, okay, we're both at 5,000. But that means Gyro's actually in a pretty good spot. He's like, yeah, go ahead, try to push. Slate, oh, close. Yeah, this Gyro, even if he does eventually get kicked out of his lane by that Helm of the Dominator, I mean, he's going to be jungling really quickly. Props to Wits for so many denies. Oh, he did rush, I see. He got a bunch of Iron Branches on the Beastmaster and then rushed this Helm of the Iron Will. Maybe that's some of the missing damage, so...
Yeah, I was noticing that. I was like, his starting items are pretty rough.
Got a lot of courier kills this game, I gotta say. There's the phase boots now being denied on the Lifestealer, which is actually huge. Lifestealer can threaten kills as he gets to this point, but that's running you down over time. No longer really an option. Jakiro in some trouble as Tiny wrapped around. Looking for the Avalanche toss back, but good read from Gardic, takes a different path.
I think he's still
Maybe
in
not
some
good
trouble.
enough.
Yeah, tossed right into the Primal Beast, who will go ahead, hit the onslaught, secures himself first blood. And that will help out the Primal Beast quite a bit here.
Tried to go secure the rune, walk straight into Wonder Kid and MJZ. actually does deny the regen rune. Is maybe worth. Shadow Fiend actually farms super quick with the regen rune, but getting a kill is kind of equally worth.
This deep ward that they have on the top
Scanning.
left of the high ground here has actually caused Slatum so much pain. He is getting absolutely nothing out of this lane right now.
Which is worrisome because although Lifestealer is, you know, pretty strong laner, he goes Radiance most games, and that means he just needs to farm for a while. So it's really on your mid and your off lane to help the supports make space, and currently both those lanes really struggling.
Dire are scanning.
Do you think you could cook some kind of Helm of the Dominator build on Gyrocopter? I was just looking at how expensive the recipe is nowadays. Maybe you could get one on Gyro, stack for yourself, disassemble, sell it.
That actually would
I
be
don't even know
kind of
what
hype.
We used to see that in the past. It had a different build on Helm of the Dominator, but carries would get Helm of the Dominator and then do their own stacking. What could you... Helm of the Iron Will could eventually go to Nullifier, though that's kind of late. What could Crown do?
Just sell it.
Nothing really, yeah. Yeah, write that down for cooking later. I still wish we saw more creative uses of Chop Shop and
Radiant's middle tower is
Devil's
under
Bargain
attack.
from Doom. Like this potential to move items around more than other heroes. In the end, don't really see much use of it. It's like, okay, I got a little bit more money when I disassembled my Falcon Blade and then sold it.
Nice little rotation there to the mid lane with the supports. Slatums will get himself his first much needed kill as well.
Radiant are scanning.
Didn't even have to use his shield rune or the ultimate either, so you can just go again if you want. Maybe head bottom. I think that was the original goal anyways, head bottom, because Helm of the Dominator is almost done, can make its way over to the Beastmaster, and then if you get a kill with that, even though he has been having a rough time, now that the Helm of the Dominator's online, you can take the tower pretty quickly.
They kind of need to, I think. Like, they need to start pushing the tempo on the Dire side. Like, I feel like it's not great if this lane stage ends and they're behind, especially when you have kind of a slow carry in terms of him contributing to the game. Whereas, like, Gyro can contribute with a call down like, Gyro's ability to get active early is way easier, and he still has the scaling. So it's one of the reasons he's such a consistent pick for carries after all these years. Oh, maybe some miscommunication there.
Get the tips out. Both carries doing well. Like you said, the Gyro able to contribute a little bit sooner. It's kind of interesting the way these power spikes interact. Like Lifestealer, a little bit more dominant in certain matchups, but no real early farm speed, so you just kind of slow until that Radiance. But once you have that Radiance, you're actually really strong, stronger than Gyro's own equivalent power spike. And then after that, it kind of depends how those early fights go. I do think as we get to the late game, Lifestealer has better single target DPS than Gyro and should be able to win the one-on-one if they're roughly even, especially because he has a lot of crowd control on his team to help him do that damage while Gyrocopter's maybe, you know, shackled for eternity. Should be a little easier for the Lifestealer.
I think the Pangolier is going to make the support life on Team Den like very difficult. Like a lot of times, like we're going to see heroes like Ancient Apparition find like pretty easy combos. There are a couple, right? Avalanche is good enough on its own, but then you also have like the Pulverize of the Primal Beast. But if there's a Pango Rolling Thunder in these fights, like it actually makes Den's ability to connect their spells really hard.
That Pango does have the defusal queued up. Strong. I'd say Blink after that is solid, unless they think they need more damage. I want to know when he's going to go Lotus Orb. Is that before the Ags or after? Because I do think it's really good to make sure you're not just being pulverized and having it immediately canceled. But you can also use it on like Reflective Rocket, remove the Cold Feet, which helps a Lifestealer a lot. Like if you are playing around Lifestealer's timing, you're going for a fast game, you're just sending him forward, protect him with the Lotus.
Dire's top tower
Shadow
is
Shaman
under
gonna be
attack.
easily killed. No way. Hurricane save?
The Hurricane? No one's ready for the Hurricane. The Roar comes down as well. They find the Gyrocopter. The whole freaking team is here. How did they make this rotation?
All right, go ahead and say it, Ricky. I know you want to. Tell me about foul play.
Dire's
So,
tower is
I'll
under
be honest, I'm pretty confident Shadow Shaman would not have been able to get out of this if it wasn't for having the most broken innate in the entire game called Foul Play. And it baits in Team Den, and then they die on 2 heroes. So good.
I cannot deny. This is why foul play is strong. Like, we talk about how many cases you just die a little later, but cases like that, where it makes a difference. Let's see if they can get some revenge. Here comes the SF.
Yeah, there's some revenge right there.
Oh, okay. They split the kills, but either way, a very worthwhile rotation, getting both of those. They're maybe heading to the triangle to steal stacks.
I would
That be
love
cool.
to see a stat that's like how many times Shadow Shaman dies after Foul Play gets procced. Like if there is a way to pull it from the API and be like, all right, Shadow Shaman's Foul Play got popped like this many times this game, and then I want to see what his total deaths are, right, compared to it.
That would be
'Cause
interesting.
I guarantee you it is way higher in terms of the percentages that he gets away than people think it is.
Shadow Shaman is one of the highest death supports, though, I will
Yeah.
say. Because of the nature of his toolkit, he is a relatively slow hero with short range, both attack range and spell range. And then Shackles literally controls yourself. It's worth it because you're a support controlling up a core in many cases, but it very much opens you up to just being killed shortly after. So I think that was some of the idea behind the foul play, is to try to reduce those deaths.
Yeah.
But sometimes it does feel a little strong. I don't disagree. I don't hate it as much as you do. Maybe because I'm a Shadow Shaman player. Are you a Shadow Shaman player?
No, I'm not.
Yeah. Something gave that away to. I don't know what it was.
Radiant's bottom tower
There's like certain heroes in Dota you literally can't play if Shadow Shaman is in the game, which is like,
Dire's top tower is under
that's a
attack.
feels bad. Nice toss back, looking for the Lifestealer. Ice Blast kinda whiffed. Goes to Belay though, does not get out of range of the Primal Beast, in some trouble. There's gonna be the onslaught, call down, doesn't connect, but the toss will be enough damage.
Dire's
Frank
top
will get
tower
the
is
kill.
under attack.
They did not have any intention of bailing him out. Like no one even considered TPing.
It doesn't seem like it. The Ice Blast I thought was gonna cost them
Radiant's middle
maybe a
tower
double
is
click
under
by
attack.
accident
Dire's
there.
top tower has
But
fallen.
in the end, they still finished the kill, and it looks like they didn't go because they're just going to take the mid tower instead. They have a full summoner.
boys.
Our force
He's got the boys. Dude, Jakiro's Twin Terror?
Radiant's middle
doing
tower
damage.
is under attack.
That many skeletons there.
Radiant's middle
Oh,
tower has been denied.
MJZ with the deny. Awkward.
Let's do it. Well, it's still the tower down, which these early towers help to set you up for the early Roche a lot. You're not as worried about being contested. And there's no chance for Team Den to do the Roche this early. It's really just up to Veritas friends when they want to do it.
They could literally walk in the Roche pit right now and take it. But
Maybe
for now,
what
they're
do you think
holding
they're
off.
doing while they're smoked?
They're looking for the big bad Primal Beast top side. Frank able to get away.
Dire's middle tower is under
Big
attack.
quick onslaught.
Did he not get? Was he
Walking on
really
out
not
here.
in range for the defusal?
Well, I don't think they saw him when the smoke broke, and then he did that quick onslaught as the swashbuckle comes out, so in that time, he might not have been able to defusal. Even if you defusal him, I think he's kind of close to the tower at that point.
That's true.
It becomes difficult. You can maybe force it, but you might start losing heroes if Team Den decides to respond.
Come on, Mass Serpent Ward, drop the bottom. Roche Pit, you have a Beastmaster right there. It's free.
It will be free in just a moment. He's clearing up an ancient stack right now. That'll give him the helm of the Overlord, and then they'll grab one of these creeps and head in. Is my guess. Well, if you kill the camp, then I guess you don't have an ancient creep to grab now.
Yeah, I was also gonna say I'm pretty sure it just dies to a helm of the Dominator anyway, because you have the trolls, like you have the boys with you. I feel like that's good enough.
The boys. Yeah, it could have worked. But it is a little scary into Ice Blast, right? A lot of AoE spells from Team Den as well.
They're pinging out the top side
Overlord.
here.
Overlord
Dire's
finished.
middle tower is under attack.
See which creep does he want. I guess the Ancient Thunderhide. So Roche fully... Shadow Shaman is currently farming with his Serpent Horde. I've
They
not
know
seen
they're
that use of it.
They're gonna go. They're looking at Frank now. They did see the Shadow Fiend, so maybe trying to bait a fight. No, they're just bringing the numbers in here as the Ice Blast is gonna connect. It does hit Costabile and Sladems, but Demon is very low. The Pango wants to chase. This should be another kill. Looking at MJZ, the Ancient Apparition will sacrifice himself. Swashbuckle does not connect. And now they definitely go Roshan.
Kind of.
No, where's the Serpent Ward? When did Serpent Ward get
He
dropped?
used it. That's what I'm saying. So you know the dire jungle. He used it in between two camps, and he was just farming with it. It did get him his blink, to be fair, but not the use we typically see from the first Serpent Ward. And then this Shadow Fiend just comes out a little late. They were trying to bait it in, you know, like get closer to the Shadow Fiend, but Frank actually just dies before the Requiem comes out. And at that point, the Requiem doesn't really mean anything. I am surprised to not see them do Roche now. I guess wanting the last tier 1, or maybe they were like, let's go, and they're like, wait, where's the Serpent Ward? He's like, funny story about that. I was just farming up this Blink Dagger with that, so I'll have it in 5 more seconds if you guys want to wait for that.
Now, Team Den gonna try and maybe look for a fight top here. You need to be careful. You just missed your Ice Blast, so
Dire's middle
you
tower
don't really have
is
everything you
under
need. And Sladems instead is gonna go ahead and just start putting some pressure here onto Wits. Avalanche comes out. Knight looking for a grab here. Gets blocked to the high ground. He's gonna get a full duration shackle. Oh man, Frank betrayed by his own strength, it would seem. As now they're gonna look for Wonder Kid, getting body blocked up. There's the roar finally coming through, and Knight with another blink shackle. 3 dead for Team Den. Whoops. Into the tier 1 tower.
Slip there.
Oh, Freudian slip. It was
Good find. Good find of the gyro. The secondary strikes is actually a decent connection, but nothing really after that. You know, SF used the Requiem earlier, so he doesn't have it available for this fight, and then the Primal Beast just a little unlucky on that, we can say, but I don't actually know if it would get a kill if no one else is even following up anyways. I thought I saw him deny that for some reason.
It's like,
Radiant's
haha,
middle tower
got the
is
Aegis,
under attack.
guys.
I don't even need this.
They're immediately coming bottom, looking for Demon here. Infested Shadow Shaman right on the money. Blink into the shackles, and the kill is going to go very easily over to the Lifestealer. Nice quick rotation, as they now built themselves a 3,000 gold advantage. Mid lane, that I'm sure is not supposed to happen, because he doesn't have a Blink Dagger, and they had Ward Vision. What did they do?
They initiated the gank on the SF, jumping in with the Pango amplified damage, SF Requiemed and then triple raised Pango. That's not what they thought was going to happen there, and definitely not what should have happened there.
I mean,
I can't
he was
believe there's
under
not a tip
award.
from that.
Yeah.
That's why they went on the SF.
Yeah, yeah, I don't get it. That's definitely not supposed to happen. That's a freebie for the Shadow Fiend. That's a huge amount of gold for him.
Little bit weird there, losing some momentum off of the earlier plays they made.
Dire are scanning.
I will say though, Pango
Radiant
going
are
for the
scanning.
Lotus now. Wasn't sure when he was gonna get it, but bought his defusal and he's gonna go straight for the Lotus. Another smoke up.
Radiant's bottom
I like
tower
this
is
movement
under
for
attack.
Tormentor. They're gonna walk
They're
right
gonna
into a
run
Primal
straight into
Beast.
Frank.
They're holding
Maybe
off
don't
on
want
making the
Frank,
play.
though.
They're gonna need the Beastmaster's help as well, I think. And he just onslaughts, so his life is real rough. And he goes right into an Ancient Prowler as well, so he's got the extra roots to follow up. Yeah, that hurts. Rolling Thunder now from Slatums. He's gonna find the Ancient Apparition, who did hit him with an Ice Blast and does a lot of damage back his way. Slatums might die here. No. Barely survives at the end of this. As the Shadow Fiend will get the blink away, jump in from the Shadow Shaman into another Shackle. So they'll find themselves 3 more kills.
You have Serpent Wards available. Lifestealer cutting this wave. It's gonna come in. You could maybe go for this tier 2 really early. I guess not that early now, actually. It's 20 minutes. So all the more reason, let's get some tier 2 towers.
Yeah, I think the Tormentor is just like a decent objective for them as well. Like getting a shard for either of these guys. Like you definitely prefer the 2 heroes, but you know, Shadow Shamans, we've already seen how valuable foul play is. It's never a bad thing.
Goes to Jakiro. A lot more farm speed, a lot more damage. Alright, smoke up from Team Den. What can you find? Because things are starting to get out of control. A 5k gold lead. Over to Veritas friends. Gonna get through the Twin Gate. Is everyone gonna make it out? Nope.
Not quite.
Beastmaster
Avalanche
goes
through.
through.
All right. They will get the Shadow
Only
Shaman.
catch the Shadow Shaman? That's so unfortunate. I can't believe the
Radiant's bottom
Avalanche
tower
didn't
is
reach
under
the
attack. Radiant structures
Beastmaster.
are fortified.
Yeah, he was definitely TPing it, or he was definitely like he threw the Avalanche, but I'm not sure if it was just slightly misplaced or if just because it hits what's closer to you first, I guess. Maybe, I don't know.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
In the end, pretty good
Dire's
for
top tower is under
Veritas
attack.
friends. I mean, granted, they have the Aegis and they're losing a hero, but as you can see, they still feel fine to push. It's actually better that they didn't lose like half the team as they channel through the Twin Gate. So despite losing Shadow Shaman, they actually take a tier 2 tower.
Radiant's
See the
middle
line
tower
being
is
drawn
under
over.
attack.
Let's go get the mid one next. The lane's already there.
Yeah, I mean, you have everything down here too, and you now have Sanj and Yasha complete on your Lifestealer. He's going to go back for the Aghanim Scepter,
Dire's
which
top
is
tower is under
one of the
attack.
better counters to heroes like
Radiant's
Gyrocopter.
middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I'm surprised they're smoking across instead of just grabbing the mid tier 2.
Well, the
Maybe
Fortify
they find the
killed.
Primal
Are
Beast.
scanning.
The Fortify killed the
Dire's
creep
top
wave,
tower
so they're kind
is
of
under
baiting that the
attack.
Lifestealer, as he's cutting the next wave, that they're totally behind him. We're gonna push, definitely push top, but a good read from Frank. He's not buying it. He's waiting in the
Radiant's middle
trees,
tower is under attack.
and they end up going through the Twin
Back to
Gate.
bottom we go.
Could find AA, but if they're a little more patient, they might get the Gyro instead.
No patience, not today.
We've been smoked long enough. Unfortunately,
Instant
they,
D-ward as well.
yeah, lose an observer right away off of that. Gyro gets to
Lifestealer's
live.
actually he was putting some damage into the Primal Beast. He did end up finding him up there, so forces the Primal Beast out of top, so you can
Dire's
kind of
middle
continue to
tower
push
is
that
under
wave in.
attack.
The line being drawn. Get back to that Lifestealer.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Kingo's got his Lotus, gonna get a blink next. Oh, actually, he got Boots of Travel first. I guess Team Den has been trying to split push a lot since they've fallen behind. So maybe we can move around the map a little bit better as this Pango.
That's a pretty good arcane rune for the Pangolier.
I'm glad we have
Alright.
the Ancient Prowler back.
scanning.
I'm just watching him farm in the mid lane with it. While we got a moment here.
I love how you and I were theory crafting about the Prowler coming back, and then the next patch it actually didn't come back.
Yeah, but in the most tame way possible. Still the
Yeah,
Ancient
we were
can't.
talking
I
about
wanted
some
him.
unhinged ideas.
I wanted him running around the jungle killing people. I still
Radiant's
pray.
top
I
tower
still
is
hope.
under attack. Radiant's middle
Ice
tower
Frog,
has
hear
fallen.
me.
Yeah. I don't know if he'll do it, but it'd be funny. Mid tower is gone. Top tower gonna die to that Serpent Ward. There's no way that they stop that. So that is all
like it's
tier
the-
2 towers.
I feel like this is the first objective I've seen the Serpent Ward actually used on.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
You've set yourself up. You got all the outer towers. Roshan's about to be up again. You get the banner. You get the Aegis for the Lifestealer. You've got a Lotus to stick on him. A lot of good tools to just wash Lifestealer, break the high ground. But it's not a huge lead. 5k gold lead is certainly playable. Looking for a smoke to maybe set themselves up to get the second Roshan.
Well, there's going to be the onslaught in. They get to Knight, so removing the Shadow Shaman right out of the gate. Pulverized now. We'll find the Jakiro Ice Blast to secure it, even a toss from Demon, so both supports are down. One thing I want to point out, actually, that I'm getting confused on, Gardic was the one who got the shard off of Jakiro. I don't think he realized he got the shard. Because he hasn't been using anything but the Liquid Fire. He hasn't used Liquid Frost at all since he got it, so I'm not sure if he noticed.
Yeah, sometimes you don't notice the shard go in, especially if you're thinking about everything else as the lower bracket game, right? You could be eliminated, a lot of pressure on, so you kind of just overlook something like that. It will slow down his farm speed a little bit, but hopefully you'll notice and start using it. I guess not the end of the world. I mean, it's completely playable without having the shard, Jakiro, but
Yeah. It's just a lot
Every
more
little bit
damage
can
in
help.
fights specifically as
Yeah.
well. Especially if like the Gyro or the Primal Beast or someone is like in your face, like getting that Liquid Frost is a ton of damage.
All right, it's a pretty fast Roche, so it's already up. I don't know if it got scouted. This is a game of pingers and map drawers, I gotta say. Usually it's like one person directing it. I see a rainbow fly up every time. It's like, hey, someone's here. Hey, we should all go this way. I kind of like it, though. Maybe that's also too many cooks in the kitchen. Maybe some of the issue for Team Den.
It's
Working for Veritas' friend so far.
Radiant are scanning.
Big wrap around. The Radiance actually wasn't turned off quite yet. If they were paying attention, the first creep actually did take Radiance damage before he remembered to turn it off.
Well, they get the Wisdom Shrine, and with that, they will
Dire's
just cut
bottom
the next
tower
wave,
is
I
under attack.
imagine.
From there, it should be obvious. You see?
They are
That's what
all
I mean.
backing to the mid lane. Yeah.
A tense moment. If you lose any hero, either team can take Roche now, right? SF and Gyro, fairly farmed. If you lose an important hero, you're gonna say goodbye to Roche.
Pango with the Rolling Thunder is now like mostly free because he has the Lotus. I think last time we saw the interaction, it didn't actually cancel Rolling Thunder. If you try to
it doesn't.
pulver, like it used to. I feel like at one point it is at least at least stopped the ability, but now it doesn't stop it at all. Like he'll just keep rolling through.
Pulverize used to rip him open. No longer a rolling ball. But now you Lotus, and you technically pulverize the Primal Beast first. So that's what keeps you in the roll.
Regeneration.
I don't know about this. They're really moving down here, pushing this bottom lane. I guess trying to threaten, like, oh, we're totally going to go high ground. You need to come back. I feel like Team Den could actually just rush into the Roche pit and take it.
Dire's top tower
But
is
they're
under
pushing
attack.
top instead. Guess it's fine then.
I do feel like this gyrocopter is a big issue for them, but a lot of it's going to depend on if Costa Bile gets a good infest or not. But yeah, so many pings, so many ideas coming out here. His Ancient Apparition's in a rough spot. He should get taken out very quickly. That is the... Oh, did he save his gem? No way. Toss up onto the high ground. They're going to get the Shadow Shaman. He drops the ward, which is going to do a lot of damage here to this gyrocopter. He's forced to BKB. Frank is nearby as well. But so far, a 2-for-1 with a buyback.
Good thing he saved his own gem, because otherwise that's a disaster. But this is a little bit what I mean when it feels like Team Den is sometimes on different pages. Primal Beast is pushing in the bottom lane, or defending it, you know, trying to push it out. Ancient Apparition is still sitting around Roche Pit, while 3 other heroes are pushing in the top lane. So Varus' friends just walk in, and they're like, well, see if we find anyone. Find an Ancient Apparition, end up with a tiny kill too. And now because of that, that gets you the Roche. Which they had to wait for patiently. They didn't want to go in willy-nilly. But their patience is rewarded, finding security for themselves here.
Ooh, jump in, potentially finding the Shadow Fiend, but gets the Requiem off. A quick BKB from the Shadow Fiend, or I'm sorry, from the Beastmaster. Maybe hoping to get in range for Roar, but he just blinks out. So that's BKB down. They will take down the Ancient Apparition in that time.
Has been killed.
I like the Infest to secure the kill.
Yeah.
He's got the Ags now, so it's not nearly as long of a cooldown. It's not too wasteful to use.
Dire's
With
bottom
that
tower
Ancient
is
Apparition,
under
that
attack.
was a dieback, so 50 seconds,
Yeah.
no Ancient Apparition. They're gonna get straight over, start working on
to
this
go onto
mid
the high
lane.
ground. They have a banner. They will drop it.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Serpent
attack.
Ward in 2 seconds. Oh, just kidding, it's up now if you want it. Christy sitting deep in the back.
He needs to be a little bit careful here on this. Ooh, Life Stealers. He's going to go in, get immediately grabbed from Frank. He will go for the Infest. The Chain Stuns now just take down the Primal Beast as the Serpent Ward just getting to work on the high ground, and Slatem's making all the space on the Pangolier.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Mortification comes out, toss back, finds the Jakiro, quickly cleaned up. But you've still got Aegis, and you've got this Serpent Ward still just chunking away at this lane of barracks.
Dire's bottom tower
As Costa
is under
Bile
attack.
will finish off the melee racks. They will infest and walk away. So they managed to crack the high ground with the first Aegis. Not a bad use. Or sorry, second Aegis.
And it's still up. I mean, you got 3 minutes on it, so you can just wait for the ultimates to be back up, go again. You won't have the banner, but I mean, you have the mid lane pushing in, which I mean, that makes it a lot easier, right? It's the ranged barracks that's up too, so you can just whittle that down at some point with a like whatever Helm of the Overlord you send in. They did lose the gem though. I think Jakiro should not have been that far up. You had stolen it away off of the Ancient Apparition kill, now handing it back over. Gyrocopter just about to finish his Daedalus.
Radiant are
This is
scanning.
a big jump in damage. We'll see if that's what they need to actually win these fights, because it feels like for a while it's been Veritas' friends getting the winning trade in any of these engagements.
Dire are scanning.
Tormentor secured for now. To the Tiny. Not so good on the Tiny support. But maybe it'll help him cut some creep waves, the way this game seems to be going.
I mean, they're smoked up. BKB on the Shadow Shaman, we've seen this before as like one of those items that like some people prefer the Glimmer, but some you can always just play
BKB on-
and Shackle, and they will have to pulverize the Shadow Shaman so they can actually stop this fight. It's a lot of damage coming back the other way. Shadow Shaman's gonna die. Wonder Kid, big Requiem here onto them all. They get the kill onto the first life of the Lifestealer. They will take out the Beastmaster. They're at a pretty huge advantage, but now they need to get away. The Infest on the Lifestealer should be coming up soon. The question is, are they strong enough to fight into... Well, no, they're just going to Infest and run. Well, I say that.
Or-
Kostubile goes on the aggression, and I don't know about that one. He has to BKB. He has no TP.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This is the weirdest chase I have ever seen. It's like they can't decide what they want to do.
All right, in the
That's
end,
a
they're not gonna
great
chase
hold
too
from
far.
Team Den.
Yeah, it's a overcommitment from the Shadow Shaman. It's a lot easier to hold your mouse near your target and then blink and hex, but you have a lot more cast range than that. So he blinks way too close to the gyro, which means it's easy for the Pulverize to come and break it. And after that, you just have a BKB gyro flat cannoning the entire team that was running up to the gyro. You're in retreat mode for the rest of it. If he blinks further back and then shackles and hexes, swap that, hexes and then shackles, it'll be a lot easier. Your team will be less committed to it.
Yeah,
But-
that should have come from the low ground. Like he could have just BKB blinked into the low ground, like behind the wall, and like been fine to go for the long range shackle. I agree.
Or you don't even need to. That's the other thing that I find a little funny there. Just drop the Serpent Ward and watch Lifestealer hit the buildings, you know?
Yeah, true.
You will whittle it down. Maybe you don't get the whole thing in one go, but from full health down to half health, do that one more time, you'll finish the job. Or have him push mid while you drop the Serpent Ward in the mid lane, send an Overlord there, like whatever, right? Like, I don't think you were
Especially-
pressured to jump and kill someone.
Yeah, especially since your Lifestealer finished BKB and had Aegis, right? Like, you didn't have to force anything. They definitely just thought that they had the ability to, like, burst the gyro, right? They got overconfident, thought they could burst the gyro. They get punished heavily for it. They lose the ability to now take that second lane of Rax, which they should have been able to do. And Team Den are right back in this, man. That Shadow Fiend's Requiem did a lot of damage as well.
Yeah, he's got Ags, Kaya Yasha, and this Whisper of the Dread. He's got a lot of spell damage coming out. Amplified by that Ice Vortex, of course. Gonna feel some more confidence off that successful hold. Smoking up. Now on Team Den. Might be getting a fight around the rune. Oh, it's actually a spawn on the bottom.
Radiant are scanning. Dire are scanning.
I feel like they scouted that out, but the team was on... I feel like it might cost them the game in the end. Two of them were going to their triangle, getting ready to try to jump the Lifestealer because they saw him moving in with the Observer, saw the team coming in. While other people were moving to the right, so... They end up not being able to do anything and just lose their Observers.
Yeah. They're trying their best here to start chipping away at this top tower, but they are really afraid to commit without having Aegis again. And I honestly don't blame them. Even the last Aegis fight was rough. They will go ahead and punish Frank here on the bottom side. He does have BKB, but there's a Basher now completed. Lifestealer even TPs in to help secure the kill. It's a very nice kill. I mean, Primal Beast is not a high armor hero. Like, he hasn't really itemized for armor. He has like Pyrrhic Cloak, and then of course the what's the word I'm looking for? The oh no, his enchantment's the Brawny one. I thought he actually had Tough. So yeah, he just has Brawny.
It also doesn't help being crowd controlled up, even if you had more armor. Now he does have the Sanj and Yasha for the status resistance, but between roll and all of Shadow Shaman spells, there's just so much crowd control. You can only do so much to reduce it all.
Radiant's bottom tower.
All right, here we go. We're gonna try this again, and we're done trying it again.
Well, you did use Serpent Wards for the kill onto the Primal Beast, and you don't have an Aegis nor the banner. But off of what they did, right? They just walked up, whacked it a little bit, got out. Almost half the tower, you know? Which goes back to why we said, like, I don't think you really need to force that play. You just walk up with a creep wave, hit it a couple times, back off, repeat, and eventually you will get the tower, and now dives become a lot safer. I'll wait for Roshan for now. It's making its way down to the bottom pit.
Oh, goodbye. Oh, he's chasing after him. He's like, nah, I'm not done with you.
Did you see there was a clip that someone posted? There was a fight happening in the mid lane with a Shadow Fiend using ult, and then Roche tossed someone straight into the Shadow Fiend and got him deleted.
That's amazing.
I would love to see that this game.
Well, they actually predict the Ice Blast. They dodge this out in smoke. Infest on the Slatums here. Both teams getting ready to engage. Who's going to find who? Trying to scout with the board. They find Demon right away. The roll up into the Rolling Thunder gives them a lot of time. They will find themselves their first target. Frank, Costabile, considering going in, but a lot more hesitant than I would have expected. They do manage to take down one, but that is it for now. Gonna need your big roar here onto the gyro if you want any chance to find this kill. There's gonna be Frank with BKB, goes in onto the Lifestealer with the Pulverize. Where's the follow-up damage? Your Pango's dead. Infest into this like Primal Beast, but the Gyrocopter is just destroying your team. Costabile is trying to get another kill, but he doesn't have the damage by himself.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Slatums, he bought back for this. He needs to be very careful. There is a Requiem. It's going to connect. Ice Blast goes as well. They take down Frank, but it's going to be costly. That is going to be a dieback on your Pangolier. On the other side, Demon, well, he's caught in the river. That, I say, might have been a dieback on the Tiny, but they managed to get there in time. And Costabile makes his Infest here into the Shadow Fiend, trying to find his target here once again, gets the bash, protected by the Rage into the Abyssal Blade. He takes him down. This is where this Infest cooldown starts to become very strong. These longer fights, like the Lifestealer does end up kind of winning.
That could have gone a lot better too, but the BKB on the Primal Beast came out just as the Shadow Shaman jumped in to hex him. Like, okay, yeah, so we start with the quick Tiny kill. So pretty good start, but it gives you the information to see them coming in, which is why Frank and Wits, you know, they've already backed off in a decent spot, and then you get to re-engage now as roll ends. But this BKB from Frank just in time tonight, now on the low ground, can't really do anything, which means Lifestealer, who does a lot of damage, ended up just having to walk around a lot of this fight rather than just actually attack anybody.
Structures are fortified.
I mean, your Beastmaster's Roar was used as like a I need to run away type of thing. Like the cooldown, like the Pulverized cooldown came out and they had BKBs. They just didn't feel confident to go in and roar someone and do damage while the Lifestealer was there. They were way too afraid, and as a result, Team Den ends up getting a really important dieback. They're very lucky Costabile was able to find the kill on the Wonder Kid here. Otherwise, I think this would have been a disastrous fight for them.
And off of that SF build, it's actually done Roche in real time. Which, a little surprised by, but I mean, SF is a big part of the team fight, so they weren't feeling good not having him. So, despite kind of a messy fight from Veritas' friends, you have the Aegis onto Lifestealer. Let's see, where did that Refresher Shard go? Onto the Pango. I thought they would give it to the Beastmaster for the double roar. I guess double roll is also quite good. Once again, no reason to actually dive too hard. I feel like with this Aegis on Lifestealer, you go back to walk up, hit a couple times, walk back out. Throw the Lotus on him every time he goes up. You can send an Overlord creep with him too. If you want to drop the Serpent Wards, I guess that's up to you. He's using it to jungle again. I'm not sure about this. I feel like this ultimate...
It could be better used? Is that what you're going to say?
What did he finish? Did he need to farm something? Oh, he's not. What are they waiting for? So, if you know you're not going to move for 2 minutes, like, you can go ahead and use your ultimate. I'm looking around. Alright, Aghanim's on Jakiro, I guess, is finishing. Is that worth? What is Pango building? I think Pango's got an Aeon disc.
Dire are scanning.
I don't know, it's a weird one to me. There's been a lot of farming Serpent Wards. And I kind of think if you just drop it on the tier 3s, I know it will be farmed. I know you're not taking every single objective that quickly, but you would work them down, right? Like, if that same Serpent Ward had been placed on the mid lane, that barracks is gone. If it's placed on the bottom lane, the tier 3 is gone. The range racks is whittled down a little bit. You just kind of keep doing this and eventually work down the buildings in a very safe manner. If you were really close to an item, I'd be a little bit more open to it. But then again, even it's 1,400 damage per attack. You know, like, that's pretty important for even a quick pickoff at this stage of the game. I don't think an ancient camp's worth it.
I was really excited when we saw the Chungus Ward initially, and I was like, yeah, this is going to be really cool. Like, we've seen some people put this to really good use and do fun stuff with it. This has been the least interesting use of Serpent Wards in any capacity, I think, that I've seen. Like, not just Chungus Ward. Like, it's so weird.
Maybe it won't matter in the end, because they just killed Tiny, who bought back earlier. 100 seconds, now 80 seconds as you're in front of their base. Amplify damage on this Lifestealer too.
There it is. Big ward down onto the Primal Beast. He's dead. So they're going to go ahead and try and work on this lane of racks. Slatem's continuing to make some space on the Pango as the Rolling Thunder comes to an end. The ward, however, not in range of the other barracks, so Kosobil will have to stick around and finish it off himself.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
I think you just head mid, get that one. I think you just send the Lifestealer up. They're gonna let the creeps do it. Okay, they're gonna just go work their way top. Top's actually already halfway dead. I don't even remember from what. You can't fight this. I mean, neither of these heroes can buy back. Primal Beast for money rather than timing. And as you're about to get mega'd, I think they know that. Okay, Mega's coming in here. Range Barracks gonna take a couple hits from an Overlord creep.
Divine Rapier Gyro? Is this the comeback? Are we finally here? Wits?
It's needed at this point.
Is it too little too late? You are down mega creeps. 17,000 gold is actually not that much. But yeah, I am not confident, honestly, that your Divine Rapier is going to save this game for you.
Especially because part of the reason Lifestealer has struggled to kill Gyrocopter is the butterfly, and Lifestealer's so rich he buys the Ag Synth and has an MKB about to finish. I believe he's making sure he doesn't. He's saving buyback. Good carry player there. Not losing your buyback to buy damage items.
Dire
Now he's
are
got it
scanning.
safely. So yeah, I feel like. I mean, if you get controlled up because you go too aggressive, which we've seen them do a couple times, this Divine Rapier with a big Daedalus crit could get you killed quickly. But so long as you're with your team, you're using Infest, probably on the Gyrocopter, right? Like, you now have the tools to kill him.
They have to be so careful trying to deep push these lanes. There's the smoke. Gonna see if they can punish someone. Poking their head out of the lane. The Wits. There's the roar. Into the burst damage. The shackles, this time from downtown. They get the kill. A second roar there. We'll find the kill onto Demon as Frank will make his way back to the base. Hex out onto the Slatoms, but nice Aeon Disc. Pops his refresher. He's ready to go here once again. Just taunting them.
Jakiro Divine Rapier. Let's go.
Dude, this is why he went Twin Terror. He waited all game for this. I would also like to point out he's still not using Liquid Frost.
Dire victory.
So,
Okay, well, Liquid Frost doesn't work on the buildings.
I'm
Fine,
just saying, I don't think he used it. I'm going to look at the post-game screen for damage, and I'm pretty sure there's not going to be a lot of Liquid Frost damage there. Now, very good first game
The
here from
important
Veritas
thing
friends.
is the
They
win.
looked great. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the lanes were a little bit rougher than I thought, but they made some good plays together once they had the tools they needed. Start moving in. Oh no. Okay, tell me, Ricky, what's the damage?
He didn't cast Liquid Frost once the entire game. Not once. Didn't even use it.
Oh well. I guess we can safely say he didn't notice he had the Aghanim Shard.
I
Let that
don't
be
think
a
he realized he
lesson.
had the Aghanim Shard.
You don't need to panic over the small mistakes of your teammates. You can in fact win EWC qualifier games with not realizing you have the shard. I mean, it happens,
He
right?
finished with a Divine Rapier, the glow up. Am I right?
Exactly. Didn't need it. I mean, it happens. There's a lot of pressure in these types of situations, so you can overlook stuff like that. Game 2 going to be even easier for him once he unlocks his full potential. He's gonna have Liquid Frost. Game number 2.
Very, very strong. I mean, that was just a really good performance, I think, overall from Veritas Bros. Like, they ended up kind of having a little bit of a slow start. Like, the lanes were pretty even, slightly favoring Team Den around the 10-15 minute mark. But in terms of like hitting their power spikes, it really came off the back of the Helm of the Overlord, the Blink Dagger on the Shadow Shaman, and these two heroes kind of getting active around the map. Lifestealer's Radiance comes out maybe a minute later, and then they end up having an early Roshan, and that's kind of where they didn't really get too far ahead gold-wise, but they started controlling a lot of the map, and it just forced Team Den to maybe take like fights that they weren't really wanting to, or unfavorable fights. And yeah, late game when you have double roar, Abyssal Blade for the only damage dealer of the Gyrocopter, is very hard to play.
I don't think he even got to attack with this Divine Rapier very much. I think they just killed him at the edge of the base. So
Yeah.
maybe we got to pick that Divine Rapier up a little sooner in game number 2.
Yeah, we'll see. All right, everyone, we're going to go to a break. We'll be back with game 2 of Team 10 versus Veritas Friends here in just a moment. Stay tuned. We'll see you then.
Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Looking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper la-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper la-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper la-di-da-di-da-da-da. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the road to the EWC, the South American Closed Qualifiers. My name's Cryptic, here with Z Quixotics, as we have Veritas Friends taking on Team Den in this lower bracket elimination. Now, up 1-0 currently is Veritas Friends, Veritas Brothers. What do you guys want to call them? They're the same team. They're currently up 1-0 after a pretty clean game number one. Very, like, kind of slow and patient gameplay. Like, it didn't... Like, that game went on for 50 minutes, I feel like. It kind of seemed somewhat, like, low energy for a while, but maybe that's what you get when your Shadow Shaman's, like, ward dropping in your triangle to farm your camps instead of objectives. I don't really know.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, this was good enough to beat Team Den, and I don't mean to take away from the things that Veritas Brothers did. It does seem like when you give those types of openings, though, that's where a more experienced team will make use of the time a little better. And possibly some of the reason, right, that OG Latam was able to beat Veritas Brothers, but maybe Team Den, which struggles on the coordination, wasn't quite able to make use of it when you draft a pretty fast-paced lineup, but then it does end up going to 50 minutes. So even though they won, and perhaps we'll win game 2, they're going to move on, face harder opponents, this is the kind of stuff you got to clean up. You got to speed up the tempo. Some of those Serpent Wards kind of critiquing. Feel like you can drop those on objectives a little bit more. We saw... I don't know, it's like... It's good, but I kind of want it to be even cleaner if you want to have a chance at beating some of the other teams.
Yeah, I agree. I think that is definitely a part of it. Like, you can't really expect to qualify to the main event. Like, qualifying to EWC is not something that's just like an easy, we got it, no big deal. Like, there's a lot of really talented and really good teams that are going to be on your path to getting there. So you have to tighten up, you have to play clean, you have to make sure that when you have advantages, you're actually using it and you're punishing the enemy team for their mistakes. I feel like a couple times this game, it just felt like we weren't doing that. I don't know exactly why. I think it was mostly that second Aegis where they just like blunder the high ground when they could have just ward dropped behind the lifestealer and just taken the bottom racks instead. It ends up pushing the game out like another 15 to 20 minutes because they couldn't do anything at that point.
I mean, it started slow, like we said. They managed to pull it back. They built about a 3k gold lead at 20 minutes. And it stays at that until the very end of the game where they finally managed to break it open and build a lead to a bigger lead. And that was kind of the part where it's...
Radiant team back.
If you're drafting faster, it's gonna need to be a bit more than that. That's not to take away from Team Den. I know they're doing their part in extending the game. But sometimes it's more like what you are able to do to extend the game versus a mistake an opponent did to extend the game. And it felt a little bit like a mistake that led to the opportunity for Team Den to drag that out.
Admiral Kunkka.
Okay, first pick Kunkka here for the side of Team Den, as there's slight change. Actually, Kunkka was not banned phase 1 last game. So they will just grab it overall first. I'm curious what Veritas wants to grab in response.
5 seconds remaining.
All the supports that were strong in the last game, they just go for them again. Oh, the Death Prophet. We were talking about that earlier, that it was a surprise to see it just slipping through so many drafts in a row, despite it being relatively strong that we had seen. But here, this time, they're going to grab it. If this is the mid matchup, Kunkka versus Death Prophet, Death Prophet will be pretty happy. You can usually bully out a lot of melee heroes, and although Kunkka usually does okay with Tidebringer to just keep whittling down your opponents, Death Prophet just heals up through the Spirit Siphon.
Okay. I mean, I feel like Death Prophet has been a hero we've kind of
5 seconds
been
remaining.
surprised by a little bit.
Radiant team
I think overall this hero has like a lot of good lane presence. It can be flexed a little bit. But some teams are really terrified of the Death Prophet, it seems, because we've been seeing it get first phase banned in some situations. And I feel like this is kind of like already
10
a
seconds
pretty
remaining.
good start into the Kunkka, but we'll see if they want to move the Kunkka, pick a different lane
5
matchup,
seconds remaining.
or kind of what their idea is for dealing with the Death Prophet.
Radiant team
I
pick.
feel like you and I, the Death Prophet games we happen to catch were some of the more lackluster Death Prophet
Yeah.
games. I think this hero has been doing pretty well in other games and other regions. So maybe just a bit of unluckiness from our side. Some of the critique we had for it is that, classic Death Prophet, you wanted to save behind
10
it.
seconds
I
remaining.
think that's changed a little bit, but I think is still somewhat true. It's
5
nice to have
seconds
supports that
remaining. Dire
protect
team
you so that the longer the fight goes, the Exorcism, the Spirit Sivens, right, they build up. But if you just get instantly burst, that's when none of that happens. And that happened in a lot of the games we watched of the Death Prophet.
Yeah.
Shadow Shaman for now, not that save hero, but that's okay. It doesn't have to be both. I'm perfectly
10
fine
seconds
grabbing
remaining.
the Shadow Shaman because this is the same early pressure that
5
we
seconds
saw them
remaining.
run in game number 1. And I know we just critiqued it, but they did ultimately win with it. And now that you played game 1, you can maybe point out, like, okay, here's where we messed up. We should do this instead. And you can actually play it better here in game
Radiant
number 2.
team pick.
That's interesting. Not a hero we see all that often, but pretty good into the Death Prophet and gives you a save for the Shadow Shaman. And they're even going to go for the Ringmaster, who will be bringing a save of their own as well. So kind of an interesting idea.
This is a lot of
10 seconds remaining.
setup. You can
5
work
seconds
together.
remaining.
You also have to be careful you don't accidentally grief each other. Like if you disrupt an enemy as you're throwing out torrent and stuff like that, you can actually mess up your own combos. So a bit tricky, but I want to believe they can do it. You will need another active core. These two supports, they like to do things, but they're bad at starting it themselves.
Radiant
Or if you
team
start,
pick.
there must be follow-up. Kunkka is kind of that. You need one more hero.
Yeah. Okay. Tiny. Good repositioning hero here.
This is
Does give them the ability
Tiny?
to... Ooh, actually, I
10
didn't really
seconds
consider that, but it
remaining.
absolutely could be.
Because I
5
feel like usually you
seconds
pick
remaining.
Tiny earlier, just like, oh, it could be mid Tiny, could be support Tiny, sometimes carries, but that's really dropped off. But with Death Prophet, I know you can technically move her around, but I feel she's mostly a mid right now. So I feel like this has to be a position for Tiny, which is not really the save I was hoping to see for Death Prophet. Unless it is the core Tiny.
I don't necessarily mind Core Tiny all that much, but it just has
team
not felt nearly as strong in the past. And it is going to be at least a Core Tiny. Now, whether or not where it's going, we'll have to see. But Warlock, I mean, not a hero that we've seen all that much either. This guy has been kind of
10
slept on a
seconds
little bit. I
remaining.
think there's certain lanes it looks pretty good, but I'm curious what they
seconds
want
remaining.
to pair it with.
He was pretty good, dropped off a little bit. Part of it is that the Tormentor, because you used to be able to get, like, with the Black Grimoire, you guaranteed 6 at level 10, or 10 minutes, sorry, and then potentially even sooner, which you could use to push a really fast tempo, and then fight around the 15 minutes for the Tormentor, and it was a huge payoff. Now you don't need to fight at that time, so it's been... It's like, oh, I guess I'll wait for the 20-minute fights before we're really grouping up and team fighting, and that's felt a little bit more awkward for Warlock, and I think he's dropped off because of that. But he
10
still
seconds
does guarantee
remaining.
you a very strong lane if you're picking a weaker carry, or if you've got someone with
5
AoE like
seconds
Gyro,
remaining.
who's still available. The Flak and Fatal Bonds is a classic combo that is very strong. I don't love it with Tiny, I gotta
Radiant
say, if
team
they
back.
were thinking of Tiny carry.
Yeah, exactly
you'll
the
be-
same. Yeah.
You'll farm, but it doesn't feel like you're making use of the Fatal Bond. So I don't know. I kind of hope this is... Do I even hope it's an offlane Tiny? Is it an offlane Death
10
Prophet? Is that
seconds
better?
remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I don't know. I'm kind of conflicted
I mean,
on
Death
this.
Prophet off lane I would prefer more than Tiny off lane, I would imagine. But I just don't think Tiny can play into the Kunkka or the Pango lane. So that's where like this gets really confusing. This is why I don't really like the Tiny pick here, because it loses both of these lanes. Now, the Death Prophet will win one of them, but I think the ideal for a Team Den is you get Pango mid into the Death Prophet, and you get like safe lane Kunkka into an off lane Tiny or something. But maybe their goal is to just pick a carry Tiny here and just pick a new other hero, which I think you and I both agree we're not a big fan of carry Tiny right now.
Yeah, and the fact that Team Den is banning out a carry also suggests that's what they
Radiant team
don't
ban.
think it's going to be carry Tiny. Medusa's out. Okay, Medusa wouldn't have cared too much about these heroes. You have no diffusal mana burn available to you.
10 seconds remaining.
You need damage.
5
Let's
seconds
switch it up.
remaining.
Let's go to Team Den. Feel like you need some damage here. The early
Agreed.
fight damage is solid between the Pango and the Kunkka, but the late game damage, especially the consistent damage necessary to kill a tanky Death Prophet, who not only will have Spirit Siphon, it's not a save, but Warlock could be healing her too, right? There could be so
Dire
much
team
healing
back.
going into this Death Prophet. You're gonna need some real consistent damage to kill her. Maybe someone who builds a Scotty.
The Medusa and Morphling bans are actually really smart from Veritas.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we're gonna see that Drow we have talked about.
10 seconds
It's
remaining.
good into Death Prophet if you can get to a decent
5
Aghanim
seconds
Scepter
remaining.
timing.
Tiny's the scary part of that. You hate being tossed back, but with the other carries being banned out and it being good versus Death Prophet, you might not have too many choices. You got some saves on you too between the Ringmaster and Shadow Demon. So if you just like sit in the back and they just protect you, I mean that's pretty good. You go Frost Dragon on a Dragon Knight maybe? I want that to be a thing, but it really hasn't been.
I can't remember the last time I saw a Frost Dragon. I think there was like a small glimmer of Frost Dragon when even the Fire Dragon was really strong because people were like experimenting with it and they just went back and just like, oh, Fire Dragon's too good. And now Corrosive Dragon is like the only option.
And Gyrocopter's still available. I feel like one of these teams will grab it if he doesn't get banned out. I feel like it's an easy pick for Veritas Brothers. They have last picks, so I mean, they'll adjust. But, I mean, it's just so good with the Warlock.
They're really trying to figure out how they want to move this draft. I mean, last pick for Veritas does give them a good amount of options, and I don't think there is
Dire team pick.
a great answer for the Death Prophet outside of something like a Drow.
Radiant team pick.
Okay, they do just go the Gyro.
A farm Gyro will have the damage to kill Death Prophet, especially with the Aghanims. You have to get to that point, but the first 4 picks, not bad at making space for you on the Gyro.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Storm
Okay.
Spirit.
Choose your hero.
Carry Tiny then, I guess.
A carry Tiny mid-storm. Playmaking potential is going to be a bit better because of that. You don't want Shadow Shaman to have to do everything. Offlane Tiny also kind of needs to farm up the blink, so if you have a bad time, it can be kind of late before you can actually do anything. So Storm will just need level 6. We'll do okay versus the Pango. I mean, old patch I'd be okay with this. I'm just kind of iffy on Tiny carries nowadays.
I
10 seconds.
I think their
remaining.
idea is to salvage the tiny lane just by having Warlock there,
5
like
seconds
using
remaining.
heal to bail him out of a rough lane, because the Kunkka's gonna absolutely body this lane. Like, I actually don't understand how Tiny is supposed to play this. Like, this is an absolute free lane for the Kunkka, and he is going to have a very, if he decides to go Radiance, which I think he very well could, being that this should be a free off lane, I think there's going to be an absurdly farmed Kunkka this game. They do go Massive Serpent Ward again, by the way.
Nice. I mean, I like Massive Serpent Ward. I think both facets have their uses. I think, again, I see 3 heroes who can really pick up the pace. You got the Death Prophet, Exorcism, the Massive Serpent Ward, and then Golem, although frequently thought of as like a teamfight ability, which it is, it's also really good for early objectives. If you just drop the Golem, even if you're not even hitting a hero, you just drop the Golem to take a tower. You can clear up all these tier 1s very quickly, set yourself up for another fast Roche, get the Tormentor off of that. It's kind of the same game plan as the first one, slightly different heroes, but a lot of the same potential with the tools they have. And hopefully executed a little bit cleaner this time.
Yeah. Well, it is time to see what's going to happen here as we jump into game number 2 here
Prepare for
of
battle.
Team Den versus Veritas Bros. I think
怎么了，宝贝？
I just like Team Den's draft more. I think it's a lot more straightforward. I think they have a lot of good heroes here. But yeah, you know what? I'm going Team Den. I think they're going to win this one. I feel like they have the answers to a lot of what Veritas Bros is bringing to the table. I think a lot of pressure is going to be on the Storm Spirit, though. If the Storm Spirit can find the backline and actually get on top of heroes like Ringmaster or Shadow Demon to start these fights, I think that's pretty huge. Because then they can
30
follow up with
seconds
something like
to
the
battle.
Shadow Shaman onto a different hero.
Do you think as you get later into the game for Team Den, it's pretty easy. You just sit behind the gyro, 2 saving supports behind him, disruptions from the other cores, and you just let him do things. You have to get to that point, though. That's the part I'm a little shaky on. I feel like this support duo can really fall flat if they fall behind. So there's a lot on how these lanes will go. For now,
Looking for Demon. Disruption. Nicely done. That'll get him to safety.
does lose a lot of health for it. Channels the Watcher in front of this Warlock. I can do some quick mental math here. I feel like if Warlock takes Shadow Word and then attacks this Shadow Demon, I think you could kill him. You prefer Fatal Bonds for the lane.
I mean, you don't really
First
need
blood's
Fatal
first
Bonds
blood.
in this lane. I think you do just go Shadow Word. Yeah.
All right, he did the math. Let's see if he's right. I think one more. Oh, and a tree toss? Definitely.
Okay. Yeah. There's no reason to like hold for Fatal Bonds here. Like this is not a lane where you like really abuse it. The best thing you have is Avalanche, but you really want to wait until level 3 and you have the second point in Avalanche anyway.
Yeah, this is actually a
So-
good case. Like, Tiny is a good reason to just, like, drop the Shadow Words on so that you kind of counter the Tidebringer Harass with the Shadow Word.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you just let Tiny do his thing.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Oh, that was a quick courier death here once again.
Like, top, we got some creep dragging and anti-creep dragging tech going on.
I love that.
Death Prophet offlane. I've mostly seen the mid Death Prophets now. So I am kind of interested to see if we'll still see the Aghanims build that's been popular in the mid lane. Because Death Prophet became a universal hero, you got a lot of damage and survivability from the Aghanims. Got some other right-click stuff. You were still doing a lot with your ultimate, but you were just You're right-clicking more than you used to. And it's kind of cool. I mean, that's still around in the mid lane. I just don't know if you do it from the off lane.
Slatem's doing pretty good in mid right now.
Pango shouldn't die, but the early level should go to the storm.
Has been killed.
And we'll see what they can get done at level 6. I feel like that's how Pango lanes typically go. Nowadays, he's been nerfed enough where he doesn't like destroy certain matchups, but you just farm till 6 and then roll somewhere. Top lane, Knight being run down by Afterburner. It's a little bit slow, but I don't think there's any way of getting away. So you just keep committing. Oh, well, actually. This is the downside of secondary strikes. Yeah, your early kill potential is a bit worse.
Shadow Shaman wins this trade.
Very fire bait.
He totally wins this
Okay,
trade.
if he had walked out of the Tame the Beast, who would have won that trade?
Yeah, it's true.
I think not strong enough. Probably got a buff foul play or something there.
If they gave it so that it restored health also when it activated, like 25% max HP, I think it would be really balanced. That would probably fix the hero. Frank bottom lane.
Frank?
He dedge. Nice kill there for Gardic. Another one for his Grimoire.
Dude, what if you
Pause
healed
a
for
moment.
every chicken that was still alive? That'd be kind of hype. I think something modest like 25% per chicken. What do you say?
That seems pretty good. I like that.
Glad to have you on board. All right, we're back. Kill onto the Kunkka is a bit surprising, I gotta say. A lot of harass, I guess, coming from the Fatal Bonds. And I think Tiny's got some solid damage, but Kunkka's usually just tanky enough, even with the 2 bracers. Could say Death Prophet starting off a lot better. Last game as the Beastmaster, had a very tough time. I think it was like 2 last hits right now.
Yeah, what? I still can't believe that happened, but didn't seem to really matter all that much. Gardic about to get a 5th stack here of the poison. And with this and all the auto attacks he's built up, should just get the pop. He does. Gets the return kill, though, for Costabile. Now, he would have loved to not die first so he could have gotten the Grimoire stack, but... Or does he
True.
get the
He's
stack
actually
even when he dies?
Actually, because he gets the assist, it might still count.
Okay.
I think because he gets the assist, it's okay. I'm not 100% sure. I wasn't watching. But he's at 4, which is actually kind of the magic number. That'll let you get level 6 from, like, level 5. And that means it's, like, a minute or 2 earlier. And that's now. You know, we still have a few more minutes. You can pick up more stacks. Get it even faster.
Dude, is Slatem's dead? Knight's coming over. He's going to channel long duration Shackle here into another Vortex. But that's 4 points on the Shadow Poison. He's not going to connect on the last one. I think he lives. 4 is not
Now
enough
he
for the
lives.
extra damage, yeah.
Radiant's middle tower. is
5,
under
it might have
attack.
been close.
I think 5 he dies, because that's when, like, it amplifies a ton of damage.
Yeah, I can't do that kind of math. That's why I don't play Shadow Demon. You do force the Storm home, which is kind of good, but the fact that he gets... Well, he got the assist in this case, but that means he gets the Galvanized stack. You knew he was going to be there. That's kind of what Shadow Demon was up to, is like to mess with the Storm a little bit. Ooh, a PC crash. I hope that wasn't Frank, because that would have been awkward.
Nah, I mean, well, it was
Oh,
Shadow
okay,
Shaman
it's,
saying it, right? So I imagine it's
Yeah,
their
yeah,
own
yeah.
team. They do manage to get a kill on Frank, though, like you're saying, so Kunkka goes down again. I really did not think they'd be able to contest this Kunkka. He is having a terrible lane. And I will come out and say it. A lot of that is on the Shadow Demon dying level 1, giving first blood, and the Kunkka being like 2v1 in lane for the first wave. Like that has to have a lot of impact on the lane.
I mean, because of that first blood, you do get the Ring of Basilius really early on the Warlock. So you can just keep spamming Shadow Word and Fatal Bonds. That's kind of all you need because you turn mana into health. Like, as long as you have the mana regen, you're pretty much good to go in the lane. Should you have gotten kills? I'm not so sure about that. But when you're not taking as much damage, like even, let's say Shadow Demon played the lane. Shadow Demon is not as strong of a harasser as other position 4s. So when you don't have to use Shadow Word on yourself for healing, you can use it aggressively to whittle them down. And I feel like it's been a combination of things that has led to now Kunkka having a terrible time. And this is, that's one of the playmakers that is going to be a bit out of commission in this early game. So even more pressure now onto the Pango, which at least Wonderkid is winning his lane. Will hit
For
6
now.
first.
He's going to get 6 first, yeah. Taking on a decent chunk of damage there as the 6-minute power rune spawns. It is top a haste rune for the Pangolier. Not the best rune, but
Dire's middle tower is under
good to
attack.
take that away from the Storm Spirit. They do have stacks being made in the triangle here, just because you have a Shadow Demon. Obviously, that's going to be happening quite a bit.
Maybe that's some of the idea of leaving the Kunkka alone, too. You know, you just use Tidebringer in lane. We'll make stacks for you. You'll farm these
Radiant
up.
are scanning.
Fortunately, he wasn't making stacks. He was invading the storm on that other time. There's some stacks now, at least. Storm coming in to steal them, though. Oh, here's the Pango with the haste rune.
Dude, this Rolling Thunder is just going to take, like, a good chunk of these. Okay. I thought maybe he wanted to jump
Radiant's
back
top
up,
tower
but
is under attack.
That was a little weird.
yeah, it looked like he was going to, like, shield crash up to the high ground, but instead doesn't do so. There's the Golem as Gardic surprises them with this level 6 thanks to all of those Black Grimoire stacks. They will lurk to take down Frank once again, and now the Golem you can use to try and maybe clean up some of these Ancients, or just take mid-tower. It looks like that's where they're going.
Yeah, the Ancients are a little tough. You could do it for the hard camp. You won't kill the Pango, but you get half his health. Ooh, good creep drag from the Ringmaster. This is keeping the mid tower alive right now.
Okay, that's actually really good.
Very necessary. You're still going to take tower damage, though, I got to say. This Warlock Golem is still up for 20 seconds. The next creep wave is here.
Dire's
I think that
middle
creep
tower
drag
is under
saves
attack.
this tower, but it is going to lose at least half its health. And you need to rotate in a hero to deal with the creep wave. Otherwise, it will fall after that.
People call you friend.
Bottled Illusion Rune bottom. I mean,
creep wave.
did they save the tower?
The
For now.
Phalanx.
Okay, it's alive.
It's pretty low now, though. So if you ever rotate out of this lane and there's one hero here, you just push in a single creep wave and you will finish this tower.
Yeah.
So a good creep drag, keeping it alive for now, but still a pretty big win for Veritas friends, starting with that triangle invade. That kind of a weird roll into now
Dire's top
this
tower is
mid
under
tower
attack.
pressure.
Let's
And
take a
in the
look at Death
meantime-
Prophet.
Yeah, I was about to say, this Death Prophet here we've been talking about and not looking at all because they haven't been able to do much to her in the lane. Gyro has been farming, but we're reaching the point where you kind of get kicked out lest you get run down by Exorcism and Spirit Siphon. And now, with the rest of the team showing up, they're going to get an easy kill onto the Ringmaster. He'll make them work for it for a little bit. A little bit longer than I thought, actually. A little bit. Oh my god, okay.
There is no way you don't commit for the kill Like he just didn't want to use Avalanche when they came over. I guess I'm very confused, but
Sometimes you min-max too hard and you miss a calculation, you miss the escape act, and you get yourself denied. Well done from MJZ. They still lose the tower, so at the end of the day, still a win for Veritas Brothers. But when you
Yeah.
rotate that many heroes, you should at least get a support kill for it.
yeah, I mean that should be like 300 more gold on the Tiny right now, right? Like that's pretty rough. Regen spawns top. Slatums is getting very fortunate with these runes. So Shadow Shaman, how close is he to level 6? He's been soaking XP in the mid lane for a little while here.
He
Wants
is
his
level
Chungus
5. Needs the full level. Moved
he
around a
should
little
ask.
bit doing the stacks, which Storm just cleared some of the hard camp ones. Can't really clear the Ancients right now. I see Storm with the regen rune just moving over to go continue jungling, leave the mid lane to the Shadow Shaman. Already up to 5.5, so you will get the Mega Ward. Not too long. The Mega Ward you could just drop on the mid tower to finish it off if you wanted. But I think you just bring a couple heroes, push the lane in, get it without committing too much, and then go drop it bottom. And you'd have all the tier 1s down by, I don't know, 12, 13 minutes.
What is Kunkka build? Oh, he's going. Okay.
Blade mail, I
He
imagine,
changed.
right?
Well, yeah, he had a Helm of Iron Will queued up, and I was like, what is he doing with a Helm of Iron Will?
Armlet Kunkka, let's go.
Bring it back.
Do a cool Helm of the Dominator play.
That's what I was wondering. I was like, is this a Helm Dom play? Like, I could not figure it out, but
Under attack.
mid lane, Catapult doing some work. Last hit, Slatums! Gets
Dire's
it.
middle tower has fallen.
Okay, now you get the Serpent Ward plus Golem available. I feel like you go bottom tower. Take that.
Dire are scanning.
I'm watching Knight. He's going to stack this triangle again. Going to see a farming Serpent Ward. Get to that Blink Dagger a little faster. Oh, yeah, we are. I don't know if I like this. I'm not sure if I'm a believer in the farming Serpent Ward. It will get him his Blink Dagger pretty quickly. I can't deny
Radiant's
that.
bottom tower is under attack. Where's Death Prophet? Still going for the Aghanims. And the Gyrocopter lost the tower, but still farming away pretty effectively. Radiant's bottom tower
Is he though? Because he
Cursed
might be
him.
in trouble. In comes the Wheel of Wonder doing a lot of work. The Golem is down, fearing off the Storm Spirit, but you got to get away from the Death Prophet. That's the big thing. They managed to control her up long enough, and Wits makes it out. The
Radiant's
question
bottom
is
tower
can they
is under
push with
attack.
this Exo and this Golem? Instead, they're just going to go bottom. Vortex here onto the Kunkka, tosses him in place. He doesn't get the boat off in time. The tree toss is there. A couple more auto attacks. Slatums will secure that one. A nice setup there from Costa Bile. Okay, they're actually starting to pull ahead.
Shadow Shaman farming away. I know I said I wasn't a believer in the Mass Serpent Ward, but from being level 5 at 10 minutes, as he finishes this creep wave, he's now level 8 with a Blink Dagger at 13.5 minutes.
Yeah.
So, a bit of a trade-off, right? You don't get the objectives you could have if you use the Serpent Ward there, but you get a huge influx of farm on the Shadow Shaman, and the Blink Hex can be quite strong this game. Although the enemies do have saves, so we'll see if it actually pays off. They're chasing Blood Grenade. Need that Blink Dagger over here.
Yeah, not
Walk
quite,
on out of here.
not quite good enough with the Blood Grenade.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I think if you have... Okay. You should... we can stack Blood Grenades, right? Should be able to alt cast
blood grenades, and if you turn it on, you throw the entire stack. Double the effect.
Larger AoE too.
Yeah.
Sign me up. I'm down for that. That looks fun.
Make it stack more than 2 then as well.
Yeah. Ooh, Ringmaster caught out. Vortex secures the kill there for Slatums. And with a Death Prophet pushing top, they don't really have EXO yet, but you have the Chungus Ward, and we were critical of this last game not being put to use early on to secure objectives or Roshan, and well, there we go. It's hitting the tower. It will almost finish the tower by itself unless they bring in some heroes, which they are bringing in some
Death
heroes,
Prophet
but
tank
no one...
it.
Yeah, Death Prophet. She has 71 charges and a Lotus, but that doesn't amplify damage on Wonder Kid. It's going to make it very scary for her to stand her ground, and yeah, she's dead.
They finished the tower thanks to tanking it, but it does cost you your life. I want to say it's kind of worth it for the team. It just feels bad.
Yeah.
As the Death Prophet.
That's absolutely it. It feels bad because she's also 150 gold from an Aghanim Scepter. Less than that. She was 40 gold from an Ags, actually, when she died. So, that hurts. She's got a couple hundred gold now. She has to refarm. But I think I agree. It is good for the team overall because taking that tier 2 is pretty important. They do have a ward up there as well to look for the Gyrocopter in mid lane. The Golem comes out, but a great use of the escape back. Wonder Kid, I don't think he's really making out of this one, though. Gardic gets the kill.
You know what I really like about Ringmaster? You
His
land
music?
impalement arts, and yeah, it makes a little song. Like, we don't have other abilities that do that.
Mars makes his own music when he, like,
That's true.
kills people inside of the arena.
Right, Death Prophet goes to the jungle.
Here we
She
go.
did her
We're
duty.
doing it. We're doing
Ooh,
it.
yeah,
Knight's
yeah,
doing
yeah.
it.
Can you solo this? I guess as long as you tank some of it. It's kind of tricky, though. It would have been a lot easier with more teammates here.
I mean, he'll get it eventually with more help. It's just like the Serpent Ward will do like half of Roshan by itself.
Unless something like this
Rolling
happens.
Thunder coming through. Roshan consumes the ward.
So this is what I was worried about.
Careful.
If the ward dies and Roche that down to a third, this is not a good lineup for it until you pop Exorcism. But now the rest of the team's here. Now you've got to fight for this.
Okay, that silence though is huge. They get on top of the Pango. Disruption is there. So is the Demonic Purge, but they're able to just surround Wonder Kid. He's got no way out. Shackles there onto the side. We'll be able to hold the Shadow Demon down long enough. And now with Exorcism, they can just finish Roshan. I agree with you though. That is a concern when you just ward drop like that.
You have to be really confident you're not being contested, which they contested a little bit. You lose the ward, we see what happens. But they didn't bring everyone, which is actually a little surprising to me. The Kunkka didn't come over. I know he's saving up some money, but you're contesting or you're not. You know, like you can't send a couple heroes at it. You kind of need to bring them all or just split the map and farm efficiently. Doing a bit of both means you lose some heroes and still lose Roche. Kunkka's now got 3,000 gold. Are you still doing Radiance? I don't know if it's worth it at this point.
It's a little spooky for sure. Ooh, Slatums thought he was going to go for Frank, but instead he actually finds the Ringmaster, and with the long duration shackles, that's another galvanized stack here for the Storm Spirit. Yeah, do you have time to go for Radiance, right? I think that's where the question is. Like, you're starting to lose a lot of momentum.
It's also, will it matter this game? Because the idea of Radiance is that it's going to do a lot of damage over time, and you're such a tanky hero. But then you look at their team, and it's like, wait, Warlock is going to press Shadow Word and, you know, massively counter, at least on one hero, right? But it's also AoE, so if they're clumped up, you are healing everybody. It's like, that's kind of your counter to the Shadow Ward, the Radiance. But then Death Prophet, someone who's going to be in your face, that you kind of have to get past with the Radiance. She's Spirit Siphoning, actually healing more than the Radiance is dealing. So I'm not convinced it's actually going to do that much for them if he goes for it. But I guess if you are planning to do it, then you just have to do it. You have to get it right now, use it to farm, use it to fight. Can't start fighting when you're sitting at 3,000 gold and then die, you know, and then delay it further and then still go for it. So if he's gonna do it, he's gotta, like, he's committing, which I guess is what's going on.
I don't know, like, at this point, like, what the item would be. Like, if you're Kunkka and you're not going Radiance, I actually don't know, like, what you can go for. Maybe you, like, this is a hero that, like, is so reliant on usually things like Radiance, maybe Aghanim Scepter.
Dire's bottom tower
Orchid
is under
could have been
attack.
cool.
Yeah, Orchid could have been cool, that's true.
Shivas, but I mean, you don't
Gyro.
go first item Shivas. But a later Shivas could have been nice, like some anti-heal versus Death Prophet. Maybe if
Okay,
you were
Knight
having a good
trapped
game.
himself.
Uh-oh.
Dire's bottom tower
He trapped himself, but it's not going to matter. They still get the kill. Knight is just, you know, going to TP back to base. But, I mean, that's Ward and Golem to just take out the Gyrocopter. Arguably worth, but, yeah.
Dire's
He could just be
bottom
Shadow
tower
Word
is under
healed, and
attack.
there's even a clarity for him, and then he could just join his team right away. But you'll take a gyro kill. Looking for more with the Shadow Blade.
Okay, we're gonna
spent his money.
The Disruption's buying him a decent amount of space there, but we'll see as Slatem's going to continue the chase now, looking for more. Another save, this one out from MJZ, so Demon's going to survive. Death Prophet here with the Exorcism. Actually, yeah, with the Exorcism, trying to clean up this tower, but good time spent from Team Den there, like
Dire's
being able
middle tower is
to
under attack.
bait out so much of the Storm's mana.
I'm actually amazed that Kunkka gets out. Kind of a testament to how strong this hero is without very much. He had so much money just sitting in the bank that he's top net worth for his team, but really he's like the net worth of a support. Though now found out here, Blink Hexed, gonna be killed off. He is committing to the Orchid. He had the money. The Courier gets killed though, so now 2 more minutes where he is essentially the net worth of a support. That
Dire's
is
bottom tower is under
pretty
attack.
painful. This is a 15k gold lead at 21 minutes. I didn't even realize it snuck up so high so quickly.
Yeah, it's been getting out of control here. I'm wondering if the Shadow Shaman's just going to ward drop this bottom tier 2. Like, I feel like they should just get the tower and secure it.
Dire's
Yeah, he
bottom
does.
tower is under attack.
It's like there's no real reason to hold off on securing the tier 2s.
You could use it for Tormentor if you wanted to save it for that. I'd say that's probably
Dire's
also
bottom
okay.
tower
But I
has
think
fallen.
get the tier 2, get back is a little bit safer of a play. A bunch of lines drawn top. They want to make their way up there. Make sure they don't lose the Tormentor.
We haven't really seen much out of Costabile this game on the Tiny. Like, he's just kind of existed, farming up, doing his thing. He's on his way to a BKB. 2-0 and 7, right? Like, not the most active, but he's shown up a couple times.
Yeah, I mean, that's... The same can be said for Gyro, right? That's what you want. The carry just gets space. You're farming, get into that late game timing, and for Team Den, their 4 heroes are the ones that have struggled, so Gyrocopter's farm is not that great, whereas the Tiny, top of the net worth, 3,000 gold over the Gyro. That means the BKB is almost done, and he's about to finally find his first, I think, Shadow Blade kill. He keeps running around with it. I don't think I've actually seen him find a hero yet. But I believe they're going to get to this Ringmaster in time. Never
Does
mind,
he?
Knight's got it.
Knight's securing the kill, as we like to say.
Dude, I'm being sold on it. The way Knight plays is very greedy, but I can appreciate that. He's farming with his Serpent Ward. He's like, hey, hey, Tiny, come over, there's a hero here. And you're like, oh, I'm getting kills. Like, no, you're helping me get the kill. I need more gold. Hex before
into
the
Shackle.
roll.
Yeah. Do they have the toss timing? They do with the tree. Yeah, they have more than enough damage.
You know he was trying to secure that kill with Ether Shock.
And that is why Shadow Shaman is just so good. Just locks that
Let me
hero
tell you
down
about
for
foul
feeling
play.
like forever. Yeah, Pango's net worth now below the Shadow Shaman and almost below the Warlocks.
And there's not a lot of space to farm. Just look at the mini-map right there,
Yeah.
on their half of the map. It's really scary. Shadowblade Tiny, Link Hex from Shadow Shaman. It's very scary to show anywhere. Storm Spirit, one of the best heroes at picking you off when you try to split push. Try to move out in a smoke, but they're scared from just the Storm Spirit.
Well, there goes your Shadow Demon. They do go for the X, the boat, the Force Staff saves them. The Wheel of Wonder doesn't connect either. They do have the Rolling Thunder. Trying to get onto Gardic here. He's going to get bonked around. He's tanky, and there's going to be the ward drop. They finally get themselves a kill. This Shackles, though, will hold the Pangolier down long enough for another kill to go Slatem's way. Not the best Serpent ward there. I think he was trying to grab the Kunkka on his way out. Didn't quite get him.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I feel like you should actually be poking this bottom tower. You have Exorcism available. I guess they're waiting for Roche. And you did lose the Warlock, who has the Golem available, so if you did get into a team fight on the high ground...
You have BKB Ags on Death Prophet. You should be hitting high ground.
That's kind of what I feel. But I'll give them some leniency. They've got a good lead. You know, you can play it safe. I don't see how they lose, honestly. If they push now, I think they could do it. If you wait for Roche and then push, right, I think that's also very safe, and I'm not sure how you win as Team Den. Flat Cannon's good on high ground defense. Roll's not bad. Wheel of Wonder. But this Kunkka's pretty poor. Finally has the Orchid, but it's already BKB on Death Prophet. Storm. He's pretty tanky now that he's got his Kai and Sanj finished. Not sure you can even kill him in the silence.
Hex, Shackle, Avatos. He's gone. MJZ not close enough to get in range. I think they actually caught a glimpse of him, but won't be able to find it. Top side, though, they're going to go in. There's the blink in from the Death Prophet. BKB immediately spent from the Gyro, but the Golem is there to chase him down. And godlike for Slatems on this Storm Spirit. Costabile is at the bottom tier 3, getting ready to go high ground. He's got the Shadow Shaman ward that can get dropped as well. They're looking to just pressure 2 lanes immediately.
Serpent ward again. This bottom tower is almost dead already, while Exorcism doing the same thing top. Pretty value fortified, protecting 2 lanes at once, but not going to be enough as it ends. Bottom racks already falling. And maybe you can use the Fortify here to protect top. Get you one more fight with the Gyro. I think if you lose another fight, the game's over. Kind of feels a little over, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, I appreciate Team Den playing it out. You know, you are gonna be knocked out after this match if you lose. Might as well play it to the end. Just in case. Greatest comeback possible, which... Do they have a Lotus Orb? No. I'm trying to think of, like, what is the comeback? It's like, you Fatal Bond your own team into Flat Cannon. That's not going to be an option.
Nope, nope. I mean, to be honest, they're just lacking damage. They, like, the offlane Kunkka, I feel like that lane should have actually gone pretty well, but it, again, came back to, like, Shadow Demon dying twice in the lane, which just gave them so much damage that they could put into the Kunkka instead. And now Slatem's also having a great time on the Storm Spirit here, completely dominated Wonder Kid, and it just puts them in a scenario where your playmaking heroes are not making many plays.
I will say props to Veritas. They won game 1, but we you know, critiqued a little bit as well. Like game 2, they critiqued themselves in the same way and said, you know, we can play way faster, and they do just that. They have a better time in the lanes. They line up their ults a lot better, putting them to great use, taking objectives with, I feel like, almost every single cast, right? And now here they are, 28 minutes, 31k gold lead, just the mid barracks left. Oh, it looks like a range barracks alive in the bottom. I didn't realize they didn't finish that. It's not going to make a huge deal. You win one more fight. You can take all of this in one go.
Yeah, I mean, last game goes to 50 minutes. This game, I think we're not going to get close to that. They're going to go for Roshan, again dropping the massive ward for this. Gets a lot of damage onto this without any of them really having to take any damage. Slatums gets a quick solo pick-off as he activates his Amplify damage. And that will be Roshan for Veritas. Ooh, interesting. They actually gave it to
Look at
Tiny.
the banner. Banner, guys. All right, they got it.
I guess Tiny's the one hitting the buildings.
I mean, Storm would have been good too, but yeah, that's what I was going to say. Tiny's probably the one who actually steps up and hits the buildings, whereas Storm is just going to watch him, and then if a play happens, he's going to zip for the back line, find the Ringmaster or the Shadow
Dire's
Demon.
middle tower is under attack.
What are they waiting for? They got Roche and then just scattered.
Yeah, like we gotta farm our next set of items here, guys.
Demon Edge in... Okay, Silver Edge for the
Edge.
Tiny. Gonna be done soon. Looks like a Lincoln's for the Death Prophet. It's just a few hundred gold away. You use the Serpent Ward to take the Roche as well, so that's gonna be up in a moment. So you can line all of these up, just drop the Lincolns onto the Tiny, drop the Serpent Ward, let them get to work.
And Storm gets an Arcane Rune bottom to make it that much better. Okay, they should go now. Arcane Rune for Storm. You've got your Lincolns on your Death Prophet and your Silver Edge on your Tiny. There's nothing to wait for. It is go time. Silver Edge popped. He's going straight for the high ground. He is drawing the line. He's going right on in. Avalanche comes through. Toss. Just bonks the tower for so much damage. He gets a silence onto one, a jump on the MJZ. He's going to survive now for the moment, but they are being forced away pretty heavily. Shackle comes out. Wits will be forced to BKB, pop the flat cannon, but he's just not winning this fight against the ward. Who wins? Giant Serpent Ward or Gyrocopter?
Dire's middle tower.
If you had to guess, Zach, who would it be?
Dire's structures are
Well, only
fortified.
one of them retreated back to their fountain, so I believe the Serpent Ward won that battle.
Big Chungus Ward indeed won.
Dire's
Mid lane.
middle tower has fallen.
Quick kill of the tier 3 into the melee, and then eventually the range barracks. So much pushing potential on this lineup. They have mega creeps. Now looking straight for the tier 4s. They drop the golems. Why not? Who's gonna stop them? Meanwhile, Slatum's just in the fountain, having some fun. And that'll do it. Veritas Brothers grab themselves the 2-0 here, eliminating Team Den from the EWC qualifiers.
Good improvements from Veritas Brothers from game 1 to game 2, like we said. Sped up their gameplay essentially by 20 minutes. You know, that first game, a 50-minute win, into this one, a 30-minute win, which I feel was very possible in the first game. So glad to see those improvements. Is going to be very much needed versus their future opponents, because Team Den knocked out. We are knocking out some of the teams now. It's unfortunately how it goes, but that does mean the teams that remain are all going to be stronger and better, and you need to bring your best game forward if you want a shot.
Yeah, I think this was a much better kind of performance of the Shadow Shaman, or better usage of the Shadow Shaman in this game. Like, we were like, okay, like, part of the picking the big Serpent Ward is the fact that it's able to take objectives way more reliably, but it doesn't give you the potential of like trapping enemies, and you don't have like the Hex now. So if you're gonna go this ward, I think you need to be using it for that reason. And they get a 14-minute tier 2 tower with it. They get like a pre-20-minute Roshan with it, and then we see them constantly using it for, again, like the third Roshan, or going, or was it second? Just second Roshan and then going high ground. Like every single time the Serpent War is being used, it was being put on an objective, and I think that is a huge evolution of their game plan. And then you factor the rest of the draft, the fact that like Costa Bile's lane ended up being way better than it probably should have. Slatum's absolutely balled out in mid lane against the Pangolier as the Storm Spirit. So just kind of a winning formula.
Yeah, I think the lanes as a whole went a lot better. Storm's lane maybe struggled a bit. There was some rotations over that kind of went, I don't know, you like slow him down, but he also kills the Shadow Demon, right? So he had kind of a wonky start, but at the end, he was still the playmaker, zipped around, did a lot for them, winning them this game. So I think we have the bracket ready to show you where we're at with the qualifiers right now.
Yep, so our lower bracket, Veritas Friends, as we just watched, takes the 2-0. They'll be playing up against Sin Compromiso as they took the 2-0 over at Starbucks, which Sin Compromiso looked really good this morning, so I'm not super surprised. They are one of the tournament favorites, so we'll see if they are going to make it past Veritas Friends, which I think, based on this game, I think Veritas Friends has a much better chance than what we would have saw after game 1.
Yeah, and in fact, they might need to further improve on it, reflect on this game, because Sin Compromiso has been looking really good.
Yeah.
They're also a stack recently formed, but the players are very high caliber, and it's been showing. You know, if you catch any of their games, it has looked very good. So, like I'm saying, the competition just gets harder and harder the further on you go. Fortunately, you do have a bit of break here because you got a 2-0. So you'll have some time to take a break, eat, and prep for that next one.
Yeah, so for those of you who are sticking around with us, in about an hour and 45 minutes, just under that, we will have our final series of the day. Now for Zach and I, we'll be watching the upper bracket finals of Heroic versus OG Latam. And then the other stream, we'll be watching the series, exactly what Zach was just saying, Veritas Friends versus Sin Compromiso. But this upper bracket final is going to be a banger. These two teams have looked great, so very excited to see how that one's going to play out. So make sure to come back, tune in, and watch. Again, that's in just under an hour and 45 minutes, so you got time. You know, go for a walk maybe, go outside, touch some grass, come back, be ready to go. But for now, we're going to say we're going to go to a break. We'll see you then.
1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go. Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no.
So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're steps ahead of you. You'll see soon.
We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. It's our time. We're taking over. Time is ours. We're taking over. We are stars. We We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. It's our time. We're taking over. Time is ours. We're taking over. We are stars. We 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shape me, no
fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of like the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da.
1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go. Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down
die. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of life, antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all I ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. If you shoot, I'll take
We are back here for the road to the EWC. It is the tail end of the day here as we've got one series left, the upper bracket semifinals. Or is it the upper bracket finals? It is the upper bracket finals.
Upper bracket
yeah.
finals.
Upper bracket finals here for South America as it's been an exciting couple of days. We've still got one day left after this, of course, but the upper bracket now will be Heroic versus OG Latam, which Heroic has looked very good recently. They had a little bit of a slip up against the Starbucks, but OG Latam also coming off of some pretty impressive series, taking the win over Sin Compromiso and then over Veritas Friends. So they've taken down some giants on their way here.
Now, we have a lot of 2-1 series kind of showing how close a lot of these teams are. So although Heroic has been looking good, OG Latam, I feel like, have been improving, and Heroic, they better be prepared for this.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really, really close series. I do feel like Heroic, most of the time, is going to be favored. And that's the thing that's like really hard to overcome for a lot of these other teams. It's like you're going to this matchup. Heroic is a difficult team to draft against, and they're very, very high execution. So you have to bring your best game. Like, you cannot show up and be like, we made a couple mistakes here and there. That doesn't work against this team. So we'll see if OG Latam is coming prepared. I think this is a team that absolutely has the potential to win the series, but it's going to come down to the drafts, and it's going to come down to how clean the play is.
Yeah, I think all the cores on Heroic can be quite scary. We've talked in the past about they like second pick. They have a lot of like cheese type heroes that they'll whip out. So they're very flexible in the opening and then pick something very strong at the end. They don't always have to go that way, but it's something you always have to be kind of mentally preparing for as you draft versus them. OG Latam, I feel like I'm still kind of coming to understand their style. Tai Lung kind of new to the mid lane at this pro level, kind of showcasing what he can do, and he's been pretty solid, but how they exactly play around in the past, K1 just used to be this heavy farmer, right? You know you're going to do a 4 protect 1 strat, but he's been trying to diversify his playstyle. I feel like it's taken a little bit because it's so different from what he used to do, but he will play this more aggressive type heroes nowadays, a little bit more space given over to Illich. But I think Heroic has a bit more experience in that. Whisper especially has been looking really good lately. And in fact, Human Analog maybe are the ones kind of still ramping up. Of course, that was just, one series. Sometimes you have an off day. But Whisper, he was on point. We've seen him making so many plays, as we've come to know from this guy. Just some crazy skilled offlaner.
Yeah, that's the thing that's like really hard to also deal with is like, no matter how good you're playing, there's always just a chance that like Whisper is having a better game and he just like catches you off guard once and your team is in a really rough spot. And we saw that countless times. He has an incredibly deep hero pool that you think you've banned out everything, and you're like, most teams are just priority banning Whisper in these games. They're looking at like, oh, we don't want his Timbersaw, we don't want his Magnus. Like, what do you let through the draft? Because his Darkseers also looked very good. Like, he was the one kind of really like innovating with this Helm of the Dominator build. I was like, what's the word I'm looking for? He's the one who kind of innovated this Helm of the Dominator Darkseer into an Orchid and was been playing it as like a pick-off like hero as opposed to like this aura team fight. So there is a lot of depth to what he brings to the team, but it's not a one-man show. And I think that's really the strengths of Heroic is like you said, like these guys, the other side, some of the other players like maybe are just even warming up, but maybe it's just Whisper just overshadowing people with like really good play. But he's also being enabled by like one of the best 4 positions in the world. Like Schofield does insane work for him in the lane. Not to mention you have like KJ, who plays a lot of like really solid supports who can rotate around or make the game easy. I don't know. I like this team a lot. They've been one of my favorite teams for a while, and I always enjoy seeing what they come up with and how they kind of do something that maybe we haven't really seen, and they make it work.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams also know this. That's why we see such emphasis on Whisper, because he
feels like he plays like a carry from the off lane, but not in the way other people are doing it, where, you know, it's literally Terrorblade from the off lane, carry items, Magnus carry items, to, like, I don't know who else, Nature's recently, you know, carry items. It's the actual, like, aura builders, it's the playmakers, and yet they're top net worth. They're doing insane damage. He's getting, like, refreshers 5 minutes faster than other people. It's just this insane farming speed from that off lane while still somehow making a bunch of plays. And that is a lot of the hero pool right now. That's why Beastmaster typically gets banned out. The Darkseer, like you said, we've seen a lot of Enigma and Magnus from him. They look good. So do you ban those? But I mean, then one of the other ones that you're banning are going to slip through, and that's kind of the tricky thing. And if you focus too much on Whisper, at some point you'll just give him some basic initiator. He'll look good, and you'll have a much better matchup for Analog and Yuma. And suddenly you were putting too much attention onto Whisper.
Yeah, absolutely. They're like, it's not a team that you can just underestimate any aspect of, right? Like they're all very skilled. That being said, I want to talk about maybe a standout new player, which is Tai Lung from OG. Like, this is a guy very young coming in, joining a roster of extremely talented players, and he's done a pretty exceptional job, I'll be honest, right? Like, there's a lot of really high-skilled mid players that they could have picked from in the pool from South America, and this is who they went with, and they honestly shouldn't be disappointed. So I am kind of curious to see what or how he's going to do in this matchup. Like, when you think about building a team in your OG and you're like, all right, guys, there's, you know, Analog's already on Heroic, but there's several players that, like, aren't on teams. Like, you could have looked and tried to like poach Dark Mago or Slatums, right? Two really well-known, really talented mid laners, and they go with Tai Lung. So a lot of pressure, kinda, but he's filling that void, and he's doing really well.
Yeah, I agree. He's played a lot of the standard mids, but I do remember seeing him play the Underlord mid recently. So showing some creativity to kind of match that OG vibe. It feels like that team's always bringing out some kind of new crazy elements, and maybe that's a little bit of what they needed. You know, you got to find your own style. You can't just always mix and match, copy other teams. Sometimes you do have to come up with your own ideas, and that's where bringing in some fresh blood, a new player who they come with their own hero pool, they come with their own style, some ideas to mix things up.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Well, as we take a look at some...
Turn to ban.
I'm so glad I mentioned that teams just prio ban Whispers heroes every game. So yeah,
10
the
seconds
Timbersaw
remaining.
and the Magnus are just going to get banned right out of the gate
5
here.
seconds
Now they will
remaining.
have first pick on the side of OG. Heroic will have second pick, so they get one more
Heroic's
ban
turn
on
to
OG in
ban.
terms of deciding what they want to do. Heroic, though, giving a little bit of respect back the other way. They get rid of K1's Medusa. They get rid of the Shadow
10
Shaman and the
seconds
Bristleback.
remaining.
Some of the strongest heroes of the current meta. Now, Templar Assassin
5
is still
seconds
in the
remaining.
pool. I know K1
Dire
can
team
play it,
ban.
but it's just not his type of hero. Like, we don't really see him go for the Templar Assassins that much. And Yuma,
10
honestly,
seconds
kind of the
remaining.
same. So this might be a series where we just don't really
5
see TA
seconds
that
remaining.
contested.
Dire team pick. Heroics turn to pick.
True.
God, I was
These
really
guys actually
hoping they didn't
recently
first pick it.
played. These teams actually recently played, and TA did go ignored in their series. 3 games, just not banned or picked at all. Something like the Darkseer was more
10 seconds
contested.
remaining.
So OG going to grab it for themselves here. Time to find
5
out what you
seconds
want
remaining.
as your response pick. We've
Dire
seen
team
some
ban.
of the strong...
Dire
Okay, why am I even
team
bothering?
ban.
Okay, they're going to go for the Sven right away. Pretty good versus the Darkseer. You have the natural cleave, so you aren't so worried when Darkseer shoves lanes into you. You can
Heroics
handle it.
turn to ban.
And later your illusion is not that strong since the illusion doesn't get God Strength nor the cleave. Pretty solid matchup, but revealed right away. So you got to make sure you don't get countered too hard, or at least you enable him with the remainder of the picks from Heroic, which I'd say crowd
10
control
seconds
is the main
remaining.
way to make sure Sven's having a good game. Like a support that can stack
and then a
5
support that,
seconds remaining.
or the rest of the teams that can help lock down heroes, because that's what you can pick for the rest of your OG heroes, just things that make Sven's life miserable. But he'll always deliver damage so long as you let him.
Okay, yeah, I can kind of agree to that. I think with the next set of bans here, the Enigma actually very smart. This is a hero that plays really well
10
with the Sven, but
seconds
also they have
5 seconds remaining.
like Darkseer really struggles against Enigma because he's also like this other aura
Dire
builder that wants to
team
go in
ban.
and start a team fight, and like everyone tries to collapse on one hero, and then Enigma's like perfect, like I'm gonna do that too, and like you can just build a BKB and then you don't have many options. So Dark Willow, very very solid pick. We've been seeing this hero get a lot more love. You like to refer to her as just putting
10
junk everywhere.
seconds remaining.
I think that's very very valid.
5
Junk on
seconds
the
remaining.
ground, very good against Darkseer, but also good with him. We see this pairing a decent amount. Not the, the original is like another melee hero who gets in there with the Darkseer, but nowadays that Darkseers do more farming and are doing this Helm of the Dominator build as well. Sometimes just a ranged hero who sets him up. They're annoying. You still can do things like vacuum into the brambles and then just go stack for him. Those have been pretty successful too lately, so a bit of a steal pick, I'd say, from Heroic. We have been seeing some position 5 Dark Willows. I prefer the position 4, which means you might still see here like Oracle in this game. Kind of good versus Dark Willow and good against the Darkseer, so snatched up by OG Latam. Probably not laning together, but you are protecting your Darkseer, while now, if this is the Dark Willow 4, Bramble, Curse Crown, all that, not really going to do very
10
much in the laning
seconds
stage.
remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
In terms of like the next possible picks or bans, a lot of times we see Oracle. Like obviously, it's sometimes it's picked as like the counter to Darkseer, like you're saying. But I'm curious if they want to pick a hero that really synergizes well with Darkseer or with the Oracle, someone that can take advantage of the healing. Death Prophet is one that comes to mind. We've seen before, and she's pretty dang good right now.
10 seconds
Not banned.
remaining.
I'm just not. I haven't seen
5
Tai Lung
seconds
play, and it's
remaining.
definitely not a K1 hero.
You can do it. You'll have the 18th pick here once you see Heroic's 2 picks.
Heroics turn
So it is a
to
mid
pick.
hero that struggles versus the Death Prophet. We could see that. It's actually the Ember Spirit coming out. Monkey King is actually still in the pool. And I'll tell you what, Huskar also in the pool with an Oracle, which could be quite scary.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I'm actually really worried now for this Ember Spirit pick. I'm wondering if it's too bold.
Time to find out how disgusting of a player Tai Lung is. Like, how cheesy does he get?
I mean, maybe he's not a Huskar player, right? Like
10
maybe he's not someone who has a lot of
remaining.
games on Huskar, and they know that, and so they feel confident picking the Ember Spirit.
5
But you could
seconds
also
remaining.
just grab something like the Pangolier if you
Dire
want.
Team ban.
They just go Terrorblade. Wow. So they would rather get the carry matchup into the Sven first. So they will be able to protect the Ember Spirit now with their next 2 bans.
Terrorblade's an interesting one.
10
High
seconds
armor
remaining.
versus the Sven. But the abilities from
seconds
Phoenix, Dark
remaining.
Willow, and Ember Spirit are kind of annoying for the illusions on the
Yeah.
Terrorblade. You will eventually get farmed up enough. And you'll get some help from Oracle, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, you do have the dispels from Oracle so that as you're being hit by the Flame Spirits and everything, you can actually dispel all the illusions at once. That's actually quite nice.
Heroics turn to ban.
Doom would be good to just take out the Oracle, prevent the Sunders, prevent the snowball saves, all sorts of things. I feel like you
10
have to consider the
seconds
Monkey
remaining.
King ban, right? I feel most mid
I
laners
agree.
can play Monkey King. Not all of them are
5
Huskar
seconds
players, but
remaining.
many are Monkey King players. With that said, I'm also looking at their lineup, and you kind of want a better playmaker than a Monkey King. But I think Monkey King's not too bad, especially if you crush the mid matchup and then you can boundless from trees. Like that's acceptable playmaking if you're 1,000, 2,000 gold up over your opponent mid laner.
I'm trying to think if he plays Beastmaster either, if it's worth it, because the other thing that Tom do kind of have to worry about is a Beastmaster. So it's like, is Beastmaster going to get banned here from either of these teams, or are one of them thinking of picking it? I know we've been seeing Analog mostly play the Beastmaster for Heroic, but I'm sure Whisper absolutely can. But he might just stick to some of his more like staple heroes. They've already banned like a few of them, right? And they took the Darkseer. The ones that he's been playing the most have literally been Doom, Darkseer, and Magnus. They do ban the Huskar. So despite everything, us not knowing if Tai Lung is actually that big of a Huskar player, they will respect ban it out. I think it's smart. I agree with you. It's probably not worth giving them Oracle Huskar.
It's just too set up
10
for
seconds
success,
remaining.
man. Ember Spirit Huskar matchups too good. Oracle saves, Tusk
5
to
seconds remaining.
rotate in on for you. Darkseer, Surge, and IH. It's like it's so scary. Who would deal with him? You're all just running away the whole time. And in the past, the like Phoenix damage over time that you drop with Fire Spirits would be pretty good, but
Heroics, turn
you'd
to
have the
gold.
Oracle Dispel, but even Huskar's new facet would be a good dispel. So we see the Pango come out. That's the mid laner versus the Ember. It's not one that you're going to absolutely destroy with, but it does fine. Skill-based matchup, you can crush it. We've seen that happen before, but then
10
you will hit
seconds
6, and you'll be
remaining.
able to make plays with the roll better than the Monkey King would. So they're opting
5
for the
seconds
playmaking
remaining.
rather than crushing the Ember in the lane. Respecting the Storm a lot, too. Even though Storm would have had a tough time in the lane versus the Ember Spirit. But it's something that Tai Lung has played a lot, and it fits exactly what they would need.
So I think overall, the last pick here for Whisper, I do agree that like you just need to bring some team fight in. Like the Mars ban is actually really smart considering the Phoenix. Something that plays quick as well with the Ember Spirit. I'm trying to think what other options he really has. Is it something as simple as Tide, or do you not really want to play Tide into the Terrorblade? There's also Slardar, but also into Oracle TB, not the greatest. What has he been
The
cooking?
Oracle is the Oracle is the annoying part for a lot of the popular heroes having to play into
Cool.
an issue, but Axe, okay, doesn't care too much. You won't get as much value from Battle Hunger in the laning stage, but your ultimate actually can go through Oracles if Oracle saves too late. And the AoE call is very good versus the Terrorblade Illusions.
Yeah, I like this. This is a super cool ability, or a super cool hero for them to rely on. Going call out as well for the facet, which is not something we see as much. Like a lot of people preferred one-man army, but it got consistently nerfed time after time. Call out got buffed actually, I believe in 739, so it's a little bit stronger.
10
The bonus
seconds
armor
remaining.
going up just 1. So
5 seconds
not
remaining.
not terrible.
Gotta say, it's bold to pick Axe into Tusk, because the Snowball save is a very strong response from the Blink Call. But there's only so many things you can Snowball save, because you'd actually also like to use that to dodge the egg, perhaps, or maybe Yuma jumps in and you'd like to Snowball someone. So it is difficult for Moose. He's going to have to choose. I guess you see how the game goes, right? If like Axe is having a terrible game, you don't really need to worry about that one. If it's having a good game, then that's your priority.
So right now it
I'm
actually
excited to see
looks
this Whisper Axe.
Yeah, I actually am too. I think Dota is broken because I'm pretty sure the coordinator went down. Or not able to get, like, where the game's not actually starting. So we're going to hope that the coordinator does not break whatever is happening right now.
And I'll brainstorm how this game's going to go right now while we
sort that out. We were hyping up how Whisper always seems to have a bunch of net worth. I feel like Axe is one of those heroes that you can get that, you know, because of how good creep dragging can be. You cut the creep wave, drag it to a camp, farm both at the same time. Axe is one of those offlaners that can get insanely rich off of a good laning stage. You do have to be careful. The Terrorblade meta can really beat down an Axe before he has too much armor in the early game. Especially if you start the Tusk down there, not like a full tri-lane, but you just try to find a quick trade, get Axe real low. That could set you up for a good start. Because Oracle otherwise is not that great at setting that type of thing up. You're really just using Q on an Axe, and it's not the most consistent.
Well, here we go. For those of you that are just tuning in, welcome, as this is the upper bracket final here between Heroic and OG Latam. A lot of fans for both of these orgs, right? There's a bunch of OG fans who are now like, other OG not doing super hot, but this OG is cooking, so this is our new team. And that's fine. I'm all here for it. Welcome to the scene, everybody. South America Dota is very fun, you know, and we'll see how they do here up against the region's
30
most
seconds to
consistent,
battle.
most dominant team.
Early investment against Whisper here. The full lineup of OG invades the enemy triangle, puts an observer to see when the support is going to come stack, and then blocks both of those camps as well. So a lot dedicated to make sure Whisper does not have a strong start.
The battle begins.
punching for you.
Not a whole lot of effort for the runes, so it's just gonna be 2-for-2 split. And I really am excited to see how well this like Axe Dark Willow lane is gonna go. 'Cause I do feel like that's a pretty, yeah, it's like I feel like it should be pretty good, but a lot of times nowadays we're seeing Axes go the Battle Hunger build, and that is not great against Oracle, so we'll see what ends up happening. There's the Battle Hunger, instantly dispelled, yeah. So, that being said, a lot less mana committed from the Axe for that.
Exactly. Battle Hunger is pretty cheap, 50 mana, and it's not like you really use Berserker's Call all that much at the laning stage, so you just spam out Battle Hunger, it's usually a bunch of damage. Oracle won't take that damage, but if you're having to save Fortune's End for Battle Hunger every time, it means your own aggressive potential is never really going to be there. I do think the first few levels, like that's where Terrorblade should be getting as much as he can. Once Whisper has his Bracer and Boots, gets that Chainmail, the lane's going to get a lot harder. Speaking of hard lanes, bottom, they think the lane is so hard.
Radiant's
Tusk is
bottom
grabbing
tower is
2
under
creep
attack.
waves on this creep drag. They do not want to play a normal lane here.
Yeah, I don't blame them. Like, Phoenix is such a rough hero to play against as a Tusk. Like, oh, I guess I'm Fire Spirited, so never mind. And,
This
Sven
is
just
the strangest creep drag contest I've seen in a while.
They have to like chop through some of the trees so you can actually like get to the creeps and last hit them. Yeah, this is a very, very odd lane. Real question, I think you mentioned it. Axe Calling Blade still goes through Oracle's ult, right? If you're below the threshold.
As far as I know, yeah.
That's what I thought.
Radiant's courier has been
I don't think anything prevents Axe ult other than Blade Mail and Bloodseeker. I think that's the only thing in the entire game.
I didn't know that one. That's
Yeah.
funny.
There's a weird thing where it's like the Bloodseeker will heal off the thirst, and if like Axe would kill the Bloodseeker, but the Blade Mail damage is enough to kill Axe, the Bloodseeker lives and the Axe dies. It's very weird.
I think you should get the stacks that Axe would have gotten in that case. For as wacky of the creep dragging was, Darkseer's doing okay, but so is Sven, so still kind of farming up as needed. In fact, every lane is pretty much going that way, with mid maybe being the noticeable difference. Tai Lung starting to build up those denies. We saw in an earlier series today, Pango hit 6 first and was able to get a kill onto Ember, which ended up being really impactful. This game might be a little harder based on the supports they have to work with, but could still be something we see if this deny trend continues. A tactical helix spin right there. 2 CS.
Huge.
I fully believe it's tactical too. I know this guy's counting how many he needs.
No, absolutely.
Keeping track
That is
of
a
it.
big part of the axe.
Yeah. 18 and 8, speaking of those denies. Building them up on Axe. That's actually something I was thinking about when they blocked this triangle. Axe, at the good start, he's actually going to be going on your half of the map. He actually doesn't need his half of the map. Tai Lung keeping his distance. Don't get hit by that Shadow Realm.
That would have been a rough one to die that way. But yeah, mid lane, slight favor to the Pango. Actually, a lot of denies. 9 denies under his belt here against this Ember Spirit, which is a pretty big deal. So Analog's not going to be able to
Dire's
like really
turret has been
contest at
killed.
level 6. Like this Rolling Thunder is going to be out way before him.
Loaded courier that just died.
Yeah, it
A
really
lot of
was.
different things on it. I feel like we've seen a lot of couriers dying lately. It's because everyone's doing all these wacky creep drags and roams. They're forgetting about their couriers.
Focusing on all these other shenanigans.
Poor
They're
courier.
going to try and get aggressive on Hector there. Yeah.
That is a big hit.
I think the blood grenade hit.
Call him
Axe
into another
does
bramble?
get the call. He's dead. Absolutely. First blood goes to Schofield. Definitely well deserved. Whittling them down slowly but surely.
Radiant are scanning.
Doesn't even need to drag him into another bramble, which actually would be cool. Off of that kill, I mean, that's his boots and his chainmail on the way. Phase boots, the whole thing, pretty close to being done. And that's where you'll start seeing the creep drag. The armor tanks you up enough that you can now just start accelerating your farm at an insane rate.
Radiant are scanning.
Do you,
Very careful.
Are scanning.
Did
yeah.
that miss? What was that?
That bramble just off the mark. If that hits, that's another call. He's not going to die there, but he'd be in a lot of danger.
$15 denies on this Pango. That's actually...
Yeah, it's a lot.
Oh, they're going for the roll. Good
Pango
dodge.
in the mid lane with
first.
the help of the Tusk. This is a kill. He can't get out of this. Moose just takes the kill, and Analog is getting absolutely bodied mid, and a regen spawns bottom thanks to the knowledge of the Oracle.
Wasn't sure
Dude.
they'd be able to get the kill, but Ember steps down at the low ground, and then Tusk just wraps in from the high ground in that window. Really well done, making use of these denies he has.
He's getting destroyed mid. It's not even close. He's down over 1,000 gold at 6 minutes.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising. Ember usually does a bit better than this versus the Pango. We see cases where the Pango does pick up more denies, but it's usually not this many. I don't know what's going on. Having a bit of a rough time. Fortunately, their other lanes are going well. We've been talking about this Axe doing well, but all the wacky dragging in the bottom lane means that Sven has been getting a bunch of farm top net worth. So Ember just needs to get to his level 6 and make some plays.
Make a nice wrap around here top side, and yeah, with the help in from the Pango, they will have the damage. That is really scary. They do not have the damage at all. Axe gets a double kill instead as we get some serious server lag there.
That's totally what went wrong, guys. Oh, no. This is the danger. When you all group up on Axe, Axe spins a lot more. And the Tusk, that would have been a worthwhile sacrifice. But the Terrorblade, still a pretty low health hero. Axe gets close. He misses the call, but you get the kill and the Axe lives. You'll happily take that when they gank you with 4 heroes.
That is such an insane TP in from KJ as well to come in with the Sunray. I also want to point out that the facet from Axe actually saved his life. He would have died 100% if it wasn't for this facet.
True, 45 more attack speed to enemies, but you get bonus 18 armor.
Yeah. This would not have, like, he would not have gotten those kills and he would have just straight died.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, I guess bonus 18 is a little misleading because you already get some, right?
Yes, it's level 1 call, so the difference he gets from this facet, I believe, is 6 armor at level 1. So
Yes, I'm looking now.
Yeah.
So they get the attack speed, you get 6 more armor than
Dire's
usual.
top tower is under attack.
So he built up some spins while taking a little less damage. That's going to speed him up to his blade mail.
dude, if I'm Whisper right now, I am so stoked because he is really farmed. He's not the highest level. It's, 9 minutes into the game. He's gonna try and double stack there with his courier
Dude,
providing
good
vision.
use of the
Very
courier.
efficient, but ends up
Missed the
not
first
getting the
stack.
bottom one. So whatever.
That's a tough one to get. These side jungles they're both 55 essentially.
Yeah.
It's tricky if you don't have an easy spell to use.
So Sven also having a great game, a Yuma Classic, one of his better heroes, as he is up to 5,200 net worth here, just 9.5 minutes into the game. Do they have stacks being made? Because if they do, Axe or Sven can pick them up. Well, Axe actually, he was gonna go for Hector, and he's like, yeah, he might just sunder me. I should probably chill.
The thing is, you actually do farm
Dire's
faster than
middle tower
Terrorblade.
is
That's
under attack.
a rare
Yeah.
thing to say because Terrorblade with the illusions is actually so good. But when you can just drag waves over to camps and farm both at the same time, your efficiency is a lot better than Terrorblade's. Especially when you're also winning the lane. That also helps speed you up. Yeah, you did mention some stacks. They were blocked for a little bit, but Dark Willow has now started to get to work on that. So there are some, and it looks like they're going to give it over to... Well, actually,
Whisper
I
will
thought
take
it was
the
going to go to
Ancients.
Whisper, but Ember also came in, which, understandable. He has been having a rough time. Could use the extra help.
That didn't take him too long. Whisper gonna be very happy about that. Get even closer to his Blink Dagger. Does have the Polywog Amulet, so a little bit of regen to help sustain doing those types of
Radiant's middle tower
things.
is under
But
attack.
quick little influx of like 500 gold for him. As Hector gonna get called in a follow-up here into the creep wave. There's the very nice kill. Actually misses the dunk. So unfortunate there for Whisper. I think panicking as he doesn't want to get sundered, of course. So
Yeah, it's a little funny there where the more units there are, the better for counter Helix, but the worse for Bedlam, or, maybe a
Yeah.
little RNG on that one. So he wants all of them, but then they don't get quite as many Bedlam hits, so he just has to throw the ult early. And you get the kill. You want the stacks, but at the end of the day, as long as you're killing the carry, right, that's the winning formula. And he's 2,000 gold over the Terrorblade right now, right? You take that any day of the week.
yeah, I mean, Illich is farming okay bottom just as a Darkseer. That is the nature of the hero,
Radiant
and he's starting to
structures are
maybe
fortified.
pressure the tower a little bit.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
But
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I do feel like Sven is having a equally as good time, if not better, than the Axe. So they'll bring Hector bottom. They'll grab themselves a tier 1 tower for this rotation. I'm kind of surprised they didn't want to fight it, but Axe wants to get to the Blink Dagger, it seems. And
Radiant's bottom tower
Can't
has
blame him.
fallen.
I also think they're already set up in position, right? So it's defensive, but you are moving from where you want to be to go fight them. And could be could be a little iffy into the wall, into the meta. So you'd rather wait for your power spike, which you know is coming in the blink now. So he's got phase, blade mail, blink at 12.5 minutes.
That's so insane. I cannot believe his blink dagger is already done.
Is this a solo kill in the mid lane?
Well, Moose is there, but I feel like Tai
Shut
Lung
up
did
a
all the
little
work.
lane. Tai Lung did all of it, yeah. Burned the mana on this Ember, so he just couldn't Remnant out.
Killing the Pango
That's
here
a
is
pretty
essential.
big mistake.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
First,
A lot of heroes here
Blink
mid.
reveal
El
into the
Nisho's
mid lane.
nearby. Yeah, instantly bails him out. False promise right away. And now he's in a lot of trouble. He's in deep, and this should be a kill going their way. Just rolled over as Hector is the one to secure it. Tai Lung going a little bit further. The egg is down. Terrorize connects, but the Sven, is he going to have the damage?
Big hit.
It's going to be close to Diffusal, holding him back. In comes the Ember. They get the kill. The dive forward now from KJ. Trying to body block El Misho. He's like, get me away from this man. Not going to be enough. As Illich will be able to surge to safety. Ends up being a 2v2 in the end. But losing Axe on your blink reveal, that's pretty rough. Really well played from El Misho.
Heads up from both teams, right? Trying to get this Pango, who has been doing well in the mid lane, so you know you want to slow him down. El Misho thinking the same thing. Like, Pango is a great target for them. I'm just going to hang around in the tree, so I'm not the target. And I'll just save him with a very early ultimate. Saved by the rotation from Yuma. Sven, quiet game, just farming away, but when you're going to dive the tier 1 like that, he's going to show up with God Strength, and look at that. We see his damage coming in. Sven, the big winner of that exchange.
Yeah,
now
absolutely.
well into the top net worth. And I imagine a blink next? Nope. Foolish me. He's got it already.
Oh my gosh, what an escape from the Phoenix. That was sick. Sven's like,
That
"You
is
touching
really
my
funny."
ward?"
I thought he was going to kill El Misho, and he's like, I'm just here for the sentry, actually. Get this, get out. I mean, you join the fights as you can on Sven, but the true timing is the BKB later
Absolutely, yeah.
on. And at this rate, it's not going to be that much later on. That'll line up the timings quite nicely, because Axe also working on his BKB.
Oh my
Wow.
god!
Dire's
Oh.
middle tower is under attack.
All right, sometimes we wait for the BKB. Sometimes we say, yeah, that's... Sometimes you simply kill the heroes right in front of you. No time for the Oracle ult when you're killed in 3 hits from an Echo Saber Mask of Madness.
That's the best feeling ever as a Sven. You're like, oh. Just instantly dunk 2 heroes. Speaking of dunks. Oh, Whisper got him. Was that a mech from
Nice.
Illich?
Yeah, nice mech play from Illich, preventing the stack. You do get the Tusk kill in the end. Culling Blade gonna be on cooldown now, though. That's like the 3rd missed one, right? He's gonna be annoyed.
He has the only one that's actually gone through is the very first
Dire's
one.
bottom
He's missed
tower
every
is
other
under
dunk.
attack.
Whisper's probably just like internally just like a little tilted at that fact. Right? Like, how does this keep happening? They keep griefing me.
I need you guys to do a little bit more damage so I can ult. Come on.
Dire are scanning.
Sven, what does he need? 1,500 gold for the
Radiant
BKB.
are scanning.
You're gonna have double BKB
Dire
timing
are scanning.
before 20 minutes. That's pretty good. The only main
That's-
downside here is that Ember has been struggling. So right now, just
Yeah.
phase and blade mail on him. Really just gonna be like the scouting Ember. You know, you're just gonna like kind of go in first, safety your spirit in the back, throw out the sleight of fist, slow out the searing chains, and try to scout people for your Svens, for your Axe. But your own actual damage won't be that great this game.
Double damage.
I love that KJ is just farming on the enemy's half of the map. We saw him do this on a Nature's Prophet the other
Yeah.
day, but now he's just like, you know, I'm Phoenix, but what's stopping me from doing the same thing? Actually, though, just
It
over there
works.
getting money.
Has a ward place. He's just chilling. Schofield gonna find Moose here, but there is an axe nearby. Bedlam with the Shadow Realm. Not gonna get a lot of that damage out at the time because, well, it was all spent on the snowball. Schofield now gets caught from the wall. Terrorize out as well. There's the Rolling Thunder. This is a huge commitment for the support Dark Willow, but the kill finally gets secured.
I know you said a lot of the damage wasted on the Snowball, but I feel like Snowball ended and then he still almost died to the
Yeah, that's
remaining
true.
Bedlam. It's just so much damage. But yeah, in the end, it is just a Dark Willow. Good restraint from Whisper. I mean, he could have gone in to try to help, but he's like, nah, no, you go. And if you get 2 kills, especially the Axe with that rotation, totally worth it. But just knowing to cut his losses makes that rotation... It's like okay, but it doesn't feel that great, especially if you lose your Terrorblade right after.
They're like,
actually-
never mind, we're alone. We're next to a T1. We need to bail. So they force a TP out. Oracle comes immediately. They actually had some heroes coming through the Twin Gate as well, so a good call to disengage. Not overextending there. To be fair, like that is a scenario where you might have been able to like God Strength Egg and kill him, but
In a way,
It's not worth
also a
risking it.
super... Yeah, you don't have to risk it, but they don't know that. And potentially that's a 5-head play to do that, bait the rotations, and then you go run top. Because before, OG was in position for Tormentor. Now you have to go through the Twin Gate. That's kind of scary. You know Axe has been sitting in that area, so is the Dark Willow. You could be going to your death. But they do have an Observer near that area, so I think that gives them enough comfort to now sneak back in top. And it looks like we're going to see a fight around this Tormentor, potentially.
there's a lot of vision on the top side here being dedicated, like you said, from both teams. They're going to basically see all 5 heroes heading to Tormentor with these 2 wards. So they know exactly what's going on. I think they're just going to give it up. They're not going to make it to like Roshan in time because this should die fairly quickly with the Sven coming through. Sunray as well. This to try and top them off. Schofield hops in the mix.
Oh, they're so
And,
healthy.
ooh, that's a great shard. This is a really scary one to get early, actually. You don't really see many Dark Willows get the Cursed Crown shard early on, but... Oh! Alright, Tusk got yeeted. I mean, they know that this is happening. This is such a fast rotation. That 30 seconds for Roshan to move is potentially backfiring as Tai Lung, actually under an Invis rune, will get the Rolling Thunder off, but your Darkseer trying to hobble away. He gets vacuumed up to the high ground. Really nice play. Yuma still actually dodging this one out for now. Will just BKB, looking to get out of this one. Maybe grabbing El Misho with the help of Axe. They will. But that is BKB God Strength on the Sven.
Find the Pango, too.
What?
That's all the Embers got to do. You just got to sleight of fist chains, and Pango stuck around just a little too long. All he needed was 2 hits from the Sven to finish the job.
Yeah, they don't have much God Strength time left, so they just say screw it. Like, we don't need to contest the Roshan. We got 2 kills. We stopped it from them. Go back to farming. They're looking really strong now.
Yeah, that sequence of events helped Sven finish his Harpoon, and now he's going to queue up the MKB. You already know that Terrorblade very likely to build the Butterfly, and the way the game's going, I think that MKB is actually going to come out first, which is never a good feeling if you're a Butterfly builder. Dark Willow might be about to run into Oracle. Oh yeah, they saw it. They're thinking about it, but they don't know where enough of the heroes are, so they're a little scared right now. It's some safe play from Heroic. I'm trying to click around and see what the item timing is. The BKB just finished on Ember. Maybe that's because I feel like they're ahead, you know? I don't want them to sit still for too long when you have a 12k lead, but perhaps it's the MKB and the Lotus Orb on the Axe that'll give them more comfort. Or maybe they were just waiting for God Strength and that BKB on the Ember. Yeah, the smoke up. See what they can find. It'll open up Roche, whatever they get. Terrorblade, amazing find.
That's such a good find. Yep, absolutely. Onto the Terrorblade. Terrorize is there. 2 dead. Now you get Roshan. Oh boy, that's so solid. Initially they were like, yeah, we're gonna get the Terrorblade, and it's just the worst time for LB Show to walk over the high ground there. Oh, that hurts.
That's a moment where a few seconds makes the difference. If that smoke happens a little slower, the Oracle, because you know Terrorblade's farming here, you gotta protect the Terrorblade. Oracle's gonna go stand by the staircase to be the smoke breaker. And that's exactly where he's headed, and unfortunately it's just a few seconds late, or we'll say Heroic's a few seconds fast. You end up catching both of them.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Wait for the God Strength to be back up. You got plenty of Aegis time. You'll have 4 minutes. And you might push it off a little longer, too, because it looks like the MKB is actually not that far out for the Sven. Though, I don't even know if you need to wait for it, because he doesn't have the butterfly yet.
Man, I feel like they're so far ahead right now that at this point you're just looking for... You're looking for just like tier 2 towers, and then you should have enough time to go to the high ground. I'm fairly confident that the MKB, like you said, is going to come out before the butterfly. Yeah, this is going to be a pretty rough timing here for OG unless they can find themselves a miracle pickoff.
I don't know if you're going to get all the tier 2 towers. You kind of have a choice. Either take all the tier 2 towers, but then the Aegis timing is going to be pretty low at that point. If OG does a good job of pushing out waves and making you have to like back every time you take a tower. Or you can take like 2 towers and then push the high ground a little bit.
Yeah.
Of course, if you find a kill, that expedites the process. And they are smoked up right now. Trying to find OG in the Radiant jungle. Passed by the Terrorblade.
Oh,
that Darkseer.
It's so close. They almost find him. Yeah, Darkseer would be a great grab as well, but Tai Lung inside the Roche pit actually popping the smoke. Very nice placement from him. They're trying to figure out desperately where he is.
Oh,
Whisper's like, guys, we're being mind gamed. He's in the pit. Terrorized, not being thrown. He's going to be able to get the Rolling Thunder off, and Tai Lung is out. Very nice way to pop that smoke rotation from Heroic, and they get nothing out of it. Huge play.
They also don't have to commit too much beyond the smoke. I mean, those are just basic, you know, blink calls, and that's the roll to get away. Yeah. So with that, they pop God Strength. They start working on this tier 2, and you know, could you just go high ground if they don't have roll?
Nope, he's going back. He's going back. He wants that haste rune. He wants to go find another hero. Meanwhile, bottom Analog, because the Rolling Thunder's down, they just set themselves up for another kill. The dunk for Whisper. 2 more dead. A very good ward was placed there to scout this one out, and Yuma is looking for anybody topside here with this haste rune. They do get the scan. Illich knows that this is coming, but will he get out? He should.
Good call not to stay on that twin gate.
Yeah, they assumed he took that twin gate out, so Illich will be fine.
Minute 30 on the Aegis. So this is where you probably don't have time. You know, if you take this top tier 2, by the time you push bottom tier 2, that'll be the end of the Aegis. So I kind of feel like you could push this top one and then go high ground.
With the last like 30, 45 seconds.
Yeah, you'll even have God Strength. It is
like
a little
that idea.
scary into Terrorblade and the vacuum wall.
They're looking for Ember Spirit on the other side of the map, right? Like, they're trying to get a play. They know that they've got to take out a hero before, like, a high ground push actually happens. But maybe Heroic are just comfortable continuing to advance their lead. Lines are being drawn.
Yeah, Sven. I think Sven's like checking around items like, wait a minute, I don't even need this MKB yet. I'm gonna get Daedalus first.
Did he? Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, I mean, he was holding the items for a little while to figure out what he was going to build.
He's about to put it to use. Okay, he's playing it safe. I mean, Terrorblade also kind of changed the items around. Was thinking about that butterfly. Kind of has a split on items. Partly worked up BKB, partly Scotty. Not sure what he's trying to finish here. Scotty is very strong this game.
It is, yeah. So with that first Aegis, they take all of the outer towers. That is pretty much as good as you can ask out of a first Aegis. You've pushed your gold advantage to 19,000. And Yuma, like you said, yeah, he's like, I got my Daedalus. I'm actually going to go for a Swift Blink as well. Who cares? MKB.
I mean, until he has a butterfly, right? Who does care,
exactly.
MKB? That's why you buy MKB. If you don't have to build it, you don't want to build it.
Sven has found his first victim, now potentially the
he's
second
dead.
as the Terrorize there. Snowball does come through, but he's got a BKB. Whisper responds with his own, and goodbye, 2 dead. That is high ground with a green light for them as they've got this bottom wave pushing in. They need to be able to secure this wave, make sure it makes it to the high ground. As Terrorblade has no buyback. For 40 seconds, he is on the sideline.
God Strength is ending, but you've already finished the tier 3 by this point, and you have plenty of time to take this barracks. They're trying to creep cut. Darkseer gets it, but they're out. Former teammate.
I can't believe that spray is still a thing for them. That's really funny.
Ember strength. Now
This is the perfect situation for that spray.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, we'll see it. The harpoon actually almost kind of pulls him out of the Terrorize there. It was very close, but Whisper close enough to follow up the snowball with a perfectly timed call, and yeah, you're not escaping that one.
Yeah, I mean, we see the strength of the snowball save and the Oracle save potential, but once you're this far behind, it's real tough. They're trying to find anything. You're gonna see Schofield. Not even the easiest kill though.
No, it is not. They do manage to get the Rolling Thunder off before Yuma can turn this one around. A big call on the backside from the Axe Whisper. He's gonna have to be careful though. Hector surviving thanks to the false promise from the Oracle. He's gonna pop asunder, take down the Dark Willow, but now Hector needs to run. The BKB's out from Yuma as well as Analogs. They're gonna try and get in range. Whisper actually gets stuck in the trees, misses the call. He's just running away. They're kiting out the Sven. They're making it work, and I think they've done it. They get the kill. KJ, now nothing left for him as well. They will turn this into a 1-for-3, nearly a 1-for-4.
Started pretty good. Unfortunately, the call that's coming in here in the back line happens at the same time the vacuum wall does. So Sven's not actually doing any damage during the Axe call. Oracle eventually gets found, but has the initial save necessary to keep K1 alive. Gets surged away, repositioned. And at this point, you're a very high armor hero. Yeah, maybe if the call connects, it works out, but at this point, Terrorblade is a very high armor hero versus the Sven. I wonder if you're maybe regretting a little bit not getting the Revenant's Brooch instead of the Daedalus on the Sven.
Yeah,
I don't know the exact math, but I think Terrorblade is one of those cases where the armor is just too high.
I mean, maybe he wants the Daedalus for the other heroes, right? He's like, for him, it's also really good to just delete anybody else, and if Terrorblade's the only hero standing, you know, they don't really have much of a choice. Like, their game's kind of over at that point, so we'll see. I think right now, Axe going for the refresher, so not something we see all that often, I think, this early in the build, just because he doesn't have the mana to sustain, like, double call, but very good in the late game. One of the best lockdown abilities, especially once he gets the Berserker's Call AoE at 25. I guess he did go Lotus. He actually does have quite a bit of mana.
Yeah, it'll still be a little close, but the next neutral item is about to come in, and you can maybe pick something that gives you some mana.
Yeah.
If you get that.
Right now, Yuma has queued up after his Swift Blink. He's got the Satanic Aghanim Scepter on the quick buy. We don't really see Ags that much on Sven anymore.
No, but it is kind of nice to be able to chase certain heroes around that are getting away from you, like the surge targets. Maybe
Yeah.
Pango trying to swashbuckle out. You follow along. Now, despite winning that last fight, it is still an 18k lead for Heroic.
Dire are scanning.
It
Trying
still
to
has
find
like
a fight.
basic Dispel on the Stormhammer as well, so makes it a little bit more difficult to kite him out. The smoke is there. Both teams just barely avoiding each other, but Whisper goes in, gets the call. Nice snowball to save him, but the Oracle is dead. First egg right on top of Hector. He pops the BKB. He's trying to get away, but the Oracle's coming right back into the danger zone. Yeah, cancels the TP instead. Realizing it is far too dangerous. The call is there. A nice Sunder, a great vacuum, puts two up onto the high ground. Whisper tries to TP, but cancels, thinking maybe they still have the fight, and yes, they do. That is 3 dead plus a buyback. Actually, a dieback on the
Radiant's
Tusk.
middle tower is under attack.
A nice idea to vacuum wall them, but fast reactions from Schofield immediately force that Whisper down. So we see the call, but exactly why the Tusk is so good versus Axe. You just do a quick snowball save. The Surge, getting Terrorblade out, but you've already lost the Tusk at that point. The Oracle buys back. This vacuum does keep them from losing more. I think if you actually chase further, you catch that Terrorblade. But it does get you Roche, which is plenty to start.
Roshan has fallen into the ring.
Well, we saw how much they accomplished with first Roche, right? They took all outer towers. Now, second Roche plus the banner. And we did see the refresher finished up on the Axe. Actually got put to good use in that fight. He might have been in some deep trouble there if it wasn't for the second use of the BKB. So we'll have that coming off cooldown in just about a little over a minute and a half.
I think if you can survive this Aegis, things are starting to improve for OG. Because Sven did pivot the build, and Terrorblade is wrapping back around towards the Butterfly. The fight that they won, Terrorblade was able to just stand and attack. This last exchange, he was forced to run for a lot of it. So the later the game goes, the stronger the Terrorblade gets, since Sven's kind of maxed out already, right? He's so rich. He's got like one more item, but it's gonna swap places with the Aegis anyhow whenever he has it. So Terrorblade gonna catch up in farm as this game drags out if you're not winning with this second Aegis.
You have level 25 on the Sven right now. You want to put it to use. He's still going back and forth between the Ags or the Monkey King bar, kind of deciding which one he wants to have.
Double damage empowers me.
So they're going to walk right into
deep
the
wrap
side
around.
of OG. Schofield finds El Misho. There's the Yules.
Radiant's
Bedlam.
top tower is under
He's going to buy himself a little bit of time here. Has to dispel the stun, but there's the call. And he's very quickly killed off. Now, on the other side of the map, they are TPing into the outposts. Trying to find the Tusk, but he has gone mid, so they do not see him. I mean, that would have been very close if they actually get the Tusk there as well. Oh,
Jumping Sven.
that's a lot of
All right,
damage.
they don't do enough damage. They get half of it, but that's all their spells. Easy to throw spells. Like you can commit the wall and commit the roll, but the rest of the team's gonna show up. So they just back out. I think they're just trying to force him to panic, you know, BKB or panic use something. no Oracle. You know it's a dieback, but they weren't quite able to push anything in that time.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised they aren't making like a push to the high ground with the God Strength for that. But I guess still afraid of the Darkseer. I say that Darkseer. Oh, they just blinked right over each other. But they look for Tai Lung. He gets the roll up into the Rolling Thunder. And now the Phoenix. Oh, the egg off at the last second. Moves. He's going to burn. Tai Lung stuck in the corner here. Cannot get out. Axe goes for the call, but it's just barely off the mark. What a messy area for the Pango. I don't even know what he was running into, honestly. It's like it just looks like mostly trees, but it's like these 3 pillars that you just can't get around.
Either way, you've killed Tusk, you've got the banner and some God Strength time left.
Big back. No wall. Just messing with them, but he's going to get harpooned back in. Nullifier, not quite done yet, so they get the first life of the Sven. Analog is in with a BKB, trying to get some damage here onto Illich. Yuma going to be forced out. Ember will make it out as well. And they will defend their high ground. I saw someone building. Oh, Ember does have the Nullifier. Okay. I thought so. Maybe it just got delivered, actually.
It might have been.
Radiant are
That's
scanning.
the Aegis down, and you actually see how quickly Sven died there. This Terrorblade getting pretty scary, I gotta say. And the high ground fights are where it's tough to get to the Terrorblade when he's the freest to just stand and auto attack. The Butterfly finally done now. I think you do need that MKB on the Sven, who has just committed to the Ags.
Yeah.
So this is where I think it's kind of tricky dealing with this Terrorblade. Even with... they were depending on the Axe calls, but you got Snowball, you got False Promise. I think you just save those and sit behind K1.
KJ actually picked up a Scythe, by the way, on the Phoenix.
That's pretty hype.
So, yeah, super hype. A decent job at holding their high ground for now. I mean, it might get easier as the Terrorblade gets more farm, but the supports are falling really far behind, specifically this Oracle, who has just been the primary target for Heroic in every fight, and rightfully so. And Axe, well, as he gets closer to the level 25 talent, you're not really going to be missing any taunts at that point.
Oracle was having a better game. He could have the Blink Dagger too. It's been so tough on him. All he has is a Ghost Scepter.
They're going to look mid, try and grab the Ember Spirit. He gets the BKB off, and, well, the Phoenix pretty close by, able to dodge into this fight if needed. The Rolling Thunder from Tai Lung doing a lot of work. Never mind, it just chain stuns down the Phoenix. He is dead. That being said, you're going to trade for the Pango as well as the Tusk, as Yuma just cleans up the backside of this fight. Need to be a little bit careful. Yuma forced to BKB as Hector continues to chase. Will Superman to a nearby creep wave. And that will be enough for him to get out. A 2-for-1.
That Blink escape, I think that'll be it. And this is all about the Terrorblade. If he's able to stand in the fight, he will kill everyone. He's got the damage to kill everyone on Heroic. But no one else on Heroic can deal with the Sven, or even the Ember and the Axe are pretty scary for all the other cores.
Yeah, I mean, we can see Pango just
It's
dies
literally
in
just a
3
kite
auto
game.
attacks there. Yeah. Like, he's just waiting patiently for the Pango's Rolling Thunder to end, just goes right in with the Stormhammer. Meanwhile, right now, Whisper wanted to look for a kill here, but saved by El Misho as the Dark Willow not likely to make it out of this one. Walrus punch from Moose to secure the kill. And Yuma, his blink, or his blink initiation being canceled by a Terrorblade illusion, so he's annoyed.
I'm gonna queue up a Satanic to replace that Mask of Madness. I feel like that means you're gonna have to Ag Synth before you go back for the MKB if he is gonna do that. So still kind of worry. It means you can't ever initiate on the Terrorblade unless he's like truly alone.
Yeah. It's kind of on the axe, right? And I think that is definitely possible once he has, like, if he decides to commit Refresher Call. If El Misho is not alive, he can just solo the Terrorblade, really. So they need to make sure that they're finding El Misho on this Oracle before the axe tries to make any sort of play on the Terrorblade.
No path.
We're gonna come up for the Tormentor. I don't even know who still needs theirs. This might just be money.
That is just money indeed.
Money is good. 27k gold lead, 42 minutes. That's a lot, and yet fights still
struggling
kind of close.
Yeah, I was gonna say, still struggle a little bit in the fights.
Never refuse.
79% win probability. I mean, this just kind of shows that some of these heroes on the side of OG,
Dude, if they sneak
very hard
Roche,
to finish the fights or finish games against. Yeah, sneaking Roche, this would be pretty massive. They're smoking
making this
across. Dire Scan comes out. It doesn't connect. Schofield just going to drop some vision into the pit. He doesn't find it. Terrorize not being spent quite yet, and that will be Aegis. Everything just going to be cleaned up from Hector as the Chain Sun's now onto Yuma.
Terrorize.
He needs to find a way into this fight, but he just hasn't yet. The egg comes out. Hector will commit the BKB to get the egg, but instead will have to run away. In comes Moose, sacrificing himself to make some space onto Hector. They get the kill onto the Axe. He's going to buy back into the game, but now with Schofield, he's pretty far in the front, but Yuma gets another big entry into the fight, takes down the Darkseer. Analog finishes off the Oracle, and here's Whisper. He's back. He can deal with the Terrorblade. As a second Rolling Thunder now coming through. Here's the refresher from Whisper. The second call, the Blade Mail. Can he do it alone? He needs some help this time. Hector not doing as much damage. Back comes the Sven. Hexed up. Brute, they get him. 95 seconds, no Terrorblade. Somehow Schofield surviving what seems like forever. You die back on Whisper, but you get a huge fight. And with this, Heroic, I think, finally going to crack the high ground.
It's crazy to me that these fights feel so close when they have a 30k gold lead. But finding the Oracle to start the fight was huge for them. Have they committed too far? Actually, buybacks coming in.
I don't think you have the damage to kill the Sven, especially with the Phoenix here on the Sunray. They will force staff him out of these ice shards, but my goodness. He is still alive.
Are buying time. Push out the
has
creep
God
wave at the
strength
same
again.
time. Yeah, you really need to get more from. You really want this barracks before Terrorblade is up. I mean, you don't know his buyback status, but he's been having to spend all his money to have a chance at keeping up. Doesn't feel like they feel comfortable pushing without Axe, though.
Not at
And
all.
very understandable. I mean, Axe has been doing so much in these team fights. The fact that they find Oracle at the start of this was huge for them. But the zoning role actually did buy a lot of time to finish the Roche, grab the Aegis, and try to get out of the pit. But this is where there's so much AoE and so much junk that it was pretty tough to get out of the pit. As much as K1 tried to step out, they had to kill the Oracle first again. Just trying to kite out the Terrorblade here. But then as soon as Oracle was down, you see Axe finally be able to just blink call and use the Blade Mail on Terrorblade and melted himself on the Blade Mail.
Yeah, between the extra illusion
Right
and just
here.
the fact that he has meta active, it's just so much damage. The thing earlier too, like the Sunray's doing a lot of work there, and Phoenix, he was one attack away from dying when he cast the egg, and I'm not sure if Hector just miscalculated or he, you know, I mean, it's a hard split decision because he's the only one hitting the egg there, but this is just such a close fight. Like you said, despite being down 30,000 gold, OG are playing very well.
They don't get any barracks, so that's not even the last fight we're gonna see. You still have to win more fights to close out this game. If it's going to be them. Like, it really feels like one bad fight and Terrorblade will kill all of them. and just run it down. I think at that point you're going tier 2, tier 3 straight to the throne. I guess we'll see exactly how the fight happens, but if I'm Heroic, I'm not feeling comfortable about this game at all. Sven going for the refresher next. It really is just avoid the Terrorblade as best we can, take out everything else, and then we can go in on the Terrorblade last. Doing a decent job so far. Do you feel like it's just one slip up away from being team wiped, though?
Yeah, it does feel that way. Dude,
Radiant's middle tower is
the
under
axe
attack.
call
Radiant
AoE
are
is so
scanning.
sick. It's just such a nuts talent, and he also has Pyrrhic Cloak now as well. So
Radiant structures
if
are fortified.
if Terrorblade
Radiant's middle
wasn't
tower
playing a
is under
game
attack.
of, you know, stop hitting yourself enough before, it's just gonna be that much worse.
Amplify damage on this Terrorblade.
Dire's top tower
That's even
is under
worse.
attack.
Axe, if he sees him. Oh, instead he gets the call onto the Pangolier. They do see Hector off onto the side here. The Oracle does get the save, and Whisper, he's on the run. He's gone down 100 seconds without him. Terrorblade given just free reign to do whatever he wants, and now Analog forced to BKB Remnant away.
Dire's bottom barracks are under attack.
They get
Dire's
everyone else
bottom
out,
barracks fallen.
but Alex died pretty quickly there. Maybe regretting not having more Code of Blood stacks from earlier. Missing a couple of the ultimates. Sure could do with more armor versus Terrorblade. Tusk may be thinking the same thing there. It's not even God strength from the Sven beating him down. Level 30 on the Sven coming in soon. Plus 1 second Stormhammer duration. That's actually not bad in terms of helping to finish burst off heroes. And don't forget the innate from Sven is to do bonus damage versus stunned enemies.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, big roll in, but the E-Blades can be able to protect the Phoenix 4 now. Goes for the egg, drops the Sunray. They're not on top of him. Now, they need to be careful. They don't have Axe for another 10 seconds, but in comes the Sven, able to dodge the stun there for a moment, but he will pull back in. The Darkseer, another E-Blade to buy him space. Refresher out from Tai Lung for a second Rolling Thunder, and now they're going to turn their attention to the Sven. He does have BKB available. He's going to be forced to pop it as well as the Satanic, but now he's just on the run. Where's the
Axe
axe
is on the way.
call? It's coming soon. Whisper, he's looking for a target. Who does he go for? It's going to be the Darkseer, the BKB, but an immediate save from El Micho here once again. He pops the refresher. We've seen this before. He needs to run. In comes Yuma once again, but dodging these stuns again, and now he's disarmed, in trouble. He's dead. OG are doing it. Despite being down over 30,000 gold going into these fights, they take out the Sven, and they repel Heroic.
This Terrorblade is just getting too hard to deal with. They were kiting him before, but he's got the Hurricane Pike, so now he's got extra attack range. He can also move himself, you know, as you try to run away. And you see anytime he gets to attack someone, he melts through them. Now, in that fight, I think the creeps actually finished the bottom barracks, so a little bit of ratting going the way of Heroic. But I think you see your own mortality while that's happening. This Terrorblade is... He's a problem. I kind of think you have to start pivoting the item build, especially on the Sven. You gotta get this... I don't know, do you sell Daedalus to get the Revenant's Brooch instead? You at least get the MKB. Yeah, he finally queues it up.
I think keeping the Daedalus is fine. He just 100% does need the MKB. I agree. Gear back, Analog. No BKB, but did have the Remnant, and he gets to a haste rune, so that's quite nice. He actually has 0 remnants of it. He has 1 now, but 0 remnants available when you have Aghanims up there is very rare.
Darkseer just hit 24. When he has 25, pretty sure you're going AoE Surge. Suddenly your Terrorblade not getting kited around as much.
Radiant
Sounds hype.
are scanning.
I believe he's about to buy out the refresher on the Terrorblade. Understandable. Anytime you have meta, you're way stronger. Does mean one mistake, you die, game is over. There's a lot of pressure on K1. But also pressure on the saves to keep him alive, right? That's what you got the Oracle and the Tusk for. Which is actually what I was going to say in that right before that fight broke out. It is a 52-minute game, and Oracle has 6,000 net worth. It's been a brutal game for El Micho. I must have been unlucky on getting greedy in the enchantments. He is so poor.
You know, sometimes it is what it is. E-Blade
Max
and
had this
Blink.
net worth at 10 minutes.
Yeah, he did.
Dire are scanning.
Blink in, Walrus Punch onto the Ember Spirit. Nice fair from the Terror Wave as well. He's got BKB and Remnants to play around. He's just kind of biding his time. He will finally commit to using him. Axe looking for his opening. They do manage to spot the Oracle. He's actually pretty far away from the Terrorblade. They're going to try and dunk him. He gets him, but the 1 HP is not enough. The refresh from Whisper for the second dunk will finish the kill. 4 dead as now the Pango goes into the Roche Pit. It's going to be a triple kill for Yuma.
The patience from Whisper. He's just hugging the edge of the fights. Knows he's got to wait for the BKB to go down. Finally sees the window. Catches 2 in the call. And they melt the entire team off of that.
Also, I don't know which support it was, but one of them found the Oracle and made it so he could not blink to get to the Terrorblade. Now, they tried to all-in him. The first dunk missed and they actually get False Promise off, but we did now confirm Axe's Culling Blade goes through False Promise, which is what we both said we thought was the interaction.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
No meta. Oh no, just kidding. He does have meta. What I used.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Not the fastest base
Oh, the
seed
Terror
because you
Wave.
don't have God Strength. Yuma, vacuum back, Walrus Punch, stuck inside the shards, Whisper with a big call. They need to get the Oracle here, and quickly! Oh, the Sunder at the last second will bail out K1, and Whisper's in pretty deep. He's gonna need a little bit of help here to try and escape. The rest of his team, I think he'll make it.
Forcing out 3 buybacks. You don't lose anything. Get half the mid racks. Melee barracks there still open. Tier 3's open. 1 mistake. Any hero dying now. It's gonna be it for OG.
How do they have a
You need to give
53,000
They gotta
gold
stop
advantage,
farming.
bro?
They need to give it to El Micho. He needs the blink. You need to be able to more reliably blink ult. It's part of why they lost the last couple fights. They have to stop farming in front of El Micho. Go get your blink dagger. You need this. He's thinking about saving buyback, but El Micho, I mean, I get it, but like, you have to be able to save Terrorblade. It's everything. Guys, let him
Radiant
give
are
it to him.
scanning.
Axe has gone 3 blades.
Unlucky, you know?
Is it? You're pinging the high
I mean, if you didn't
ground.
get the greedy, it's unlucky, right?
Yeah, that part's unlucky. The other part's unlucky is every time you go to a camp, some chorus farms it in front of you. Real strange.
Blink call onto the Pango. They dive onto the other side. These pick and choose. You got 2 heroes you need to try and save. Hector, he's going to get out. The second call here, though. This one will delete the Pango. Moose in trouble as well, protected by the BKB. God Strength is spent. Schofield deep in enemy territory. They will lose the Dark Willow, but they managed to get 2 kills. And they find Darkseer. Oh my goodness, Yuma gets another kill. As El Micho playing real deep here, but with everything now being spent, there's the blink call. They're looking for the Terrorblade. And I think we've seen the end of this one. That's the team wipe. The GG is out, and with a 60,000 gold advantage, Heroic will end this game.
Heroic victory.
They had to work a lot harder for that one than they thought they were going to. I feel like they had a really good lead from the early game, and they thought they had the Terrorblade controlled up. They started, changing the item builds a little bit, but that Terrorblade became a problem, and it really made them have to sweat out the last 30 minutes of that game. But they finally close it off of the big blink calls at the end. But I mean, like multiple parts of that, right? You gotta keep the saves away while finding the blink calls. That's what took so long to do. You gotta be careful how you go about the fights.
Yeah.
They lose a couple in that attempt, but eventually they find it, and then they just close out the game right off of that.
I think the last fight like really solidified their kind of game plan of like, all right, we're no longer all-inning one target. We're gonna just split for two. Axe, you go for someone. Sven, you go for someone else. Oracle, which hero are you gonna save, right? Like you can only do false promise one. We're getting the other. And with that much of a gold lead, I think that's absolutely the best play. Like, there's just no need to try and dump everything on the Terrorblade, and if he just gets saved from the Oracle, like, then you're in a rough spot. So, I think good recognition on Heroic's end as we get as that game got finished off, but took them a long time to get there, which maybe hopes for the OG fam. If they had a better start, it doesn't start with Whisper getting a double kill in Mullane, then maybe they're a different game than what we just had.
I also think you really need to let the Oracle get the blink dagger sooner. Like, you'd have a lot more freedom in these fights on the Terrorblade. Instead, he's like trying to keep in mind, like, where's the Oracle? Because I have to go to the Oracle. Oracle can't come to me. He spent like 3,000. He bought 2 gems. Like, someone else help this guy out. Like, let him save some money and get a blink.
Well, unfortunately for him, his cores were farming and never gets to that blink dagger. Very sad Oracle game, but we have more games coming up. So we're just going to a short break, everybody, and we'll be back with Game 2 of OG Latam here versus Heroic on the road to the EWC. Stay tuned. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back, everybody, here to the road to the EWC. It's a South American closed qualifiers. My name is Cryptic, here with Z Quixotics. We are in our last series of the day here, the upper bracket finals. It's been a fun day so far and some pretty good series. Heroic versus OG Latam, not disappointing. Kind of a long game, right, in game number 1, but Heroic managed to pull it together, come out with the win.
Yeah, they had to work for that one. Pretty strong lanes, especially from the side lanes. I'd say the mid is where they struggled a little bit. Pangolier, Tai Lung just popping off in that laning stage. If that hadn't happened, I think it would have been a very, very swift and, snowballing down. But they managed to make enough plays, drag things out, and somehow find fights to stay alive that long. Almost coming back, despite the gold lead, it really felt like they could win.
Yeah. A little bit of an update on the lower bracket, the other stream that's happening right now, and it looks like Sin Compromiso is going to be up 1-0 currently against Veritas Friends. So if you guys didn't know, there are these two streams going side by side. But yeah, a really fast game. Fit gets the win there in just about 26 minutes. So they're, I'm sure, already underway in game 2, pretty far. I could double check real quick. Yeah. Oh no, they're actually they're just casually in the middle of the draft still, so they're not too far ahead.
Okay, we'll see. Well, you never know on the game length, right? I mean, if I had to guess this game length, it would have been short. I was thinking a 30-minute win for Heroic based on how the start was going. Yeah. Not a 57-minute struggle to end, despite what was that, 60K at the end, right?
Yeah.
The thing is with Dota, the gold lead gets deceptive in the ultra late games because you really only need a certain amount of money to be able to kill heroes, and that's what Terrorblade reached. He reached the killing threshold, and there's no extra items you can get. You have 6 item slots, so as soon as he can kill you, it's difficult to adjust that, and it really comes down to how the fights play out, which is why it was so tough for Heroic. They had to find the saves, 2 different saves, right? There were the Oracle and the Tusk. You got to deal with them before you can then deal with the Terrorblade, and so it was tricky for them to find the right fights. OG, really good on them despite being that far behind to drag it out that late, and if you just have a better start to the game, you could certainly win game 2, bring this to a game 3.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think this the next draft is going to be pretty telling. I feel like not much is going to change on the OG side personally in terms of bans, because I don't think they're going to be willing to give Whisper any of his real comfort picks. But then we see him go this game and he just crushes it on an axe. So this is kind of what we've been saying with this team is you try to ban out Whisper because he is such an impactful player, and then it just doesn't matter, seemingly. So, we'll see what they can do. I also got to give massive props to Tai Lung. He completely bodied Analog in that lane stage. It was an absolute beatdown on the Pango versus the Ember Spirit. Now, Analog's did a really good job recovering, playing back into his strengths, and his item build was very good as well, realizing that he doesn't really need to be the primary damage dealer. He just needs to find Oracle, make sure that he's not able to get inside in range for these false promises, or maybe he's trying to find the Pango, stuff like that. Just give vision for his team. So ends up playing really well on Analog in the end. But with the other lanes, if they were going better, and with how good of a start Tai Lung was having, it could have been a very different game.
Heroic's turn to ban.
Yeah, this is where some of the team strategy and who they're prioritizing comes into play. If we think about it, Sven was picked as a response to Darkseer, so he's going to have a good time. You got to reveal something, so they reveal the Ember Spirit, who I guess was counterpicked. We didn't think it was supposed to be that strong, but maybe it's just something Tai Lung is very good at. And who do they give that last pick to? It's not the mid laner, it is the Axe. So Heroic does shift who they play around. A lot of times it is Whisper in the off lane, and that means someone's got to bite the bullet in terms of not being set up for success. And it seems to be Analog recently. I don't know if that's intentional or not, but it does seem to be him struggling while the side lanes are doing very well. As long as you win, right, it works out.
10 seconds remaining.
But I don't think it was supposed to be that far, and actually that Pango ban
5 seconds
feels a little
remaining.
telling to me.
I'd agree. They're like, okay, we're not. If we want to pick the Ember again, maybe we wait. Or you ban the Pango, and I guess this time they ban the Pango.
Who did they ban last time? I mean, we have swapped. OG was first pick last time. This time it's Heroic. Gonna have to reveal something right off the bat. A lot of core bans. So I don't know if they want to go for the strongest core remaining
10
or
seconds remaining.
pick your favorite support. I mean, the Shadow Shaman has looked
5
very
seconds
good.
remaining.
I'm not sure if there's a core you...
Radiant
I guess
team
Beastmaster, but there's a Gyro available. Yeah, they're going to go for the support. The Shadow Shaman to start.
Okay, I like it. Very safe, very strong hero. Like, no reason not to pick it.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I see the Naga
Heroics
Siren
turn
is in the
to
pool. They actually go for the Ancient Apparition. So another strong support. A lot of playmaking potential around that. You can easily set up onto the Shadow Shaman, but hopefully you get some of your own crowd control. We've seen the Tiny in a lot of cases.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm on this bell curve,
5
man. I was
seconds
dropping on the Tiny. Now I'm kind of stabilizing because we see it enough,
Heroics
and
turn
it
to
works enough, and I'm like, I guess it's still fine, but I don't know. I don't know if I love it.
I like, as we get into the next set of bans here, I do
10
think
seconds remaining.
removing some of the big enablers for Ancient Apparition is important. Now,
5
a couple of
seconds
them are
remaining.
already removed by OG Latam because, some of them are Whispers heroes, but the
Radiant team
Kunkka,
back.
really smart. They get rid of the
Radiant
Tusk as
team
well. The Oracle now banned out, as that is typically seen as one of the better heroes into Ancient Apparition. And they'll pick up the Clockwork.
Feeling the support duo pretty early. These supports are weak to heroes with mobility. I know Clockwork
10
has the hook
seconds
shot and the power cogs, battery salt, all that stuff. But if you can
5 seconds
a
remaining.
Storm Spirit, Ember Spirit, Puck type heroes who just easily get out. I mean, you hook shot in and then they're gone. That's it, So we might see a couple of those types of heroes come out. You also have to deal with the Clockwork in the lane. Shadow Shaman is okay. You might want someone different. Put the Shadow Shaman position 4. This is a Clockwork 4, it looks like. You could swap them, lane swap, but I don't think AA is strong enough. It used to be so strong that it's it's not meant to be a 4, but it's worth it to get the hero because it's so broken. I don't think it's at that point anymore. I want this to be a position 5 Ancient Apparition.
Beastmaster.
Oh, that's a good pick. So this is the team that has typically been playing Beastmaster mid, but obviously they are comfortable taking it into the off lane. I think right now both options are very much on the table
10 seconds remaining.
and doesn't reveal too much about the draft, but they have looked exceptionally strong with the
5
Beastmaster.
seconds remaining.
I think if Heroic doesn't take it, OG gonna think about that gyrocopter. It's been a lane we've seen with the Ancient Apparition quite a lot. Does fine versus the Beastmaster. It's not easy to shut him down, but you maintain farm. You just match whatever he does. Ooh, that's new.
That's super new. I feel like that means we're looking at off-lane Beastmaster, but I'm not 100%. Yeah, that is just not a hero we see that often.
10 seconds remaining.
The nice thing is that Shadow Shaman and
5 seconds
Beastmaster with
remaining.
Roar set up the arrow.
Yep.
But if it is just the support duo moving around, that's pretty scary. That's, what is that, 10 seconds of stun or something? If you get Hex Shackled arrowed, that is a lot of crowd control.
You just take your
That is
hands
gonna
off the
be quite
keyboard, go for
scary.
a walk.
Yeah, and this is... So I was saying, maybe you need something to deal with Clockwork a little bit easier in the lane. Mirana's quite good at that. Once you get Leap, you pretty much never die, and you have good attack speed, attack range, so if he tries to use Power Cogs, you're just farming those. There is the gyro that I was thinking we'd see, but you don't have to do the Beastmaster offlane. I think it's fine, but like you said, Analog can take it mid, and you can grab a different offlaner that does well
10
versus
seconds
Ancient
remaining.
Apparition and Gyrocopter.
Heroics, turn to pick.
Okay. We've seen them play this in the mid lane. That was one of the things that you've highlighted before, like Tai Long was being willing to play the mid Underlord. And if they are playing mid Beastmaster, I have to imagine it's
10 seconds
pretty
remaining.
decent for the Underlord, but
5 seconds.
yeah,
remaining.
I'd give the nod to the Underlord. Go Demon's Reach, between Firestorm and his Atrophior. I feel like he should be able to out CS the Beastmaster, but Beastmaster's a pretty dominant hero in lane, so I don't know.
I'm not going to pretend to know the Underlord matchups, but I'll tell you, I definitely want to see it. It's always cool to see this hero go to different roles, like any hero go to a new place to see what those the players have in mind for it. And Underlord, it's not totally new. Like we've seen the idea of carry and mid Underlords before, but it's never reached meta status. Like someone just cooks with it a little bit. Maybe it has some success, maybe not, but then it just drops back into being an offlaner.
It was meta like a couple months ago as a carry. I think it was Crystallis was like actually playing carry Underlord quite often in competitive like in official games, and they were winning with it actually a lot.
Heroics,
And some of their teams started
turn to
copying it, and then I don't know exactly what made it stop. Because I don't feel like there was like necessarily a nerf to Underlord, but at the same time, I think other heroes just got better.
10 seconds remaining.
Both teams going into the last pick with some flexibility then,
5
whether this
seconds
Underlord and Beastmaster are going to be mid or off lane.
Radiant
Medusa
team back.
carry doesn't care that much about the Ancient Apparition. The matchup into Gyro is
It's okay.
fine, since Gyro doesn't really want to build Diffusal, and he's pretty short range, so it's actually easier for Medusa to hit him. The lane into Underlord can be annoying, though, because Underlord has such good damage while reducing yours. The last hits can be tricky. But then you do have two ranged heroes, Mirana, Medusa, so you're just whittling away this Underlord and Clockwork.
Yeah, I think they really are anticipating mid
10
Beastmaster.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I do think Doom would have been a solid
Yeah, it would have been really good.
pick. Good versus the Gyrocopter. They don't want to take it anymore because you have the Medusa.
Heroics, turn to ban.
Dumars? I mean,
Mars.
a lot of the same bans, once again from OG Laton. And like I said, last game, I don't think their draft was bad. It was just slight misplay in the lane. Put them on the back foot. So I do think good ideas banning out these heroes from Whisper.
10
And
seconds remaining.
I mean, technically, they could pick a mid hero here.
5 seconds
But
remaining.
OG the Tom have last pick. And that's, I think, one of the benefits of the Underlord pick here on where they did is they're a team clearly willing to flex this mid if they think it's a good lane. And I think it is a good lane into the Beastmaster mid. So Heroic don't have the ability to kind of completely
Heroics,
predict the
turn
draft
to
here.
pick.
Storm Spirit ban. Probably a pretty safe ban there. Not a lot of catch outside of the Shaman.
There's so
10
many core
seconds
bans. I'm
remaining.
really going down the list. I'm trying to see
Yeah.
who's still in here.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
That's cool. I don't know which one of them is playing it, but I feel like that's mid or offlane Batrider. I don't know which one is playing it, but that's a pretty cool pick.
10
That's the threat,
seconds
right?
remaining.
Like you can't pick a mid laner weak to Batrider right now. Otherwise, you
5
will just do
seconds
mid
remaining.
Batrider and off lane Beastmaster, which I think we're a little bit more likely to see. But
I don't know, man. Whisper cooks on his
you
lanes.
can swap it. Exactly. Like you just assume if Whisper says, "Yeah, I'll take that hero," he's ready to pop off with it.
Or watch this be like offlane Mirana or something weird.
Dude, that'd be sick too. I'll take it.
What was the change on Mirana? I feel like she had to get nerfed or changed recently, right? Leaps and bounds,
Choose
root
your
duration
hero.
increased. Okay. Very not much of a change. That's terrible. Okay. So we're going to see them pick their heroes. It's going to be the offlane Tide, and indeed, Tai Lung mid on the Underlord. Do you Bat Rider him now? Because I know Analog, this dude loves to cheese people, and I have a strong suspicion that he's like, guys, come on, let me do it. Let me Bat Rider him mid.
Dude, Yuma hasn't picked his mid hero either. It's surely Medusa, right? How hard are we cooking here? Okay. Now, I can't claim to have ever seen Bat Rider versus Underlord mid.
10
I am
seconds
so on
remaining.
board. I don't even know if it's good for which team, but I am so on board to see that happen.
5 seconds
Dang it,
remaining.
he's taking the Beastmaster. So the Beastmaster lane is a lot less volatile. I think it will still go Underlord's way. The Bat Rider lane into Underlord would be volatile because Underlord should outdamage you, and you're not really playing as much for CS, and you're trying to just like ruin the Underlord's game and make his life miserable, similar to like how Huskars play, and then you like push him out of lane, and then you get to CS. The Beastmaster is just going to play for CS. So I think they're wanting something that's a little bit more stable mid. And they're going to play for Whisper on the offlane Bat Rider. With Schofield, they do have some kill potential. Like
I feel like we're gonna
5
see a lot
position
of stacking
AA.
again.
Yeah, that also just might be the case. It's like 5 position AA with a gyrocopter versus Bat Rider Shaman sounds very strong for Bat Rider Shaman. Like if he gets like 2-3 stacks of napalm and flame breaks you into the Shadow Shaman, you're just getting full duration shackled.
Yeah, I think this ended up not being that great of an Ancient Apparition game. There's an enemy Medusa. You don't really have that much initiation on your team to easily set up the Ice Blasts. You do have a good target in the Beastmaster. Mid Beastmasters like to go Aghanims. I guess we'll see if he wants to change it up, but usually you just target that, prevent the healing.
Prepare
That's
for
pretty
battle.
good. But how are you getting that? Because right now you've got an Underlord pit, and Clockwork's not bad, but that means it always has to be Clockwork jumping whoever you want to Ice Blast, which may not always be the case.
My prayers are answered. My prayers are
Well,
answered.
for those of you that are just tuning in, it is game 2 here of OG Latam taking on the side of Heroic. Heroic currently up 1-0, as we're going to see the team's position here for the Bounty Rune spawn. Krill Eater for the Tide Hunter. We see that pretty often. I feel like it's most often people are going Krill Eater nowadays. Tai Lung off the mid Underlord. We heard that this was
30
done. We didn't get to actually
seconds to
watch
battle.
the mid Underlord ourselves. Seemed to have gone pretty well. So very excited to see how it plays into a Beastmaster of Analog, which he's had a really good series of games on.
I'm really excited to see this Bat Rider with Arsonist. I want to remind everyone that this does work on the towers.
Once you have the shard, it
And-
hits the
Battle
towers, yeah.
begins.
Yeah, so will we see that early? Because like the Beastmaster usually push the fast tempo. The Serpent Wards usually push a fast tempo. Does Bat Rider join in on that? Are we like pushing build-ins super quickly on Heroic? Like we've seen them go for some real tempo lineups while the Medusa just farms. I'd love to see some kind of crazy stuff like that.
I'd be down for it. I do think we're going to be seeing like the Aghanim Scepter mid out of the Beastmaster, right? And then as for Bat Rider, I think it's usually just they rush Hurricane Pike. Like Hurricane Pike is so good on the offlane or the core Bat Rider just because getting the attack range, the repositioning, and just the extra attacks. If they do manage to get away from you, you can use the Pike to guarantee, a few extra attacks. But
It's really good versus a lot of OG's heroes as well.
yeah,
I think that is the most standard thing. Power treads into the Hurricane Pike, like you said.
Ooh, KJ trying to get the deny. Oh, he missed. The blind actually mattered. El Micho missed. And KJ gets the deny. That's crazy. He's dead for a while, right? Because of the increased spawn timers, but definitely better than giving up
Lane's in an
first
okay
blood.
spot. Yeah, Lane's in a fine spot. Medusa will be fine. This lane, so in the same way we're talking about Underlord having a lot of damage, Tidehunter reaches that point pretty quickly too, especially if you get hit by the Anchor Smash. Get a lot of denies in your face. He'll be pretty tanky this game. Ooh, first blood down here with the
Oh boy. Well,
Rider Flame Break.
yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. I think at some point you are just going to get too many stacks of napalm and you're going to get knocked back and then you're in a lot of trouble.
Mid lane, pretty even so far. Can't say I've seen the Underlord versus Beastmaster mid matchup either. I've seen Beastmaster plenty of times. So even if this lane went poorly, I fully expect him to get the farm he needs thanks to the stacking. But seems fine so far.
Yeah, not too bad at all. I think overall, Heroic
Radiant's
pretty
courier
chill on their
has been
lanes.
killed.
The Medusa having a pretty great time top against the Tidehunter. At some point, Tidehunter is just going to start kind of dragging the wave and farming the jungle. I feel like that's usually what ends up happening with that hero. I don't know if they can really do a whole lot to stop him either.
If the Beastmaster's having a good time, I think you can come over and do a lot. The Roar doesn't really work, but axes do a lot of damage. Even as you remove it, I mean, you just apply more. And once you get the Ags, I mean, that one keeps going, which is a lot of magic damage into it. But otherwise, you're right. Can't really Hex Shackle him easily. Napalm buildup doesn't really work. Do you have a source of break anywhere? Not really. 15 talent on the Shadow Shaman, I suppose. Hex break.
Schofield.
Dead Schofield.
Yeah, he's going to get caught here from Moose. Now, they do have the analog Beastmaster nearby, but foul play will not save him this time. Tai Lung's taking a lot of damage here. And Moose will have to cut him off just to secure the survive. And with this, they get the return kill. KJ grabs it on the Mirana. He's actually TPing back mid. Okay, I thought he was TPing top. It's going to be a long journey back to the top lane.
I think they both had the same idea. They really wanted to deny Tai Lung the water rune.
Yeah.
They ended up both doing it. I guess you could cancel your TP at that point, but it also feels weird, so you just both go, why not?
Yeah.
And it, in a way, it pays off, right? I mean, Tai Lung does have to walk home.
That's a very dead gyro. Yeah.
Going home as well. That's the price of the support rotations heading over mid. This Bat Rider's doing it. 26-6 to the
Yeah, he's owning.
13-1 of the Gyrocopter. I really didn't think.
Dude, he's almost doubled his net worth.
Yeah,
Whisper
I
is
didn't think
crushing
that would be
this.
that bad. Should it be that bad? I mean, I know you gotta respect Napalm.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
His courier died. KJ. Oh, it wasn't even a leap. Just walked back there and got it. They do have a fairly deep observer. I guess helping to get that morbid mask snipe.
Boom, there it goes.
Another rotation in the mid for the 6-minute power runes. Heroic is in position first. Pretty sure they've got this no matter where it spawns.
Yep, it will be top. El Micho actually denies the invis, so neither mid lane are getting it. Not the most
Radiant's top
impactful
tower
mid
is under
rune.
attack.
I guess for analog, he can make better use of it, just with like being able to walk up and get a roar. But we're gonna see the first
Underlord out ball.
gate to the bottom lane. Tai Lung looking for Schofield now, as they did manage to find the kill onto the Clockwork, and Tai Lung will secure it. Whisper gonna do a decent chunk of damage. He's actually gonna continue chasing here for K1. Knocks him back with the Flame Break. I think the Smoldering Resin's gonna get the kill. It is. Just a double for this guy, as he's now level 6. Illich in the top lane. Rotated on from Analog. They get themselves a kill there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You don't rotate a lot of heroes here. I mean, that's your Wisdom Shrine being stolen away as well.
Radiant's top tower
Analog's
is under
hanging
attack.
around.
Maybe not long enough. KJ, he will see moves. He knows the fight for this is going to be a difficult one. He's going to throw a lot of heroes here at it, and Analog's the one who's going to pay the price, it seems.
Then comes me home.
I think,
Radiant's middle tower.
Unfortunately,
is
if you
under attack.
commit sooner there, I think you get that, because Mirana can do the body block while Analog gets the Wisdom Shrine. But kind of going in a little late means you're actually just committed too far. Now they can rotate in, get a Beastmaster kill, still get their own Wisdom Shrine. You do lose the tower in the meantime, so you're not walking away empty-handed on Heroic. And they still get their own Wisdom Shrine too.
Top lane, Hector came up here, but guess what? So does Whisper. He's just running you around the map up to a mega kill streak now. He will go back to the Twin Gate bottom. Mid lane moves very low. Does manage to get finished off there from Analog, as he will grab a Illusion Rune. Man, this is a very high kill score game already. 11 kills by 8 minutes. I was afraid to say the number thanks to NA Math, but I had to recheck myself.
You got it. Don't worry. Basic
like-
addition. You've nailed it.
I was like, 8 plus 2 is 10, plus 1, 11.
Whisper ended up going Tranquils into Drums. He's going to upgrade all the way to Boots of Bearing. We don't see that very often now.
That's
But it's
kinda
pretty cool. Blink BKB after. This is like an old Batrider build, but now good in a different way because of the Arsonist. It used to
Drums
just
is
be for like
kinda
the extra
sick.
move speed.
Yeah, I like the idea of drums on this.
Dax being cleared. Is he going Ags on the Beastmaster? I haven't seen him commit to anything quite
Yeah,
yet.
wait, he has a courier coming out, and he has a lot of
Oh,
gold.
it's an Ogre Axe. Okay.
Okay, I was like, so he's got something on the courier. Yeah, I feel like the axe or the Ags just make sense this game. Like, you have a Batrider who's doing really well. You're gonna want to be able to play around him, so the Ags Blink Dagger is gonna be pretty much ideal. I'm curious what Whisper can do with this start, right? They put the Tidehunter in his lane, so they're like, all right, he has Blubber. He can at least not die to the Batrider.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Towards
Mid lane.
I don't think you're getting the mid tower off of this, but you'll at least do a
Good
decent
damage.
chunk of damage. And you force the Tidehunter rotation to protect it. This might open that bottom tower to
Radiant's
some
middle
harassment from the
tower is under
Batrider
attack.
where no one else really wants to go to. Tidehunter can go, but everyone else would die. Tai Lung maybe also pretty tanky. Has a chance for the teammates to rotate in, but Tidehunter's the only truly safe hero down there.
Radiant's bottom tower is
And I actually don't think... It's kind of funny. I don't think he's going to farm faster than the Batrider. Usually Tide, being so tanky, also can speed up farm once you leave him alone in the lane, right? You just like creep drag the same way Axe does, farm everything at once, but Batrider's just a walk into camp to camp with Firefly. Even as
Yeah.
both of them are left down here, you're getting way more out of it.
I think now that they have level 6 on El Micho and Moose actually gets level 6 as well on the Clockwork, they're going to immediately try and put these on cooldown and look for the Batrider, but Batrider is top. They're actually going to find him as he's walking right through a ward, and they're going to be like, uh-oh. Guys, how did he get up there? It's like they immediately turn around and start TPing. looking for Whisper, as he's going to see some
Dire's
TPs
middle
come
tower
through as
is
well.
under attack.
Maybe? Maybe not. He's backing away. He knows something's
Radiant
up.
are scanning.
As soon as Gyrocopter started to back away,
Dire's bottom tower
I
is
think he
under
was
attack.
suspicious.
Back through the
And
twin
might have
gate
seen
we
the
go.
teleport as well. That our observer highlighted there. They smoked up, but it might have been too late. They might chase through.
They're just going to
They
keep
are going to
chasing.
do it.
They're like, we are killing this Bat Rider. He cannot keep getting away with this.
We must kill the Bat Rider.
It's quite simple.
They got hookshot Ice Blast. It's not bad.
They're going for it. That's it. Hook shot. Oh my gosh.
Oh!
Whisper
Firefly, let you get
is
off that path.
too good. I mean, to be fair, you need a hook shot the moment the rocket flare hits because of the mini slow, right? Like that is the whole idea of rocket flaring first, but he didn't really have a great vision of him, so it was kind of blind. Bottled up shield rune now for Analogs, Beastmaster. Underlord has his Atos.
Dire's bottom tower
Their
is under
own
attack.
smoke on Heroic. Got the Serpent Wards. If you find a kill near an objective, you can take it easily.
Oh, they're going for Hector. They've got boots of bearing. Whisper is not going to let him get away. He is in so much trouble. The Hex comes out into a quick burst of damage in from KJ, making sure that doesn't go to the creeps. As they're going to start responding with numbers. The TPs are coming through. They need to get the Ancient Apparition. Well, then Arrow will lock him down for eternity, but there it is. The Ravage. They finally get the Bat Rider. The question is, can they get out? They are under the cover here of the Moonlight Shadow. But Schofield not going to survive this one. They will clean up some of the wards as well. It's a 2 for 2, a pretty solid exchange for OG, even though you lose the gyrocopter. I think that's not bad.
I think a lot of the stack got stolen, though, for Heroic. So
it did.
I think the math does lean Heroic. The Serpent Wards kind of balance that out a little bit, but now Analog makes his way to his own triangle. He's got plenty of stacks here. If you could steal this, I mean, you even the score, but they are nowhere in position. And the only reason that fight looked good is because they had the ultimates. So now that all those are on cooldown, I don't think you're going to feel comfortable making an aggressive play like this.
Yeah, also, to point out, Medusa was not there, right? So that was a 4v5, and she is just quietly farming at the top of the net worth. So Yuma has his Manta, going for the Butterfly. This has been pretty much the staple build for Medusas of late. There was a little bit of a time where like Maelstrom and Aghanim Scepter was pretty cool. I think against certain heroes like Terrorblade, that might be the build, just because you actually just need that extra magic damage. But the Butterfly timing is quite strong.
Yeah, with the
Aghanims
Aghanims being done on the Beastmaster at any point, plus Serpent Wards, easy Roshan.
Yeah, the Ags is done. He's got it.
And I would say, usually you might try to line up the first Aegis with the Butterfly on Medusa, and then you just powerhouse behind her. But you can do Roche so early that you can actually put the second Roche onto Medusa when she hits her timing, and actually have a banner to work with as well. I think that'd be a really nice timing for Heroic. But it does mean you have to do the Roche soon. Beastmaster's TPing down here. Maybe they're gonna think about it. Nah, just kidding. Get a stack. Silly me. It's farming time.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I think they're giving up this mid tower for free.
Dire's middle tower has
I mean,
fallen.
you have the Tide there. It's kind of hard to stop him, especially when they bring the extra heroes. Like, if you get Ravage Ice Blast, like, I don't care how farmed you are on a Bat Rider or something, like, this stage of the game, you are just going to die. Bottom lane, Tai Lung. He's going to get found. They drop the Serpent Wards and everything, but here comes the rest of the team. Ice Blast off the mark as he just lassos him away, and Bat Rider will find the first kill of this fight. I don't know if he's done. Thinking of maybe chasing for more, but no, he'll just be very content with the kill onto the Underlord.
Hey, you don't need more than that. You get the team to rotate over.
Radiant's
You get the
middle
mid
tower
kill.
is under
Don't forget,
attack.
mid Underlord. And they get nothing for it.
Radiant's
Real
middle
happy
tower
with that.
has fallen.
That gets for the next lasso. I
Radiant's
believe the
middle
Blink's actually not
tower
that
is
far on the
under attack.
Beastmaster either. Yeah, just needs a few more 100 gold for that. Oh, gets a free
Yeah,
roar onto
that's
a
a
clockwork. In the wrong part of the jungle.
Yeah.
Blink's
Not
a little
much you can do
faster
about
now.
One of the reasons the Beastmaster is so good. He walks, if he finds anyone in a 1v1, he just is the winner.
They have so many. I really like this. They have so many Kobold Cups on Heroic. Okay, they starting to swap it out for the tier 2s, but along with drums, just like in all these engagements, they've just been zooming.
Yeah, it's cool. I think Kobold Cup, the goblet or whatever, I don't know exactly what it's called, it's really popular. It's fairly spammable, and then on top of it, like if you're about to make a gank, like just using it immediately as you're coming out of fog or across a tree line, that little bit of extra movement speed is usually the difference between securing the gank or not. So it's a cool item when used correctly.
Yeah, it's not even that little. When I read it, it was like 10 move speed, and I was like, that's garbage. And then later, I read a later note, it was like 10%. I was like, oh, they forgot the percentage in the first part. That's really good.
Yeah.
Because that's, you know, without boots, you know, average around 300. So that's like a free win lace for a lot of heroes, if not more.
Yeah, it's really solid.
Yeah, Blink Lasso available. Tidehunter is not the target, though, for that.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, not really. I guess they really don't have a good
Radiant
answer to the
are
Tidehunter
scanning.
quite yet, outside of like Yuma getting very strong in the late game. And that's a decent answer, right? That will work. Like Medusa can just stand her ground and eventually just split shot or kill the Tidehunter if he tries to get close. But they're actually looking for the Medusa top side here. That being said, Analog is also not that far away.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Don't end up doing anything with it.
Dire's top tower is under
Blink
attack.
Beastmaster here. Wait, I've seen this before.
He was thinking about not roaring. He's like, I might be able to get this kill, but there's the Ravage, the rotation in here from the Underlord, the Atos.
He's so
It
fast.
hit a creep, I think, and now with Yuma going through, Tai Lung is just food for the Bat Rider. He doesn't stand a chance. Illich now, tanky Tidehunter, but not tanky enough. They have more than enough solutions to find this kill, and it is right into Roshan. Wow, that is massive win here for Heroic, and Roche stands no chance against them as well. You've got this Beastmaster Ags, Whisper also doing a ton of damage. I don't know where the Atos, I think it hit his boar maybe, I don't know.
Might be. But this is the downside. He went invis.
Bottom tower
Oh
is under
no.
attack.
That's really unlucky timing for them. But this is the downside of only having Clockwork as the low cooldown stun, right? We haven't really seen a lot of easy Underlord rotations because you have to pop Ravage or it has to be Clockwork. Which means if Clockwork is killed to start, don't really have any way to set things up, nor the Ice Blast, which we actually see does end up missing in that case, partly because of that Atos, a little unlucky that the Invis hit at that exact moment. Even then, it would have been a tough kill.
Bottom lane, they're gonna look here for the Gyrocopter. My goodness, this Medusa is starting to hit hard. Whisper does catch the Ice Blast. Great receiver, but not gonna be enough damage to kill him. So 3 more dead on the side of Heroic.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Real scary. And this time, I think it's a lot harder for OG. Last game, you had the Terrorblade, who is doing pretty well. Terrorblade being one of those really strong late game scaling heroes. Gyro's not bad, but just the nature of the hero. He does a lot of AoE, less single target, which Terrorblade, way better at single target, so you actually have the damage to kill heroes as the rest of your team's behind. If you're weakening them for the rest of your team to do the damage, and then you look at the rest of your team and they're all struggling,
Dire's top tower.
you're not going to kill anybody.
Speaking of struggling, Analog's like, someone help me kill the Tormentor. KJ gets the shard. I mean, it's an okay one. It's not. Is this still like the gust on leap or whatever that like
Dire's
it's like
top tower
directional?
is under attack.
I kind of forget.
I don't remember. I have to read
Tell
it.
you what, get critically strike 150 damage. Oh boy, I think the directional one is old. I think that's gone.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Oh, okay, yeah. Leap and damage. Yeah, you're right, you're right. Oh, maybe that other one is her facet now. That might be what it is, the leap one. Anyway, bottom lane. Analog actually stuck inside the cogs, burning, taking a lot of damage. We'll get out just barely. Tai Lung down
Really?
to
One
1
more?
HP. They get him. Just with the last flurry of attacks from those cogs, and now moves. Burns down once again to the Bat Rider.
Medusa's got 318 last hits at 22 minutes.
Who does?
Crazy.
Medusa? Oh my god.
Yeah, he's had such a
Radiant's
free
middle tower
game.
is under attack.
Just chilling, farming, showing up at the very last second. Now, the first Aegis did go to Beastmaster,
Radiant
but when the
top
second
tower.
Aegis is up, I mean, this Medusa is going to have a Scotty soon, and probably a fourth item on top of that by the time the second Aegis is up. So, just really not sure how you're going to kill her when Firestorm, right, doesn't do that much to her. Gyrocopter did actually go for a Diffusal. So maybe that's what they need to have a shot versus Medusa.
Oh god, Whisper, please. Show some mercy.
It's got no chill.
Zero chill.
Radiant's bottom
Smoke up
tower
here
is
from
under
Heroic
attack.
looking, excuse me, for another grab here. We'll see what happens.
I mean, that Bat Rider kill didn't even use Lasso, so he can push in behind this smoke. That's what they're baiting right now.
Yeah, they found Gyro.
Oh, no.
Yeah, there's just zero shot of him getting out of this one. Hex into an arrow as well. 50 seconds without the gyro as they are just so far ahead. I gotta ask you, Zach, do you really think we're getting to a second Aegis?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Probably not. No, wait. I think we will. I think they'll play it safe enough because they kill Ancient Apparition in front of his own tower. But killing them on the map is different than killing them on their high ground, right? I mean, that's a
That is
Gyrocopter,
true.
a Tidehunter, an Underlord. It is not the easiest high ground,
Radiant's middle
so I think
tower
you
is
will
under
respect
attack.
it. You'll if you kill them outside and then you go high ground, sure, you know. But if they're all up, I think you're
Radiant's
just gonna
structures
wait
are
for the second
fortified.
Aegis because why not? You're not gonna
Radiant's middle
throw
tower
by
is under
doing that.
attack.
I mean, I have Scotty level 20 Medusa now. I think you just go push bottom tier 2 and stand behind this hero because I don't think they can kill Yuma. Legitimately. I actually don't know if they're just going to keep out farming them on the map, but I don't know what you can do to
Radiant's
actually
top
kill
tower
this
is
Medusa
under
right now.
attack.
Even with Gyro having the Diffusal, I don't think they have enough damage. KJ pops the smoke,
Eight.
immediately pops the
Radiant's
Moonlight
bottom
Shadow,
tower is
leaps
under attack.
away, and he's going to be okay.
Where you get to her, you use power cogs. She walks into every single power cog,
Okay.
burns all the mana. Clockwork. Solo kills her in this, so he gets to level 20 faster. 70 mana burn extra on the talent.
Okay, and then she has to do it again. She has to run into every cog again.
Yeah, because she's got the Aegis. She's going to have to run to every cog again.
Schofield in some trouble here. Ice Blast does connect, but they don't have any extra damage to follow him up. And
A foul
he will
play, am I right, man?
survive. I mean, to be honest, that one, the foul play didn't matter. I'll give you that.
This Master on the hunt bottom with an amplified damage.
Speaking of
Wrong
being on the
arrow
hunt,
follow-up.
Bat Rider top lane trying to kill Tai Lung. Now Moose, he's going to come in and be like, I got you, homie. Whisper's like, do you, though? Do you have this? Just another kill for the Bat Rider. Illich now getting roared in the bottom lane. Blubber will dispel it, but the damage amp ramping on that Beastmaster gets the kill. Another death for El Misho on the Ancient Apparition. 3 lanes, 3 deaths for OG.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe we're not seeing the second Aegis because Yuma's in front of the tier 3 with 3 dead heroes.
He also just
He
cut
really wants
both
to see
side
the
lanes.
second Aegis. Really wants to go see the second Aegis, man. He's got a perfect score right now. You think this guy's looking to die without the Aegis?
404 not found.
Found a lot of last hits.
Medusa nowhere to be found. On his way to the Daedalus. Yeah, I mean, top tower is gone. Bottom tower about to be gone. That is the last outer tower here for OG. All thanks to that illusion of the Medusa cutting the waves.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
No Divine Rapier confidence in Yuma, though.
Unlucky.
I think he actually can do it. Just go Divine Rapier here, get the Aegis.
I'd be for it. That'd be hype. All right. Okay, if it's an instant Roche
Radiant's
respawn,
bottom tower is under attack.
Maybe.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
how fast is it? It's pretty
less than a
quick. It's
minute.
like 25 seconds. Mid lane,
Very
Illich
tanky.
really struggling here against the Medusa. Blubber removes stuns, but between Venomous Volley and Scotty, it is taking all of his HP, and it's going to be the hook shot from Moose to bail him out. So he sacrifices himself once again for his team. And if they
See, what
scout
didn't
the
happen
Roche,
there, Yuma forgot he was supposed to walk into every power cog,
oh,
and
you're
that's
right.
why he didn't die there.
Okay, what's the math on it? Even if he does hit every single power cog.
I don't think there's even time to hit every single power cog, but it's 140 mana burn per power cog.
Uh-oh. We've seen this before. Illich. Oh, man. He'll keep removing stuns, but there's enough of them. Tidehunter dead for 50. Does have the buyback. They're getting this Medusa right where they want her, onto the high ground. And now this is surely OG's time to shine. Fortification is out as the wards do get dropped. Maybe looking for a wraparound. Maybe they get the Beastmaster, but I don't think you have the damage. And now Clockwork just deleted. Yuma just goes in aggressively, immediately pops the Stone Gaze, and Hector, goodbye. Not even close. 65 seconds has his buyback. Illich forced to use his own. They just GG out. Yeah, I think they kind of, the writing's on the wall here for sure. This
No
is the
second
best
Aegis,
core back
you're
rider
right.
performance we've seen.
Yeah, that went a lot better than expected. I don't know if that lane is supposed to go that way, but I did find a lot of kills, a lot of good rotations going everywhere. Very well done. I feel like it was the same type of game plan from game number 1, but this time Analog had a better time in the mid lane, and so they were able to speed things up, play a lot faster, and there was a lot less plays for OG based on their draft, right? They tried to do this, try to address the Medusa through the Tidehunter and the Underlord, but it just meant once they fell behind, you didn't actually have very many plays to make because those are two very slow team fighters, and it's like, oh, we're behind, we can't team fight, so we have to go for pickoffs. Oh, we don't do that. Now what? You know, there was no follow-up after that.
Yeah, I mean, I was really wondering how this Underlord versus Beastmaster lane would go, but like the reason Beastmaster is so good is he can convert on every item he picks up into so much momentum in the game, and Underlord's like kind of static, not very fast at getting around the map. And this Beastmaster is like, I'm gonna have an axe, I'm gonna have a blink, and I'm gonna just start killing anybody I see because there's no one that survives it. Like even Illich on the Tidehunter, he's slowed by the boars enough to where it's like he'll eventually just kill him. So it's such a sick play all around from Heroic. They look so dominant in this series, so they will be moving on to the grand finals where we will see if they can make it. So let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket. As OG, Latam, they're down, but not out, right?
Yeah, they'll be heading to the lower bracket. Heroic waiting here in the grand final. Lower bracket. Looks like our other series ended as well, so Sin Compromiso does beat Veritas Friends, knocking them out, moving on themselves. So tomorrow will be Sin Compromiso versus OG Latam. Winner there will go on to the grand finals to fight Heroic. And really, any of these 3 teams could be the one to make it through. Like, if we had to pick out the top 3 teams, these 3 are in there. You know, Edge was the other one, had a bit of a disappointing performance this time. But these other ones, not really surprised to see them make it all the way.
I do feel like Sin Compromiso is the second best team based on experience, and maybe they were having some growing pains, but this is a team that, like, I do expect really good performances out of. So this is going to be a tough match for both of them. Sin Compromiso and OG Lotam, very, very good job so far, but only one of them will have the opportunity to play against Heroic in that best of 5. Which, yeah, should be exciting. Let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. See when we're going to kick things off and then go from there. As I think we're starting. Is it slightly later start tomorrow? No, same start.
No,
okay, yeah.
Same time.
So same time in the morning. 1200 Peru time for Sin Compromiso versus OG, and then we'll be finishing the evening with that best of 5 grand finals. I'm excited that you and I actually are on the final day for the grand finals, because I know all of these teams are really talented, and it's just going to be a super hype day.
Yeah, you know, that first lower bracket too, who knocked Sin Compromiso down to lower bracket? It was OG.
Yeah.
So some revenge for Sin Compromiso, or maybe some repeat confidence for OG. We beat them once, we can do it again. Get our rematch versus Heroic in the best of 5, which I feel like game 1 showed OG could do it. They had the ability to beat Heroic and really make Heroic work for it. I think this game 2 felt more like a draft loss, more than
I agree.
outskilled. To some skill, you know, maybe you're not used to the Whisper Bat Rider coming back out, so that lane goes worse than it's supposed to. But I look at it and it's like, I don't feel like Ancient Apparition's enabled. I don't feel like Underlord's going to really crush his lane and then rotate a lot. So maybe slipping up in the draft, but that's what you get to review tonight going into tomorrow. So if you can make it back, I don't think it's going to be a guaranteed repeat for Heroic.
Yeah, absolutely not. It's been a fun day. Number 2 here for the South American Quals on the road to the EWC. My name's Cryptic, of course, here with Z Quixotics. We hope you all enjoyed today, and we'll be back tomorrow, same time. So make sure to be back for the final day, the conclusion. We will see who will be representing South America at the Esports World Cup. So, as always, have a wonderful night, evening, or have a wonderful evening, everybody.
Or
and
night,
we'll see you
or
tomorrow.
morning.
Yeah, whichever time of day, you know. Take care, everybody.